Chapter 361. Crazy, this is crazy. That Jiang Qin is really courageous. He really went to Mount Tianyuan to participate in the gathering of Skynet, and he even killed Xuanhuan Yiqing and Shen Yuzi, two of the Jian province's top geniuses. He's really ferocious. Damn it, I heard that Jiang Qin is only a peak divine core warrior, but he already possesses such formidable combat strength. Even though he only has a sharp sword in his hand, it's still shocking. I really want to see what Jiang Qin looks like. Ruthless, he's really ruthless. It looks like he's going to fight the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect to the end. Not long after both superpowers gave out the order to kill, he has already killed the #1 genius from both superpowers. For both superpowers, this is an unimaginable loss. Currently, the entire Jian province has been locked down by the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. All the superpowers in the Jian province have been mobilized by the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect, and they have spies everywhere. I wonder if Jiang Qin can escape from here. The entire Jian province was boiling. Jiang Qin's appearance had caused a huge uproar, and the deaths of Xuanhuan Yiqing and Shen Yuzi had caused an uproar in the entire Jian province. No one had expected Jiang Qin to show up on Mount Tianyuan. In everyone's mind, Jiang Qin should have chosen to run away, but no one had expected him to be so daring. If they knew about this beforehand, perhaps the older generation warriors from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect would have entered Mount Tianyuan in advance to ambush him, and they wouldn't have lost two geniuses. While the entire Jian province was searching for Jiang Qin's whereabouts, on a mountain range far away from the Jian province, a man in white clothes could be seen leaping from place to place. He was moving at an incredible speed. A carefree smile could be seen on the young man's face. The entire Jian province should be boiling by now, but none of you would have guessed that I've already left the Jian province. This young man was none other than Jiang Qin. In just over 2 hours he had crossed the Jian province from Mount Tianyuan. Even the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief wouldn't have expected such a speed. Therefore, all the men from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect were sure that Jiang Qin was still in the Jian province. The Jian province was extremely large, but from Mount Tianyuan to the martial palace, it was only a quarter of the distance. Jiang Qin flew at top speed using the 9 phantom wolves and the spatial shift. This kind of speed was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Because of this, it only took him 2 hours to completely leave the Jian province. After passing the Jian province, Jiang Qin entered the largest province in the eastern continent. This was the territory ruled by the Martial Saint dynasty. However, this province wasn't that big. In other words, there were originally only 27 provinces in the eastern continent, but because of the Martial Saint dynasty, a large piece of land was isolated in the center of the eastern continent, and it became the foundation of the Martial Saint dynasty. The natural yuan energy here was the densest in the eastern continent, and the environment here was also the most beautiful in the Martial Saint dynasty. In the center of this province, there was a gigantic organization, the Martial Saint dynasty's imperial family. Apart from that, there was another gigantic organization, the Martial Palace. The Martial Palace was directly under the Martial Saint dynasty's jurisdiction, and it was the highest educational institution in the eastern continent. It was the gathering place for all geniuses, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. Those who were able to study in the Martial Palace were undoubtedly nobles with high status, imperial family members, princes, or geniuses from various superpowers in the eastern continent. No matter what, those who were able to study in the Martial Palace had a higher status and talent than the others. Therefore, the Martial Palace had become a cradle for geniuses. Countless geniuses wanted to study in the Martial Palace. Not only did joining the Martial Palace symbolize one's status, they would also be able to obtain the best cultivation resources. In the future, they might even be recognized by the Martial Saint dynasty. The Martial Palace was located in the center of a beautiful mountain range. This mountain range was the most beautiful place in the eastern continent. It was covered in white fog all day long, and it looked like a fairyland. This mountain range was named after the Martial Palace, and it was called Mount Wufu. Right at this moment, outside of Mount Wufu, 3 men and a dog were standing in the wind. In front of them, there was a huge stone tablet that was a few dozen meters tall. On top of it, 3 words were carved in a flamboyant style, Mount Wufu. From the depth of the words, it wasn't hard to tell that the person who carved these 3 words had an extraordinary cultivation. This stone tablet was the symbol and boundary of Mount Wufu. This was the holy land in the eyes of countless warriors, the place they yearned for the most. Every day there would be people coming here to take a look, but no one dared to cross the stone tablet and enter the mountain range. This was because no one was allowed to enter this place. Violating the martial palace's dignity was a capital offense. Mount Wufu, is this the martial palace? Nangong Wendian stared at the undulating mountain range in front of him and said with mixed feelings. These 3 men and a dog were none other than Han Yen and the other 3. After passing through the Jian province, they were heading straight towards the martial palace. What a beautiful scenery. It's much more beautiful than the Black Sect. Yen Qinyu complimented. This is the best institute in the eastern continent. It's not something the Black Sect can compare with. This place is the dream of countless geniuses. Han Yen said. In the past, just like all the other geniuses, the martial palace was the place they yearned for the most. Even now he still had this feeling. This place doesn't look as big as the Black Sect. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but say while looking at the buildings within the mountain range. Of course. Although the Black Sect is just a sect from the Qi province, they have countless disciples, so of course their mountain range is big. The martial palace is different. Everyone here are elites. Just from the numbers alone, they can't compare with the Black Sect. Han Yin said with a smile on his face. Alright, since we're already here, let's enter the mountain range. De Huang Dog shook his head and was about to enter Mount Wufu. I wonder how Qinggij is doing now? Yen Qinyu had a worried expression on her face. They had been rushing all the way here, so they had no idea what had happened in Mount Tianyuan, and they had no idea about the Jian province that was in an uproar. Don't worry, that guy will be fine. De Huang Dog said. He had great confidence in Jiang Qin. That's right, with little Qinzi's strength, even if he can't defeat them, he should have no problem running away. Han Yen said. Who said I can't defeat them? Aren't I here now? A voice suddenly sounded out from behind them. The group quickly turned around and saw Jiang Qin, who had appeared out of nowhere. He was looking at them with a smile on his face. Damn it, little Qinzi, you're too fast. Or did you not go to Mount Tianyuan at all? Nangong Wendian was shocked. It's you guys who are too slow. I've already gone to Mount Tianyuan, and I've killed Xuanhuan Yiqing and Xianxia. Now the Jian province is locked down by 2 superpowers. Too bad I've already come out, Kaka. Jiang Qin let out a carefree laugh. However, Han Yin and Nangong Wendian's eyes were wide open in shock. Xuanhuan Yiqing and Xianxia had been killed, and they were killed in such a short amount of time? This was ridiculous. However, when it came from Jiang Qin, both of them believed it without any hesitation. Wakaka, this master dog knew you could do it. De Huang Dog let out a hearty laugh. But, isn't this too fast? Don't tell me those 2 guys are cowards? Nangong Wendian sighed. Little Qinzi, hurry up and tell us what happened. Han Yin asked anxiously. Xuanhuan Yiqing and Xianxia did gather a bunch of geniuses, and set up an inescapable trap for me. Jiang Qin briefly told them what had happened on Mount Tianyuan. All of them were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. They couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a big thumbs up. Jiang Qin's methods were really terrifying, as he was able to calmly face a situation like this and turn the tables. Freak! Han Yin and Nangong Wendian said at the same time. This time, the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect will be even angrier, and they will definitely fight with Qinggij to the death. Yen Qinyu said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Even if I didn't kill Xuanhuan Yiqing and Xianxia, the relationship between me and these 2 superpowers is already irreconcilable. The deep grudges between us will never be resolved. Let's enter the martial palace now. After saying that, Jiang Qin strode past the stone tablet and entered the martial palace. After entering the martial palace, the group instantly felt that the natural yuan energy here was at least twice as dense. This place was truly a holy land for cultivation. Little Qinzi, are we going to look for wuxia now? De Huang Dog asked. Not yet, let's go see how Zihan and the others are doing here. If Brother Jiao knows I'm here, he'll show himself and meet me. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Wu Jiao had given him 3 spots, and Jiang Qin had asked Yu Zihan, Guaniyun and Tian Yishan to follow Xianyi to the martial palace to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed and Jiang Qin had no idea how these 3 guys were doing here. Halt, intruder. A deep and resounding voice suddenly sounded out from not far in front of them. 4 tall and sturdy men wearing golden armors with cold expressions and long spears in their hands blocked Jiang Qin and the group's path. These 4 men should be the guards of the martial palace, and they were most likely sent here by the martial Saint dynasty. Each of them was a divine core warrior. Damn it, these guards are all divine core warriors, they can be sect elders in the Qi province. Han Yin said in a gloomy manner. Comparing the Qi province and the martial palace, the gap was huge. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the martial palace? Don't you know what this place is? The leading golden warrior shouted out in an extremely arrogant manner. Although they were only divine core warriors, they had the right to be arrogant, because this was the martial palace, and no one dared offend even the ordinary guards. No one dared cause any trouble here because that was no different than courting death. "We're here to look for Wu Lang," Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He didn't tell them Wu Jiu's name, he told them Wu Lang's name. When they were on the island of ice, Wu Lang had told them that he would be waiting for Jiang Qin in the martial palace. "You're looking for the young palace chief? Who are you? How do you know him?" The leading golden warrior was startled. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qin and the group, but when he heard Wu Lang's name, his tone became much gentler. Chapter 362. Young Palace Master? Looks like this brother Jiu is really the palace master. Han Yin couldn't help but sigh. Guessing was just guessing, it was completely different from actually confirming it. For Jiang Qin and the others, the more honorable Wu Jiu's status was, the better it would be for them. The 9th Emperor and the martial palace chief were more than enough. "My name is Jiang Qin, Wu Lang's friend," Jiang Qin said with a faint smile on his face. Jiang Qin. The leader furrowed his brows. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. It was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. The 3 golden-armored warriors behind him were also at a loss. However, their confusion only lasted for a brief moment before their eyes widened. "Jiang Qin, you're Jiang Qin." The leader immediately cried out, "The one who killed the geniuses from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect, and defeated Prince Wuzong on the island of ice, Jiang Qin?" "That's me," Jiang Qin responded with a smile. Now that he was in the martial palace, he didn't need to hide his identity anymore. "Boss, that's right. Look at that dog, it's rare to see such a majestic dog. He must be Jiang Qin. He's a malignant star, we can't afford to offend him. Young Palace Master told us to let Jiang Qin pass if he's here." The 3 men discussed in low voices. Everyone knew about Jiang Qin's ferocious name. What happened on the island of ice had already spread across the entire eastern continent, including the martial palace. "Oh, so it's young Master Jiang Qin. Forgive me for my rudeness, but young Palace Master told us to let young Master Jiang Qin pass if he's here. Young Master Jiang Qin, this way please." The leader made an inviting gesture towards Jiang Qin. He no longer dared to show his arrogant attitude. What a joke. Who would dare to offend this man, who would even dare to kill the Emperor of Heaven if he was pushed to the edge? Moreover, Jiang Qin was the young mansion master's friend. The young mansion master had specifically instructed them not to stop Jiang Qin if he came. Jiang Qin smiled and strode into the martial house. He had only taken 2 steps when he turned around to look at the leader and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the leader was so scared that his body trembled. He thought that he had offended Jiang Qin by obstructing him just now. Now that Jiang Qin was asking for his name, Jiang Qin was definitely going to complain to the young master. If Jiang Qin were to blame him, even if he had 8 heads, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. This person was filled with regret, but he still said honestly, "Young Master Jiang Qin, my name is Niu Air." Everyone was taken aback. What a stupid name. "Niu Air, I need your help with something. Can you bring me to where Yu Zihan and Guaniyun live? Here's an earth elixir as your reward." Jiang Qin casually threw an earth elixir into Niu Air's hand. Niu Air's eyes immediately widened. He felt as if a huge pie had just fallen from the sky and he was going to be struck dumb. He was only a mid-divine core warrior right now, and he was just a guard in the martial palace. He couldn't compare with those genius disciples. The martial palace was rich in resources, but those good resources were only prepared for those geniuses with high status, and talent. They had nothing to do with Niu Air. An earth elixir wasn't really precious to a divine core warrior, it was equal to 10,000 human elixir. Furthermore, this was a simple task. Even if Jiang Qin didn't give him any reward, he would still lead the way. What made Niu Air feel lucky was that Jiang Qin didn't ask for his name because he wanted to report him to the young palace chief. "As a guard of the martial palace, I know where all the genius disciples live. Yu Zihan, Guaniyun and that Tianishan just arrived here 3 months ago, so I know where they live." Niu Air slapped his chest and said. After that, he led Jiang Qin into the martial palace. The 3 golden warriors behind them had envious expressions on their faces. Sure enough, small fries like them would never get such a good task. From the outside of Mount Wufu to the inside of the martial palace, there was a bridge that spanned across the sky. When standing on top of the bridge, one could see the entire Mount Wufu. Right now, Jiang Qin and the group were walking on top of the bridge. Underneath their feet was a layer of mist, and they could see the entire Mount Wufu. There were green hills and clear waters, waterfalls and pine trees, and there were palaces and courtyards standing in the middle of the mountain. This place is so beautiful. Yan Qinyu's beautiful eyes couldn't take in all the sights. Compared to the beautiful scenery in front of her, Yan Qinyu felt that the red city she lived in was too small. The red city he lived in was just too small. The outside world was truly magnificent. If he didn't follow Jiang Qin out, he would never have the chance to see such scenery in his life. That is the dormitory area for the genius disciples. Yu Zihan and the others are living in there. Niu Air pointed towards the dormitory area. Inside the martial palace, besides the guards who were patrolling back and forth, it was rare to see any genius disciples. The competition here was too intense, and if you didn't work hard, you would be caught up by others. Therefore all the geniuses were working hard in their cultivation, making every second count. It was dusk and the Mount Wufu didn't seem to be populated by people. Occasionally a few people would stare at Jiang Chen and the group curiously. Soon, under Niu Air's lead, the group arrived at the martial palace's dormitory area. The dormitory area here was much more luxurious than the black sects. There were exquisite courtyards everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was excellent. Young Master Jiang Qin, the third courtyard on the left is where Yu Zihan and the others are living. I won't be going in, Niu Air said to Jiang Qin. As a guard, his position in the martial palace was very low, so low that he didn't even have any status. Therefore, if there wasn't any special occasion, the guards would never enter the dormitory area of the genius disciples. Alright, thank you, Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Young Master Jiang Qin, don't mention it. Although what you did on the island of ice has offended many powers and people, I really admire you. If I, Niu Air, can be as mighty as you one day and become famous, even if I have to die right now, it would be worth it. Niu Air's face was filled with admiration. All men were courageous, and Jiang Qin, who had the image of a devil incarnate, had unknowingly become the idol of many people. Some people even dreamed of being as mighty and domineering as Jiang Qin, and becoming famous under the heavens. Even if they had to pay with their lives wouldn't be in vain. Let's go, let's see how Yu Zihan and the others are doing, Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. After that, he brought the group and walked towards the dormitory area. Along the way they didn't encounter any obstacles and soon they arrived at the third courtyard that Niu Air knew about. The gate of the courtyard was wide open, and even from far away, they could hear the loud noises coming from inside. You three sure have some guts. You've only been here for 3 months and you're already so arrogant. You even dare to beat my servant Qiu Tianba. You're really courting death. A domineering voice sounded out from the courtyard. Right at this moment, there were 8 men gathered in the courtyard that wasn't very spacious. The 3 men standing in the front were wearing gloomy expressions, and their faces were filled with anger. These 3 men were Yu Zihan, Guaniyun, and Tianishan. Right now there were 5 men standing in front of them. The man standing in the front was tall and burly, and his body was even more muscular than Nangong Wentian's. He was unleashing a domineering aura, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was an early combat soul warrior. The other 4 men behind him were all late divine core warriors, and 3 of them had bruises on their faces. Obviously they had been beaten badly. The last man was a peak divine core warrior, just 1 step away from the combat soul realm. He was wearing the same uniform as Yu Zihan and the others, and he seemed to be a disciple of the martial palace. He was following behind Qiu Tianba like a henchman. Qiu Tianba, don't push it too far. Although our cultivation levels are not as high as yours, we are still disciples of the martial palace, and this courtyard is where we live. How dare your servants come and rob our courtyard? Beating them is already considered a light punishment, but don't you know who you are? Yu Zihan said with a loud voice. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Although they had just arrived at the martial palace for 3 months, their cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds, especially Yu Zihan. He had broken through from the early divine core realm to the late divine core realm, just like Guaniyun and Tianishan. Ever since they arrived at the martial palace, they had been keeping a low profile, and they had never caused any trouble. But that didn't stop people from causing trouble. Today 3 guys had come to their courtyard, and they were threatening to force them to move out and occupy their place of residence. What made them even angrier was that these 3 guys weren't geniuses from the martial palace, they were just Qiu Tianba's servants. There were many disciples with powerful backgrounds in the martial palace, and when they came here they would bring their servants to serve them. Aside from cultivating, they were living like lords. Qiu Tianba's servants were too arrogant. Relying on their master's status and cultivation level, they looked down on everyone, and they didn't take these new disciples seriously at all. With Yu Zihan and the other two men's bad temper, there was no way they could stand it, and there was no way they would give up their courtyard. Therefore they gave those three bastards a good beating. Now Qiu Qianba had come to them, and it looked like he wasn't going to let them off easily. Daddy's status is much more precious than yours. Let me tell you, this isn't over yet. You three kneel down and kowtow to me right now. Then take out some pills as compensation and move out of this courtyard. The servant looked to be in his 40s, and he looked even more arrogant than Qiu Qianba. He pointed his finger at Yu Zihan and the other two men's noses and said with a loud voice. However, 3 of his teeth had been knocked out by Guaniyun, so he couldn't even speak clearly, and he looked really funny. Fuck you. Yu Zihan couldn't stand it anymore. He prepared himself to kick the servant, but was stopped by Guaniyun and Tianishan. If they fought right now, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Qiu Qianba was a combat soul warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. They were no match for him. Your name is Yu Zihan, right? You're quite the hot-tempered one, but no one has ever dared hit my Qiu Qianba's men. Since you've hit them, you'll have to pay the price. Just like what my servant said, the 3 of you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, then take out some pills to compensate for their loss. Then move out of this place and make room for my servant. Chapter 363. Haha, did you hear that? Kneel down right now or else I'll beat all your teeth out. That's right. How dare you offend our young master Qianba? You're courting death. You 3 small shrimps aren't even qualified to carry young master Qianba's shoes. The other 2 servants became arrogant as well, as if they were the best in the world. Yu Zihan and the other 2 had ugly expressions on their faces. It seemed like there was no way they would be able to resolve this peacefully. This Qiu Qianba was infamous and he had a strong background. Many disciples in the martial palace didn't want to offend him, because they knew that they wouldn't have a good ending. Qiu Qianba, don't push it too far. You should have heard of the name Jiang Chen. We're Jiang Chen's friends. If you dare touch us, you better think about the consequences. Tianishan said with a loud voice. Jiang Chen's friends? I'm so scared. Where's Jiang Chen? The Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect have given the order to kill Jiang Chen. I don't even know if he's still alive. How dare you threaten me, Qianba, with a man who's about to die? You're so stupid. Let me tell you, even if Jiang Chen is here, Daddy doesn't care. Qiu Qianba burst into laughter. He had heard of Jiang Chen's name before, but he knew Jiang Chen's current situation better than anyone else. That was the reason why he didn't care. Cut the crap. The 3 of you kneel down and kowtow to apologize, then hand over all your belongings as compensation. The servant whose face was covered in pustules shouted out. He walked in front of Yu Zihan, pointed his finger at his nose and scolded. Fuck you. Yu Zihan was instantly enraged. Ever since he started following Jiang Chen, his temper and blood had improved a lot. He couldn't tolerate a servant yelling at him in front of him. Bam. Yu Zihan suddenly kicked the servant's lower abdomen, sending him flying away. He fell on the ground like a tortoise, and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth. Idiot. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Yu Zihan spat on the ground. He was throwing caution to the wind. Since there was no way he could let them kneel down and kowtow to him, he might as well beat up this dog servant to vent his anger. Yu Zihan spat on the ground. Damn it, how dare you hit me? The servant pointed his finger at Yu Zihan from the ground. Right when he raised his head, he saw a huge face standing right in front of him. It was not a face of a human. Fuck. It was a dog, a majestic Dehuang dog. Hee. So what if I hit you? A talking dog opened its mouth wide and bit off the servant's entire arm. White bones were exposed and blood gushed out. A dog slave dares to strut around here? This lord dog will send you on your way. After saying that, Big Yellow's majestic body pressed on the servant's body, then he bit off the servant's head. The miserable shriek stopped abruptly. A life was bitten to death just like that. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. Everyone in the courtyard witnessed this scene. Even Qiu Qianba couldn't help but shiver. No one knew where this dog came from, but it was so cruel. Yu Zihan and the other 2 looked at Dehuang dog. Their gloomy faces instantly turned into joy. Dehuang. The 3 of them shouted at the same time. They couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Seeing Dehuang at this moment was really a happy thing. This meant that their troubles were no longer troubles but Qiu Qianba's troubles. Because the 3 of them knew very well that the appearance of Dehuang dog meant that that person was here as well. Where did this dog come from? How dare you kill my servant? You're courting death. Qiu Qianba was furious. Without hesitation he thrust his palm toward Dehuang dog. A powerful palm wind was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of De Huang Dog. As an early combat soul warrior, Qiu Qianba's attack was indeed fast. However, De Huang Dog was even faster. He turned into a trail of light and dodged Qiu Qianba's palm wind. The palm wind landed right on the dead body of the servant who was about to be killed by De Huang Dog. In an instant, the body exploded into pieces. Bastard! Qiu Qianba became furious once again. He came here today to teach Xuanhuan and the other two a lesson, but this dog just came out of nowhere and killed them. Trash! Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. After that, 4 figures walked into the courtyard. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them had imposing appearances. The leading figure was a young man dressed in white clothes. He had both hands placed behind his back and he was walking in a calm manner. Upon seeing these people, Xuanhuan and the other 2 men immediately revealed bright smiles on their faces. At the same time, their gazes toward Qiu Qianba were filled with sympathy. Jiang Chen and the other 2 men walked past Qiu Qianba and arrived in front of Xuanhuan and the other 2 men. Throughout the entire process they didn't even glance at Qiu Qianba. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qiu Qianba, who had a very strong ego. Zihan, you've improved very quickly. Jiang Chen patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. At the same time he smiled at Guaniyun and Tianishan. These 3 men's improvement was within his expectations. Xuanhuan was the best, as he had been purified by the energy vein source energy both in and out of the inner island, so it was only natural for his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. As for Guaniyun and Tianishan, they had stayed in Inferno Hell for a year, and they had gone through the baptism of life and death. Who are you people? How dare you come to the martial palace and kill people? Qiu Qianba shouted. Brother Jiang, this bastard. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth in anger. I know everything. Jiang Chen smiled, then he turned around and looked at Qiu Qianba. His face suddenly turned cold, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Qiu Qianba, then he slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap was too loud, it landed on Qiu Qianba's face. Qiu Qianba's sturdy body was sent flying away like a cannonball. Puh. Qiu Qianba coughed out a mouthful of blood, and 2 of his front teeth were also knocked out. Young master. The 2 servants were terrified. They immediately rushed to Qiu Qianba's side and helped him up. The other disciples stared at the white-clothed youth in front of him with widened eyes. The shock in his heart was like a raging sea. It was too shocking. Even with Qiu Qianba's strength, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. Just how strong was this youth in front of him? You dare hit me? Qiu Qianba let out a loud roar. He pushed the 2 servants aside, then charged toward Jiang Chen in an imposing manner. He completely unleashed the aura of an early combat soul warrior. In an instant, Qiu Qianba's fist arrived in front of Jiang Chen's face. Slap. Too bad, his powerful fist couldn't move any further as it was caught by a hand. No matter how hard Qiu Qianba tried, he couldn't break free from this hand. Crack. Jiang Chen exerted his strength and broke Qiu Qianba's wrist. The pain caused Qiu Qianba to let out a miserable shriek, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Who are you? No matter how stupid Qiu Qianba was, he could tell that this young man wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Didn't you say that you wouldn't care even if I stood in front of you? A sneer emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He hated men like Qiu Qianba the most, and if he hadn't shown up in time, Xuanhuan and the other 2 men would have been in a terrible situation. Perhaps they would have been humiliated. You're Jiang Chen? Qiu Qianba widened his eyes. When the name Jiang Chen came out from his mouth, his body started trembling. The reason why he said he didn't care was because Jiang Chen wasn't here. He wouldn't dare confront Jiang Chen even if he had 10 times the courage to do so. The title of Jiang Chen wasn't just for show, he was a lunatic, a homicidal maniac. When the other disciple and the 2 servants heard Jiang Chen's name, their faces instantly turned pale. They had heard about everything that had happened on the island of ice. Slap. Once again Jiang Chen slapped Qiu Qianba's face, causing him to fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. How dare you bully my Jiang Chen's friend with your stupid face? If we were outside you would be dead by now, said Jiang Chen Lung Lung. If they were outside, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to kill someone like Qiu Qianba, but this was the martial palace after all, he couldn't just kill someone as soon as he arrived. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. This is the martial palace, you're just an outsider, what gives you the right to behave atrociously here? Let me tell you, I'm Prince Wu Yan's man, if you dare touch me you're just looking for trouble. Qiu Qianba threatened. Han Yin and Nangong Wenyan couldn't take it anymore. They were really worried about this guy's intelligence. He was already under someone else's roof, Yet he still didn't know how to lower his head. If Qiu Qianba was smarter, he would have left as soon as possible. Beat him up and throw him out after you're done. Jiang Qin waved his hand, and Yu Zihan was the first one to rush out. Fuck you. Yu Zihan punched Qiu Qianba's face, causing a panda eye to appear on his face. Hihi, Han Yen and Nangong. When Tian looked at each other and smiled eerily, they rubbed their palms and walked towards Qiu Qianba. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan walked out, but their target was not Qiu Qianba but the other three people in the courtyard. Bang bang bang, ah! For a moment the screams of pigs being butchered rang out from the courtyard, one after another, and the entire martial house's dormitory area was startled. Fuck, what's going on? That scream is too horrifying. It must be from Qiu Qianba. I think it's coming from Yu Zihan's courtyard. Qiu Qianba has gone to look for trouble with them. No way, that scream sounded like Qiu Qianba. What's going on? With Yu Zihan and the other two strength, they are not Qiu Qianba's match. Let's go and take a look. Ah, Qiu Qianba was beaten up. It sounds like he was in a terrible state. Damn it, Qiu Qianba, that bastard, relies on the fact that he has the support of the crown prince to bully people everywhere he goes. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. If he gets beaten up, I'll be so happy that I won't sleep for 3 days. Chapter 364. For a moment, the peaceful dormitory area was in an uproar. Qiu Qianba was one of the more famous figures in the martial palace, but because of his arrogance and domineering attitude, his reputation was not very good. Many people knew that Qiu Qianba went to Yu Zihan and the other two to cause trouble today. Initially they felt sorry for Yu Zihan and the other two, but when they heard Qiu Qianba's blood-curdling screams, they couldn't help but be surprised. Although Qiu Qianba was annoying, his strength was not to be underestimated. To be able to make a combat soul warrior scream like this, the person who did this must be extremely strong. At least, Yu Zihan and the other two didn't have the strength to do this. Besides, Qiu Qianba had the support of a prince, so no one dared to offend him. Soon, a lot of people had gathered outside Yu Zihan's courtyard. At this moment, before anyone could react, they saw 4 heavy objects being thrown out from the courtyard. Who the fuck were these 4 fellas? All of them were beaten up so badly that they didn't even look human anymore. Even their own mothers wouldn't be able to recognize them. However, people could still recognize Qiu Qianba from his body. Right now, Qiu Qianba no longer had the arrogant attitude he used to have. His body was covered in blood, and his face looked like a pig's head. It was badly mutilated and many of his teeth had been knocked out. Fuck, who is this? He's too ruthless, isn't he? Qiu Qianba has actually been beaten up like this. Who did this? This is way too fierce. All the onlookers couldn't help but grin. Qiu Qianba's face looked really miserable. His pig's face had been punched at least 100 times, and there were even a few fist marks on his face. Judging from the strength and shape of these fist marks, it looked like it was done by more than one person. The onlookers couldn't help but raise their heads and look into the courtyard. Right after they saw a few figures, a strong wind blew out from the courtyard and closed the main gate. Brother Ba, who did this to you? Is it Yu Zihan and the other two? Daddy will go get revenge for you. Right at this moment, a peaked divine core disciple ran over. His name was xuanhuan and he had a pretty good relationship with Qiu Qianba. He was following behind Qiu Qianba, and when he heard Qiu Qianba's miserable screams, he immediately ran over. When he saw Qiu Qianba and the others' miserable condition, he was shocked. Xuanhuan unleashed his aura and was about to smash down the courtyard's gate, then drag Yu Zihan and the other two out and beat them up to avenge Brother Ba. However, after taking 2 steps, Xuanhuan suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly turned around and looked at Qiu Qianba's miserable state, and couldn't help but shiver. Fuck, even Tyrant was beaten to this state. If I were to go in, wouldn't it be even more miserable? I was too impulsive. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Xuanhuan rejoiced inwardly. He quickly went to Qiu Qianba's side and saw Qiu Qianba trying his best to open his panda eyes. He said to Xuanhuan, Call someone, the crown prince. Qiu Qianba mumbled while spitting out blood from his mouth. He was supposed to say this while gnashing his teeth, but now that his front teeth had been knocked out, he couldn't even bite them. Damn it, how dare he beat up Brother Ba. What a brave man. I'll go find the crown prince right now, and no matter who it is, I'll make him die a miserable death. After saying that, Xuanhuan disappeared from where he stood. He had gone to find the crown prince for help. Qiu Qianba was really pissed off. He kept roaring out in pain. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he had lost all his face today. His current appearance would make anyone laugh until their mouths were crooked. The other three curled up their bodies and lay on the ground howling in pain. Although they were experts among experts, they couldn't withstand Han Yan's violent beating. Their origin force had been destroyed, and it was wishful thinking for them to recover and stand up in a short period of time. Who did this? Yu Zihan and the others don't have the strength to do this. It's not Yu Zihan and the others. I saw a few men inside just now, but I have no idea who they are. But there aren't many people in the martial palace who would dare beat up Qiu Tianba. Look, Crown Prince Wu Yan is a very protective man. Although his cultivation base isn't as strong as young palace chief or Prince Wu Tsong, he is still a peak early combat soul warrior. He is much stronger than Qiu Tianba. I'm sure Wu Yan will show up soon. That's right, I think we're going to have a good show today. Those men inside are really daring, but I'm afraid they'll have to admit defeat when they see Wu Yan. After all, he's the crown prince. Everyone was talking about the fight. Although they didn't see what the men inside looked like, some of them did see a few men inside, and they were sure that it wasn't just Yu Zihan and the other two men. At this moment, the dormitory area had become very lively. Many people had gathered outside Yu Zihan's courtyard, waiting to watch a good show. All of them wanted to know who was so daring as to beat up Qiu Tianba in the martial palace. Inside the courtyard, when old friends met again, everyone was happy, especially Yu Zihan and the other two men. They were really excited to see Jiang Chen again, and because of Jiang Chen's appearance, Qiu Tianba had been taken care of. Brother Jiang, we've heard about what you did on the island of ice. It was really cool. Even Crown Prince Wu Tsong was no match for you. Terrifying. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. Looks like we'll never be able to catch up to junior disciple Jiang for the rest of our lives. Guanyu said with a smile on his face. He was happy for Jiang Chen's growth, but at the same time he felt a bit bitter. During the Qi province's outer circle competition, Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere. At that time he was just a small shrimp who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and he had offended the northern and southern dynasties, and he had to rely on Guanyun's protection. In less than a year, Jiang Chen had grown to a point where Guanyun could only look up to him. Compared to a monster like this, who would dare call himself a genius? Don't feel discouraged, just focus on your cultivation in the martial palace. With your talents, breaking through to the combat soul realm won't be a problem for you. Jiang Chen said. Little Yu has woken up as well, that's great. Also, senior disciple Han Yan's strength has improved tremendously. Is this Nangong Wentian? Yu Zihan turned to Nangong Wentian and asked. The news about what happened on the island of ice had spread far and wide. Not only Jiang Chen, even Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, and De Huang Dog had become famous. Nangong Wentian smiled, then he cupped his fist toward Yu Zihan and the other two, greeting them. He wasn't familiar with these three, but since they were friends of Jiang Chen, they were his friends as well. Brother Jiang, the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect are trying to kill you everywhere. I suppose you came to the martial palace to seek refuge? Tianishan said. Currently, the martial palace is a relatively safe place. Let's not talk about me, all of you know what happened to me. It seems like the three of you aren't doing well in the martial palace. Brother Jiang said with a smile on his face. From what happened to Qiu Tianba, it wasn't hard to tell that the three of them weren't doing well here. Sigh. There are too many geniuses in the martial palace, and divine core warriors aren't able to survive here. Only combat soul warriors are able to survive here. That Qiu Tianba is a domineering man, and he has the support of Prince Wu Yan. Not many people dare offend him. Furthermore, his father is a county king appointed by the imperial emperor himself. He's from a noble family and we can't compare with him. Guanyun let out a long sigh. But, that bastard really crossed the line this time. He sent a few of his servants to take over our place, and he even asked us to get the hell out of here. This is outrageous. Not long ago we beat those three servants and Qiu Tianba came here to cause trouble. If not for you three we wouldn't have ended up well today. Thinking about this, Yu Zihan couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it, they're just some small shrimps, they're nothing. We're lucky we didn't beat them to death, and we're lucky we're in the martial palace. If we were outside, this master dog would have killed all of them. De Huang Dog was really angry. He had only killed one servant, and that wasn't enough for him. But after beating Qiu Tianba, I'm afraid that Prince Wu Yan won't let this go easily. Tianishan was a bit worried. Another prince? What's his cultivation level? Jiang Chen asked. Wu Yan is the 7th emperor's youngest son, and he's currently cultivating in the martial palace. He's at the peak of the early combat soul realm, and he's just one step away from the mid-combat soul realm. Guanyun said. An early combat soul warrior is nothing. Little Qinzi nearly killed Wu Tsong, who is a mid-combat soul warrior. Furthermore, before coming here, Little Qinzi had just killed two of the Jian province's top geniuses, Xuanhuan Yiqing and Xianxia. Both of them were mid-combat soul warriors. Han Yan said. What? The three men cried out in shock at the same time, and their expressions changed once again when they looked at Jiang Chen. They had heard about how Jiang Chen had defeated Wu Tsong, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Furthermore, defeating a mid-combat soul warrior and killing a mid-combat soul warrior were two completely different concepts. But, that Wu Yan is a prince and this is the martial palace. I don't think it's a good idea to start a conflict here. Tian Shan was worried. Don't worry about him. If he doesn't come here then he'll be smart. But if he does, I don't care about his identity as a prince. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He had offended too many people, and he had nearly killed Wu Tsong outside of the island of ice. Therefore he didn't care about a prince. Bam. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the courtyard's front door immediately let out a deep sound, and it was shattered by a powerful force. 4 men appeared at the same time. 3 of them were early combat soul warriors and the last one was Xuanhuan, who had gone to call for help. The man in the lead was wearing luxurious clothes. He had a pair of sharp eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes, and a prideful expression on his face. He was emitting the aura of a noble. This man was none other than Prince Wu Yan. The other 2 early combat soul geniuses were disciples of the martial palace, and they came here together with Wu Yan. A prince would never lack followers and flatterers. This was a symbol of someone with a high status, just like how Qiu Tianba always brought a few servants with him. Who dares to hit this prince's men? Step forward. Chapter 365. There were a lot of people outside the courtyard and all of them were looking into the courtyard. Finally they could clearly see the people inside. They knew Yu Zihan and the other 2, but they had never seen these people who suddenly appeared. Obviously they were not from the martial palace. They are not from the martial palace, but they dare to beat someone in the martial palace? How audacious. This is going to be a good show. These people are too audacious. Wu Yan is definitely going to teach them a lesson. Look, Wu Yan is going to lose his temper. Discussions could be heard from all directions and Jiang Chen and his group had instantly become the center of attention. The martial palace was the most prestigious institution in the entire martial Saint dynasty, and it was a very common place for disciples of the martial palace to fight with each other. However, a few outsiders had never come to the martial palace to beat up someone, and no one had ever had the courage to do so. You guys are not from the martial palace? Wu Yan glanced at Jiang Chen and the others and said with Lung Lung. We will be soon. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He casually picked up a rattan chair and sat on it. He crossed his legs and looked like he was enjoying himself. Jiang Chen's behavior had made Wu Yan even angrier. This little shrimp that came out of nowhere dared to act so presumptuously in front of him, not putting him in his eyes at all. He was a prince and everyone in the martial palace had to be respectful to him. This brat was simply courting death. Bring them in. Wu Yan coldly harumphed. Immediately, someone carried Qiu Tianba and the others into the courtyard and threw them on the ground. Yu Zihan, tell me who beat them up. You 3 bastards, how dare you collude with outsiders to cause trouble? I think you don't want to stay in the martial palace anymore. Wu Yan said with a loud voice. I was the one who beat them up, so you better not talk to my friends like that. Also, you better get your men to bring these trash out of here, including yourself, before I get angry. Jiang Chen said casually while sitting on the rattan chair. What? Get Wu Yan out of here? Did he hear it wrong? Who the hell was this guy? His brain must have been squeezed by a door. He actually dared to speak to Wu Yan like this. Wasn't he courting death? There must be something wrong with this guy's head. An outsider dared to be so arrogant in the martial palace? He really didn't know how to write the word death. An uproar broke out. Even Wu Yan was stunned. In the martial house, this was the first time someone dared to talk to him like this. Bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the crown prince like that? You're courting death. An early combat soul disciple standing next to Wu Yan shouted. With a sway of his body, he instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. A bright light shot out from his palm as he grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Scram. Jiang Chen raised his leg and forcefully kicked the disciple's lower abdomen, causing the disciple to let out a miserable cry. He was sent flying away by the kick, and landed on the ground 20 meters away like a tortoise. Heavens, this guy is too fierce. He beat people up just like that. He's too arrogant. Where did this guy come from? He looks so young but he's so strong. He beat up Qiu Tianba so badly, and now an early combat soul warrior was sent flying by him with just a kick. What incredible strength. I'm afraid even Wu Yan is no match for him. Everyone were shocked. This young man who came out of nowhere was simply too fierce. Seeing this, Wu Yan's face immediately turned red. However, he wasn't an idiot. At least, the strength displayed by this young man had shocked him. I don't care who you are. In the martial palace, if you dare touch my men, you'll have to pay the price. If you kneel down and apologize now, I'll let bygones be bygones and pretend nothing happened today. Wu Yan said. This was the biggest concession he could make. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have just asked this guy to kneel down and apologize. Why can't you be the one kneeling down? It was your men who offended me first, so you should be the one apologizing. Jiang Qin said with a slight smile on his face. He couldn't be polite to a man like Wu Yan because he would take advantage of him. Therefore, he needed to use some special methods to deal with a man like this. You're courting death. Wu Yan was completely enraged this time. A cold long sword appeared in his hand, and he unleashed the energy of a peak early combat soul warrior. Without any hesitation, he slashed toward Jiang Chen's head. This guy in front of him didn't take him seriously at all, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would lose all his face as a prince, and how would he be able to stay in the martial palace in the future? Facing Wu Yan's attack, Jiang Chen remained sitting on the rattan chair without moving an inch. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing Wu Yan and throwing him aside. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. Plop. Wu Yan was forcefully smashed onto the ground. He felt dizzy, and there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. At this moment, the entire scene seemed to have exploded. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the young man sitting on the rattan chair. Other than shock, there was still shock. In the martial house, there were people who were stronger than Wu Yan, but those who dared to attack Wu Yan were too few. You dare attack me? Wu Yan crawled up from the ground. Both his eyes had turned red. This was going to turn the world upside down. Someone actually dared attack him? How could this be tolerated? The disciples that Wu Yan brought along were already prepared to act, but seeing that Wu Yan was injured by the other party, if they went up, wouldn't they be even more miserable? Not to mention the other party even dared to hit Wu Yan, not to mention them. Get the hell out of here. From now on, you're not allowed to step into this courtyard. Jiang Qin impatiently waved his hand. He was afraid that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself and kill this young man. Good, very good. Little brat, you've got guts. In the martial palace, you're the first one who dared to attack me. Let me tell you, for what you've done today, you will have to pay a heavy price. You Zihan and the other two don't need to live in this place anymore. Wu Yan gnashed his teeth and threatened. Damn it. Jiang Chen couldn't hold back his temper anymore. With a sway of his body, he arrived next to Wu Yan and slapped Wu Yan's face. Bang! Wu Yan's face was slapped onto the ground. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed Wu Yan's back and forcefully threw him out of the courtyard. Prince. The few followers were shocked. They immediately rushed out of the courtyard and helped Wu Yan up from the ground. Right now, half of Wu Yan's face was swollen, and his mouth was tilted to one side. It wasn't hard to tell how powerful Jiang Chen's slap was. Jiang Chen's courage was really terrifying. Many people felt it hard to breathe. They had no idea who this young man who came out of nowhere was. He didn't even put a prince in his eyes and just hit him like that. You tell me your name if you have the guts. Wu Yan continued to threaten Jiang Chen with a vague voice. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He then told Jiang Chen his name. Boom. When this name came out, everyone felt like their ears were going to explode. This was what they meant by having a thunderous reputation. Jiang Chen. Oh heavens. He's the one who killed countless geniuses from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. The one who defeated Prince Wu Tsong. It has to be him. No wonder he has such formidable strength and courage. This man is a madman. He even dared to hit Prince Wu Tsong, let alone Wu Yan. This time Wu Yan has really kicked an iron plate. Amazing. I finally met him in person. I wonder why he came to the martial palace? Could it be that he wants to become a disciple of the martial palace? Impossible. The Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect are trying to kill him, and Wu Tsong hates him to the core. There's no way the martial palace will accept Jiang Chen. If they accept him, it'll be a huge problem for them. The crowd was shocked, but at the same time they suddenly realized something. Beating a prince was something no ordinary man would do, but if it was Jiang Chen, he would definitely do it. In this world, it seemed like there was no one that Jiang Chen didn't dare offend. You're Jiang Chen? Wu Yan tried his best to widen his eyes, then he stared at Qiu Qianba who was lying on the ground, howling in pain. Right at this moment he wished he could tear Qiu Qianba into a million pieces. This piece of dog shit didn't even tell him who he was. This was too hateful. If Wu Yan knew it was Jiang Qin who beat up Qiu Qianba, he wouldn't have come here. Who was Jiang Qin? Even his cousin Wu Tsong was beaten up by him, let alone Wu Yan. He had heard about the rumors about Jiang Qin, and if he really provoked him, Jiang Qin would definitely kill him. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Jiang Qin, just you wait, this isn't over yet. Wu Yan left another threatening sentence, then quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would end up like Qiu Qianba. As for Qiu Qianba, he wouldn't forgive him even if he knelt in front of him. If he knew it was Jiang Qin from the start, he definitely wouldn't have come to provoke him. But now that he had provoked him, he couldn't just let this beating go to waste. He had to find a way to get back at Jiang Qin, otherwise, how would he be able to survive in the martial palace in the future? Jiang Qin shook his head. He couldn't find peace no matter where he went. He had just arrived at the martial palace, and his butt hadn't even warmed up yet, but he had already started a fight with a prince. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the news of him coming to the martial palace would be known by everyone. Sometimes he didn't want to look for trouble, but trouble would always surround him. Therefore Jiang Qin could only use his fists to destroy these troubles one by one. Throw these pieces of trash out. Jiang Qin glanced at Qiu Qianba and the others who were being carried back to the courtyard with disgust. Yu Zihan had a bright smile on his face. He grabbed them by their backs and threw them out. What are you looking at? Stop looking. Yu Zihan roared at the disciples outside the door, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 366. That night the group gathered together happily. They didn't feel any sense of urgency, especially Jiang Qin. It was as if he had nothing to do with all the trouble he had caused and all the powerful enemies he had to face. When acquaintances met again, it was only natural for them to be happy. When they talked about what had happened during this period of time, they couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Qin, I'm afraid the news of you arriving at the martial palace will soon reach the Jian province. At that point of time, the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect won't let you go easily. I'm afraid the martial palace won't be safe either. Yu Zihan said with a worried tone. Different situations call for different actions, there will always be a way to deal with them. Even I'm not afraid, what are you guys afraid of? Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. For him, he had achieved his goal by bringing these people to the martial palace. As for whether Wu Jiao could protect him or not, he didn't care at all. As long as Wu Jiao could protect these people, it was fine. Junior disciple Jiang is the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. He was born with a great destiny, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be able to deal with it. I'm sure this time will be the same. Guaniyun said with a smile on his face. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen a genius like Jiang Qin in his life. Jiang Qin had created countless miracles along the way. His enemies had always been powerful, but he had survived every single one of them. As for those who were stronger than him, they all ended up in a miserable state. Of course. Otherwise, why would he be called Jiang Qin? Han Yin burst into laughter. But, we've been here for quite some time now and we've even beaten up the prince. That Wu Lang should know by now, why hasn't he come to see us? Nangong Wenyan suddenly thought of Wu Lang. It's like this. After Wu Lang came back from the island of ice, he immediately went into secluded cultivation. I'm afraid he still hasn't come out yet. Yu Zihan said. After Wu Lang came back from the island of ice, he immediately went into secluded cultivation, and hadn't come out since. Wu Lang has also obtained a lot of benefits on the island of ice. After this closed-door training he should be able to improve a lot. Jiang Qin said. There were two reasons why Wu Lang was in such a hurry to enter secluded cultivation. First, it was because of the benefits he had obtained, and second, it was because he was stimulated by Jiang Qin. As a prince of a dynasty, the young palace master of the martial palace, and a mid-combat soul genius warrior, he had never suffered any setbacks before. But, during this trip to the island of ice, he was deeply impacted by Jiang Qin's performance. For God's sake, that Wu Jiao actually didn't show himself. Could it be that he doesn't want to care about us? If Wu Jiao doesn't care about us, we won't be safe in the martial house. De Huang Dog said in a depressed tone. Originally, he thought that after Jiang Qin arrived at the martial palace, Jiang Qin would immediately come out to greet him. But even after such a long time, there was still no sign of Jiang Qin at all. Don't worry, Brother Jiao isn't that kind of person. Jiang Qin replied with a smile on his face. As the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had a discerning eye, and his ability to judge people was not something ordinary people could compare with. He knew very well what kind of person Wu Jiao was, a man with a true temperament, and he would always value loyalty. The news about Jiang Qin arriving at the martial palace and brutally beating up a prince spread like a tornado. Not only in the martial palace but also in the Jian province. At the same time, the news about what happened in the Jian province had also spread to the martial palace. The most shocking news was that Jiang Qin had wreaked havoc on Mount Tianyuan and killed the #1 genius of the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. The collision of these two news caused the entire Jian province and the martial palace to boil. It had even reached the martial saint dynasty, and the name Jiang Qin had become a hot topic for everyone. He was a devil incarnate, and there hadn't been anyone like him in the past 1,000 years. At least, not in the eastern continent. Damn it, that Jiang Qin is really a ruthless man. Even Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia were killed by him. I heard that he hasn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, he's only a peak divine core warrior. What an abnormal monster. Not only is he strong, the most important thing is how daring he is. It's as if there's no one in this world that he doesn't dare offend. He brutally beat up a prince, killed the geniuses of the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. It looks like he's going to turn the entire eastern continent upside down. That's right, he's so ferocious. He's only a peak late divine core warrior, and if he breaks through to the combat soul realm, wouldn't that mean only combat king warriors would be able to defeat him? There are only a few combat king warriors in the entire martial saint dynasty. Don't tell me this guy is the reincarnation of a saint? Every single corner of the martial palace was talking about the name Jiang Qin. I heard about it. Jiang Qin went to the martial palace, and he brutally beat up a prince. He's really a devil incarnate. I really have no idea how he escaped from the martial palace. The entire Jian province has been locked down by two superpowers, but after killing Shangguan Yiqing and Xianxia, he actually managed to escape to the martial palace in such a short amount of time. This speed is really shocking. More importantly, the first thing this guy did after arriving at the martial palace was beat up a prince. Oh heavens, is there anything under the heavens that Jiang Qin doesn't dare do? At the same time, the situation in the Jian province was the same. Everyone was talking about Jiang Qin. The Jian province had been completely locked down, and it was like a cage that not even a fly could escape from. The reason was because of this Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin had somehow arrived at the martial palace. Within the Xuanhuan clan. Clan chief, that guy has escaped. He actually went straight to the martial palace. What should we do now? A combat soul sect elder angrily asked. The martial palace protected the black sect, which means that Jiang Qin has some sort of relationship with the martial palace. I'm afraid he has a close relationship with the palace chief. If not, Jiang Qin wouldn't have gone to the martial palace at this time. If that's the case, it's going to be hard to deal with. But Jiang Qin has killed so many people from the Xuanhuan clan, and he even killed our #1 genius Shangguan Yiqing. We can't just let this matter go like this. All the combat soul sect elders were furious. Not only had they lost their geniuses and elites, they had also lost their dignity. We can't just let this matter go like this. I'll go to the martial palace tomorrow. I can't let my grandson die in vain. I'll definitely tear that guy into a million pieces. Not only the martial palace's 9th emperor, even the imperial emperor will have to give us an explanation. Shangguan Ying angrily glared at the Xuanhuan clan's 9th emperor. Shangguan Yiqing was his grandson, and he was about to burst into flames. The clan chief, Shangguan Sheng, was sitting in his seat with a gloomy expression on his face. Jiang Qin had gone to the martial palace, and if the 9th emperor wanted to protect him, it would be troublesome. No matter how strong the Xuanhuan clan was, they still had to give the 9th emperor face. Right at this moment, the great elder Shangguan Qingming stood up from his seat. He started pacing back and forth in the main hall. After that, a cold light emerged from his eyes. He stared at Shangguan Sheng and said, "Clan chief, we have to get rid of this guy as soon as possible." The great elder Shangguan Qingming stood up from his seat. When he first appeared in the Qi province, he was only an early mortal core warrior. In less than a year, he has grown from the early mortal core realm to the peak late divine core realm. This speed of growth is truly frightening, and what's even more frightening is that he now possesses the strength to kill mid-combat soul warriors. In other words, only a late combat soul warrior can kill Jiang Qin. Therefore, we have to kill him before he grows any stronger. If we let him grow any stronger, I'm afraid it won't take long for the Xuanhuan clan to get revenge, and the entire clan will be destroyed by this guy. Xuanhuan Qingming's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's mind, including the clan chief, Xuanhuan Sheng. What Xuanhuan Qingming said was absolutely right. The scariest thing about Jiang Chen wasn't his current combat strength, but his potential and speed of cultivation. It was so fast that no one could defend against it. If they didn't get rid of him now and gave him the chance to grow stronger, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him in the future. As the saying goes, nurturing a tiger only invites trouble. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become the biggest threat to the Xuanhuan clan. Clan chief, what the great elder said is right, we can't let this guy grow any further. He will be a huge threat to us in the future. Someone said with a loud voice. Alright, I'll go find the myriad sword sect chief now. Tomorrow morning we'll go to the martial palace and give the 9th emperor some pressure. I believe the 9th emperor knows what's more important, and he won't offend both our superpowers just because of a young man. Xuanhuan Sheng suddenly stood up from his seat. After that, with a sway of his body, he disappeared from the main hall. The next day, when the sun had just risen, a group of 6 men arrived at the martial palace's entrance. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here right now. A thunderous voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Mount Wufu. The voice echoed throughout the entire area, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. What's going on? Who is this? Why are they shouting outside the entrance so early in the morning? They're here for Jiang Chen. I think they're from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. Let's go have a look. The martial palace hasn't been this lively for a long time. That Jiang Chen just arrived yesterday and something big is happening today. The martial palace, which was originally silent, suddenly burst into an uproar. Silhouettes flew out one after another, heading out of the mountain gate. Right at this moment, within Yu Zihan's courtyard, a few men heard the shout, and their expressions immediately changed. This man has a profound cultivation. I'm afraid he's at least a late combat soul warrior. Since he dares to shout outside the martial palace, I'm afraid it's the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief. Han Yin said with an ugly expression. Let's go and have a look. With a gloomy expression, Jiang Chen walked out from his courtyard and flew toward the entrance of Mount Wufu. Chapter 367. Among these 6 men, any one of them was a superpower amongst superpowers, and they could easily cause the entire Jian province to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The Xuanhuan clan's great elder, Xuanhuan Qingming and Xuanhuan Ying. Apart from Tiangang Yi, the myriad sword sect also sent 2 other late combat soul warriors. Right now, all 6 of them were hovering in the sky. Their energy was unparalleled, and their killing intent was extremely strong. Clearly they were here to cause trouble. Perhaps only the mighty warriors from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect would dare to unleash their killing intent in front of the martial palace. Look, they're from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. Even the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief and myriad sword sect's sect chief are here. They're here for Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is really good at causing trouble. Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi used to be enemies, but now they're working together for a young man. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. That's right. Now that these 2 superpowers are here, I'm afraid no one can protect Jiang Chen. Even the Imperial Emperor will have to give these 2 superpowers some face. Discussions could be heard everywhere. After seeing who these men were, everyone was shocked. Although there were only 6 of them, their strength was incredible. Where's Jiang Chen? Tell him to come out and face his death. Tiangang Yi shouted with a loud voice. Yesterday when Xuanhuan Sheng came to him, he realized the importance of killing Jiang Chen. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to join hands with Xuanhuan Sheng and come to the martial palace, determined to get rid of Jiang Chen. I'm here. Jiang Chen walked out with a swagger. Han Yin and the others didn't follow him, they just watched from afar. This was Jiang Chen's idea. In a situation like this, it was better not to get them involved and he would deal with everything himself. Swoosh, 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 all eyes fell on Jiang Chen. It was the first time for many people to see Jiang Chen in person. To be honest, Jiang Chen's image was quite different from what they had imagined. In their hearts, a devil incarnate like Jiang Chen, even if he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he should be tall and strong. They didn't expect him to be a handsome young man. He is Jiang Chen. He seems to be only 16 or 17 years old. He is really a young genius. Who would have thought that such a harmless-looking youth would actually be a homicidal maniac? Why did he come to the martial palace? Could it be that he has something to rely on here? But isn't walking out at this time courting death? Many people were pointing at them. Are you Jiang Chen? Xuanhuan Sheng looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes as sharp as knives. It seemed like he wanted to cut Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. "That's right, I'm Jiang Chen. Do you need something from me?" Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Everyone couldn't help but admire his courage and boldness. Facing 6 late combat soul warriors, he was still able to maintain his composure, as if they were just 6 ordinary men. Just this attitude alone was enough to make anyone admire him. Jiang Chen's temperament was truly admirable. "Good, you're Jiang Chen. Now die." Without saying a word, Tiangang Yi launched his attack. He thrust his palm forward, and an illusory palm came crashing down on Jiang Chen's head. The strength of a peak combat soul warrior was unleashed, causing the entire Mount Wufu to be filled with an invisible pressure, causing everyone to feel extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He just stood there without dodging because he knew someone was about to show up. Besides, with his current strength, even with the Heavenly Saint Sword, he was no match for a late combat soul warrior. "Tiangang Yi, I don't think it's a good idea to kill someone in my martial palace." Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out from within the martial palace. At the same time, an illusory palm appeared out of nowhere and collided with Tiangang Yi's palm, blocking its path. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared next to Jiang Chen. The way this man appeared was extremely strange, as if he was an illusion. Many people didn't even see how he appeared. This man wore a golden robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. He looked to be in his 40s and he looked mighty and domineering. Who else could it be other than Wu Jiao? "Brother Jiao." Jiang Chen smiled at Wu Jiao. He knew Wu Jiao would show up. "Brother, your growth has exceeded my expectations. I'm very pleased. But you're really good at causing trouble." Wu Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. Back in Inferno Hell, he already knew that Jiang Chen wasn't someone who would stay in a small pond. Sooner or later Jiang Chen would truly grow. But now it seemed like he had still underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's growth was just too fast. However, admiration was one thing, but when he thought about what Jiang Chen had done recently, even Wu Jiao couldn't help but shake his head. He felt his scalp going numb. "What? Brother Jiao? Brother?" The way the two addressed each other and their relationship caused everyone to be thrown into confusion. Who was that? That was Wu Jiao, the current 9th Emperor, the Martial Palace's Palace Lord. Both of these identities were so high and mighty that no one could reach them. In the entire Eastern continent, how many people were qualified to call Wu Jiao Brother Jiao? And how many people were qualified to be called brother by Wu Jiao? Oh my god, Jiang Chen is actually calling the Palace Lord brother? How is this possible? Awesome, this is really awesome. No wonder Jiang Chen is so arrogant, and isn't afraid of Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi. It's because he has the Palace Lord's support. My eyes are blinded. Even the Palace Lord is here. But, with both the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect pressuring him at the same time, I'm afraid even the Palace Lord will be under a lot of pressure. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen was actually calling the Palace Lord brother? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What the fuck, this is crazy. Yu Zihan couldn't hold back his excitement. He had been in the Martial Palace for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen the legendary Palace Lord. Now that the Palace Lord was here to help, everyone felt relieved. As for Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi, it seemed like they had expected Wu Jiao to show up, so they didn't look too surprised. Before they came here they had already expected this. Xuanhuan Sheng greets the 9th Emperor. Tiangang Yi greets the 9th Emperor. Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi cupped their fists toward Wu Jiao at the same time. There's no need to be so polite. I know why you're here today, but I can't let you kill Jiang Chen. Wu Jiao went straight to the point, expressing his attitude. 9th Emperor, this Jiang Chen has killed so many geniuses from our 2 superpowers. Yesterday he even killed 2 of the top geniuses from the Jian province, and he has severely violated the dignity of our 2 superpowers. We have to pay for this. Xuanhuan Sheng's attitude was extremely firm. I will compensate you for the damage Jiang Chen has caused to your 2 superpowers. As for Jiang Chen, he is my sworn brother, so if you want to kill him, forget it. Wu Jiao's words were very obvious, they should just go home and take a bath. 9th Emperor, I think you should think twice before you act. Don't ruin the harmony between us because of a junior. Jiang Chen can only make up for the mistakes he has made with his life. We've come here today to take his life, so I hope 9th Emperor won't stop us. Tiangang Yi said. What if I don't agree? What are you going to do? Don't tell me you're going to start a fight in my martial palace? Wu Jiao coldly harumphed. His life was saved by Jiang Chen, and now someone wanted to take Jiang Chen's life? That was bullshit and he would never allow it. Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi's faces darkened. They didn't expect Wu Jio to be so firm, but they didn't have the guts to start a fight in the martial palace. Of course, we don't dare to fight the Ninth Emperor, but we have to get justice for this matter. If the Ninth Emperor insists on stopping us, we'll have no choice but to head to the Martial Saint Dynasty and meet the Imperial Emperor. We'll ask the Imperial Emperor for justice. Xuanhuan Sheng said with a loud voice. Alright, you can go to the Imperial Emperor now. Hearing Wu Jio's words, both Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi were startled. They thought using the Imperial Emperor's name would be able to scare Wu Jio, but they didn't expect Wu Jio to be so firm. It looked like it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin in the Martial Palace today. Ninth Emperor, I suggest you think this through. I heard that this kid has offended the 10th Emperor's son, and just yesterday he beat up the 7th Emperor's youngest son. If this matter is brought to the Martial Saint Dynasty, I'm afraid even the 9th Emperor won't be able to protect Jiang Qin. Tiangang Yi's words were filled with anger. If this guy wasn't Wu Jio, he would have already attacked instead of wasting his breath here. I'll say it again, Jiang Qin is my sworn brother and he once saved my life. No one can kill him in front of me unless they kill me first. Not to mention killing a few people, even if he pokes a hole in the sky, I'll still stand up for him. You can't kill him if you want to, but if you want to go to the Imperial Emperor, get the hell out of here. Wu Jio coldly harumphed. Even though his opponents were Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi, he still didn't give them any face. Brother, let's go back and have a drink. Wu Jio grabbed Jiang Qin's arm. With a sway of their bodies, they flew straight into the martial palace, leaving behind 6 angry men. A touched expression could be seen on Jiang Qin's face. When Wu Jio said that he would stand up for him even if he pokes a hole in the sky, it really touched Jiang Qin's heart. This was what brothers should do. What the fuck? Palace chief is so fierce. Yu Zihan felt like his brain wasn't enough. I didn't expect this palace chief to be such a brave man. I like his character, no wonder little Qinzi trusts him so much. Nangong Wenyan burst into laughter as well. Wu Jio was just too awesome, he didn't even bother giving face to the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. He just pulled Jiang Qin and left, leaving the 6 men behind. Of course, back in Inferno Hell, little Qinzi and I saved Wu Jio's life. If it wasn't for us, he would have died in the poison miasma space. Now that little Qinzi is in trouble, of course he has to help. Chapter 368. Xuanhuan Sheng, Tiangang Yi, and the others charged towards Wu Jio in an imposing manner, but they were all snubbed. No matter how noble they were, Wu Jio didn't give them any face, he just dragged Jiang Qin and left. Facing such a situation, it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin, unless they fought Wu Jio. However, if they did that, the whole situation would change. The Martial Palace was the foundation of the Martial Saint Dynasty, and even they didn't have the guts to wreak havoc in the Martial Palace. Furthermore, the 9th Emperor had a noble status, and he was a member of the imperial family. If they really fought, Jiang Qin might not be able to kill him and they wouldn't get any benefits either. Clan Chief, Sect Chief Tiangang, what should we do now? Shengguaning looked at Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi and asked. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin more than anyone else. Jiang Qin was right in front of him, but he didn't have the chance to kill him to avenge his grandson. It was a really depressing feeling. I never expected that Jiang Qin would have such a close relationship with the 9th Emperor, and he even saved the 9th Emperor's life. It's almost impossible for us to kill Jiang Qin here. Tiangang Yi furrowed his brows. Before coming here, they were planning to use the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect's pressure to force Wu Jio to hand over Jiang Qin, and not get involved in this matter. However, they never expected Wu Jio's attitude to be so forceful, as if Jiang Qin's matter was his own. For now, we have no choice but to go to the Martial Saint Dynasty. Xuanhuan Sheng said with a gloomy expression. Do we really have to go to the Martial Saint Dynasty? I don't think the Imperial Emperor will be happy if we trouble him for a little brat. Xuanhuan Qingming said worriedly. We have to find the Imperial Emperor. If not, with the 9th Emperor protecting Jiang Qin, we won't have the chance to kill Jiang Qin. Once Jiang Qin grows stronger, we'll be the ones in trouble. Tiangang Yi said. That's right. Let's go to the Martial Saint Dynasty and find the 10th Emperor and the 7th Emperor first. Back on the island of ice, Jiang Qin nearly killed Prince Wu Tsong, and yesterday he brutally beat up the 7th Emperor's youngest son, Wu Yan. This is undoubtedly a huge provocation to the 2 powerful emperors. I believe they don't want to see Jiang Qin grow any further. Xuanhuan Sheng sneered. Let's go to the Martial Saint Dynasty immediately. After saying that, Tiangang Yi was the first one to fly toward the martial Saint dynasty. At the same time, the rest of the group followed suit. Soon they disappeared from the sky above Mount Wufu. Don't tell me these 6 bastards really went to the martial Saint dynasty? Han Yen could not help but sigh as he looked in the direction where the 6 of them disappeared. It looks like they have made up their mind to kill little Qinzi. This time, the 9th emperor stopped them from going to the martial Saint dynasty and personally looked for the imperial emperor. Yu Zihan said with a frown. If the imperial emperor gets involved in this, wouldn't Qin Gij be in danger? Yan Qinyu had a worried expression on her face as well. Alright, let's not think too much about it. It's useless no matter how much we think about it. That guy won't die so easily, and I'm sure Wu Jiao will protect little Qinzi. De Huang Dog said. I think the 9th emperor's status in the martial Saint dynasty is pretty high, at least higher than the other emperors. If not, he wouldn't have been appointed as the palace chief. Nangong Wenyan said. At this point of time they could only place all their hopes on Wu Jiao. Deep within the martial palace, Jiang Qin and Wu Jiao were looking at each other with a smile on their faces. Xianyi was standing next to them. Currently, Xianyi was a mid-combat soul warrior, and he was much stronger than when he was in Inferno Hell. However, when Xianyi looked at Jiang Qin, his eyes were filled with shock. In the end he just shook his head. In this world there would always be miracles just like this young man in front of him. Brother Jiang Qin, back in Inferno Hell, you were just a young man who had just broken through to the divine core realm. In order to kill the Earth Devil we had no choice but to work together. It's only been such a short time and you've actually grown to such a level. I'm really speechless. Xianyi said. He was the one who guided Jiang Qin to the blissful island, and he never expected that Jiang Qin's combat strength would be so much stronger than his after he returned from the ocean. That's right. Although Xianyi had broken through to the mid-combat soul realm with his talent, he was still much weaker than Xuanhuan Yiqing and Shen Yuzi. Jiang Qin could even kill Xuanhuan Yiqing and Shen Yuzi, let alone Shen Yi. I have to thank Brother Xian for your guidance. If not, I wouldn't have gone to the ocean. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Shen Yi. His words of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Just like Wu Jiao, Shen Yi had helped him a lot, especially Shen Yi. If not for him knowing that Jiang Qin had gone to the blissful island, Jiang Qin wouldn't have met Nangong Wenyan, and wouldn't have been able to obtain the 9 solar holy water. If not for that, Yan Qinyu wouldn't have woken up. Congratulations for sister-in-law's awakening. Wu Jiao patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Yesterday when Jiang Qin came to the martial palace, although Wu Jiao didn't show himself, he knew everything, and he also knew Yan Qinyu's whereabouts. Come, we haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a good drink. Wu Jiao said in a straightforward manner. After that, the 3 of them just drank and chatted. They didn't mention anything about the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. As for the fact that Jiang Qin had beaten up the prince yesterday, Wu Jiao didn't mention it either. In his eyes this was the real Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin didn't fight back when Wu Yan was bullying him, would he still be the same Jiang Qin? Palace Chief, I think the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect have gone to the martial Saint dynasty. I wonder if the imperial emperor will intervene. Xianyi finally brought up the topic and his tone was filled with worry. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to touch my brother. Wu Jiao poured himself a cup of wine and said in an indifferent manner. He had once said that even if Jiang Qin were to poke a hole in the sky, he would be able to withstand it. Ah, that's true. With the 9th emperor's status, it's easy for him to protect Jiang brother. Xianyi said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiao, I have a request. Jiang Qin suddenly said. Brother, tell me. Wu Jiao said. This time, the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect are going to the martial Saint dynasty, and I'm sure they will join hands with the 7th emperor and 10th emperor. At that point of time, the imperial emperor will definitely be alerted. With what I've done, I'm afraid that even Brother Jiao will be in a difficult situation. Therefore, Brother Jiao, you don't have to protect me. I just hope that Brother Jiao can protect the few men I brought here yesterday. As for me, haha, the world is so big, Jiang Qin can go anywhere. It'll be extremely difficult for the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect to kill me. Jiang Qin said. This was the main reason why he came to the martial palace. They are now part of the martial palace, and I'll ask Xianyi to give them the status of martial palace's disciple. As for you, you are now part of the martial palace as well, and you're my sworn brother. You don't need to go anywhere, just focus on cultivating in the martial palace. I want to see who can touch you. Wu Jiao patted his chest and promised. But Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. He knew that this matter wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. The Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect would definitely hunt him down, and these two superpowers were the martial Saint dynasty's biggest vassals. Even the imperial emperor couldn't ignore them. Brother Jiang, there's something you don't know. The ninth emperor's status is different from the other emperors. His words carry more weight in the martial Saint dynasty than the other emperors. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Oh. Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't know anything about the martial Saint dynasty at all. 100 years ago there were two geniuses in the martial Saint dynasty. One is the current imperial emperor, and the other is our ninth emperor. When the island of ice first appeared, no one knew what was inside and whether it was a blessing or a curse. Therefore, the martial Saint dynasty decided to send one of their princes to the island of ice, and the ninth emperor was the first candidate. He was the most talented prince among all the princes. However, the imperial emperor longed for this opportunity, so the ninth emperor gave the spot to the ninth emperor. The ninth emperor found a great opportunity on the island of ice, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he became a combat king warrior, and became the current imperial emperor. Xianxia continued, therefore the imperial emperor was very grateful to the ninth emperor, and even let him manage the martial palace. Therefore, the ninth emperor's position in the imperial emperor's heart isn't something any other emperor can compare with. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood why Wu Jiao was so arrogant. It turned out that Wu Jiao had such a relationship with the imperial emperor 100 years ago. What a pity. With Brother Jiao's talent, if he entered the island of ice 100 years ago, he might be the current imperial emperor. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. You're right, the throne should have been Lord Jiao's. Xianxia felt sorry for Wu Jiao. Alright Xianxia, you've talked too much today. I have no interest in becoming the imperial emperor. Wu Jiao waved his hand. He didn't want to talk about what happened 100 years ago anymore. Jiang Chen and Wu Jiao drank for an entire day and night, all the way until the next morning. Suddenly, a golden talisman floated out from the void and landed in front of Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao furrowed his brows when he saw the talisman. He flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out from his fingertip and landed on the talisman. In an instant, the talisman turned into beams of light and entered Wu Jiao's mind. I never thought the imperial emperor would really interfere in this matter. Wu Jiao furrowed his brows. Lord Jiao, what happened? Xianxia asked. The imperial emperor summoned me, and asked me to bring Jiang Chen to the martial Saint dynasty. It looks like this incident has alerted the imperial emperor. Wu Jiao furrowed his brows. Lord Jiao, what should we do now? If we bring Jiang Chen back to the martial Saint dynasty, will Jiang Chen be in danger? Xianxia worriedly asked. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt my brother. Since this incident has alerted the imperial emperor, we can use this opportunity to solve it. Brother, come with me to the martial Saint dynasty. Wu Jiao looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 369. Brother, I know you don't want to cause too much trouble. The reason you came to the martial palace is to entrust your friend to me, then you can run away. However, the martial Saint dynasty is everywhere in the eastern continent. There is nowhere to run. Since you saved my life, I'll protect you even if it costs me my life. Wu Jiao said with an extremely solemn and sincere tone. Alright, I'll go with you to the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen nodded his head and decided to go with Jiang Chen to the martial Saint dynasty. As the martial Saint dynasty was the ruler of the eastern continent, Jiang Chen would have to come in contact with it sooner or later. Today he might as well go there first. With Wu Jiao around, he could at least guarantee his safety. Even if something unexpected happened, Jiang Chen would have his own means to deal with it. Let's go. Wu Jiao leaped into the air and flew towards the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Chen followed closely behind him. After a few steps, he caught up with Wu Jiao. The two of them flew side by side and left Mount Wufu in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the two of them flew as fast as lightning. Wu Jiao intentionally lowered his speed, fearing that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. However, when he saw Jiang Chen's calm and composed expression, as if he wasn't struggling at all, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Although Brother Jiang's combat strength is extraordinary, there is still a huge gap between him and me. I didn't expect his speed to be so fast. I'll increase my speed a little more and see if he can catch up with me. Wu Jiao revealed a faint smile. Without hesitation, he increased his speed, leaving Jiang Chen behind in the blink of an eye. However, before Wu Jiao could feel proud of himself, Jiang Chen had already caught up with him. Brother Jiao, why don't we compare our leg strength? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Wu Jiao was stunned. Jiang Chen actually wanted to compare leg strength with him? This was simply asking for a beating. Alright, let's compare our speed. Let me see how fast a genius like you can be. Wu Jio said with a straightforward expression. Jiang Qin was only a peak divine core warrior, while he was a peak combat soul warrior. There was a gap of one whole realm and 3 small realms between them. This was a gap that couldn't be closed. Wu Jio didn't believe that Jiang Qin could catch up with him. Swoosh! Thus, at the end of the distant horizon, 2 figures whizzed past like meteors. These 2 figures, one in front and one behind, occasionally alternated positions, leaving behind a long stretch of afterimages. Brother, the identity you used just now was actually able to stir up the airflow in the air. Looks like I've underestimated you. Your speed is actually comparable to mine. Once you break through to the combat soul realm, I'm afraid your speed will immediately surpass mine. Wu Jio said with a shocked expression. His words were filled with undisguised praise. Brother Jio's cultivation is recovering at an amazing speed. I believe it won't take long before you become a real combat king warrior. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Wu Jio had now returned to his peak condition, and was half a step away from the combat king realm. All he needed was an opportunity, and he would be able to reach the heavens with a single leap. However, this was not an easy step to take. Jiang Qin had once taught Wu Jio how to cultivate the Tao of War, but it looked like Wu Jio didn't take it seriously. If he had, he would have broken through to the combat king realm by now. But Jiang Qin didn't say anything about it. In the path of cultivation, one had to rely on themselves to find out the truth. With Wu Jio's talent, sooner or later he would understand the crux of the matter. As for speed, Jiang Qin could be said to be unparalleled in this world. Although the 9 Phantom Wolves was a combat skill he used in battle, it also helped him a lot in terms of speed. The most important thing was the spatial shift skill. Just now Wu Jio felt that Jiang Qin had stirred up the airflow, and it was because Jiang Qin had used the spatial shift skill. Without the support of the spatial shift skill, with Jiang Qin's current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to catch up with Wu Jio, who was a peak combat soul warrior. In order to truly unleash the power of the spatial shift skill, one would need to break through to the combat king realm and comprehend the spatial force. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had used the spatial shift skill to travel the world, and no one could compare with his speed. In the past, Jiang Qin's proudest battle was when he was still a peak combat emperor. He had used the spatial shift skill to escape from the pursuit of 3 minor saint warriors. The distance between the martial palace and the martial saint dynasty wasn't very far. With Wu Jio and Jiang Qin's speed, it would only take them half an hour to arrive. The martial saint dynasty was the super overlord of the entire eastern continent, and its status was unshakable. Looking from afar, the martial saint dynasty looked like a colossal monster that occupied an area of over 1,000 miles. It was filled with magnificent palaces, and even the most ordinary buildings here were filled with a noble aura. Grand, magnificent, noble and luxurious. This was the best description for the martial saint dynasty. Just by standing outside the martial saint dynasty, one would be able to feel the lofty aura of this dynasty, and it would make one feel impressed by it. Brother, this is the martial saint dynasty, the most noble and central place in the entire eastern continent. What do you think? Wu Jio pointed at the martial saint dynasty and said. His voice was filled with pride. Not bad indeed, it has the aura of an imperial family. Jiang Qin nodded his head. If it was any other ordinary young man who came to the martial saint dynasty, he would have been impressed by the aura of the martial saint dynasty, and wouldn't be able to say a single word. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, the martial saint dynasty was too luxurious, but lacked a strong foundation. Although the buildings here were top-notch when compared to those superpowers in the divine continent, the gap was obvious. The martial saint dynasty couldn't compare with the martial saint dynasty's profound foundation. Some ancient sects with a long history had saints guarding them, and a single strand of their saint aura could drive the entire sect. Let's go, we'll meet the imperial emperor. Wu Jio stepped into the sky and started walking toward the martial saint dynasty. Who's there? How dare you fly in the sky above the martial saint dynasty? A loud shout suddenly sounded out. After that, dozens of light pillars shot into the sky, and dozens of guards wearing golden armors blocked Wu Jio and Jiang Qin's path. The man leading the group seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, and he had a majestic appearance. His cultivation base was actually at the early combat soul realm. The leader had an imposing aura, but when he saw the man's face, fear and trepidation immediately emerged on his face. Without daring to show any hesitation, he bowed deeply toward Wu Jio and said, I didn't know the 9th Emperor would be back, please forgive me. Alright, I won't blame you. Wu Jio waved his hand and brought Jiang Qin with him as he flew toward the group of guards. The dozens of golden guards immediately bowed toward them, not daring to show any hesitation. In the martial Saint dynasty, even ordinary combat soul warriors weren't allowed to fly. In this place there weren't many who had the privilege of flying, but Wuxiao was one of the few who had the privilege of flying. He was the 9th emperor and no one dared to offend him. These are the martial Saint dynasty's golden guards, all of them are elites. Each golden guard has to go through a life and death trial before they are allowed to join. Many geniuses from the martial palace have joined the golden guards after leaving the martial Saint dynasty. Wuxiao explained. Indeed, they are a powerful group of guards. Jianghu nodded his head. The number of powerful warriors in the martial Saint dynasty is not something you can imagine. The golden guards are the benchmark of the martial Saint dynasty. Even geniuses from the martial palace have to go through numerous tests before they can join the golden guards. Lang is one of the golden guards, and the current commander of the golden guards is the crown prince. Wuxiao explained. The imperial emperor's son? Jianghu asked casually. That's right, the crown prince is the true number 1 genius of the martial Saint dynasty. He is only 35 years old, but he has already reached the late combat soul realm. Now he is in charge of the golden guards, and is the best candidate to become the next imperial emperor. When mentioning the crown prince, Wuxiao couldn't help but praise him. Martial Saint Palace. It was the central palace of the martial Saint dynasty, the place where all meetings were held. Wuxiao brought Jianghu straight to the entrance of the martial Saint Palace. Even after arriving at the entrance, Wuxiao didn't stop walking. Instead, he flew up a few dozen stone stairs that were made with high-quality stones and arrived at the martial Saint Palace's main palace. The martial Saint Palace was decorated with gold and jade, and it looked extremely magnificent. In front of the palace, there were 2 thick and luxurious dragon pillars that were over 30 meters tall. Each of the dragon pillars had a valiant golden dragon carved on them. The dragon heads were facing outwards and they looked extremely lifelike. At the very front of the martial Saint Palace, there was a huge golden dragon throne that was emitting a dazzling light. Right at this moment, a man was sitting on the golden dragon throne. He looked about the same age as Wuxiao and he looked like he was in his 40s. He was wearing a golden dragon robe that had a huge dragon head and a dazzling crown on his head. This man had a chiseled face, and a heroic aura could be sensed from between his brows. He didn't look angry, but he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. Just by sitting there he made people want to worship him. This man was the martial Saint dynasty's imperial emperor, one of the true superpowers of the eastern continent. When Jianghu entered the palace, he immediately laid his eyes on the imperial emperor. This was the strongest warrior he had ever met since his reincarnation. With his senses, he could sense the spatial ripples around the imperial emperor. This was the transformation of the spatial force. This was a true combat king warrior. Besides the imperial emperor, there were a dozen other men standing in the palace. All of them were wearing luxurious clothes, and they were emitting noble auras. Jianghu knew 6 of them. They were the men from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect who were yelling outside Mount Wufu yesterday. As for the rest of them, he didn't know any of them, but all of them were late combat soul warriors. Furthermore, those who were able to come here all had noble identities, none of them were ordinary men. Jianghu didn't know any of these men, but he could sense undisguised hostility from their eyes. This caused Jianghu to furrow his brows. He really hated this kind of inexplicable hostility. Chapter 370. All the emperors threw doubtful glances at Jianghu. None of the emperors had expected that the main character who had stirred up the entire eastern continent would be so young. Bang! In the next moment, powerful pressure shot out from every single late combat soul warrior like tornadoes toward Jianghu. In the blink of an eye, Jianghu had become the center of the storm. Facing the pressure, Jianghu's lips curved upward into a faint smile. He just stood there, not feeling any discomfort, as if the pressure had no effect on him at all. What? Even the imperial emperor was surprised by this, and he couldn't help but give Jianghu a few more glances. The pressure unleashed by dozens of late combat soul warriors was no joke, and no ordinary man would be able to withstand it. However, Jianghu looked as if nothing had happened to him. Furthermore, this was the martial Saint Palace, and any young man who came here would be scared out of his wits, let alone the imperial emperor. However, this young man in front of him had been calm and composed ever since he walked into the palace, as if he was walking into a vegetable market. Just this mentality alone was something that no ordinary geniuses could compare with. What is the meaning of this? Are you treating me, old Jiao, as if I don't exist? Wuxiao was furious. He unleashed a powerful energy from his body, blocking all the pressure. With a cold expression, he glanced at all the people in the palace, then he turned to the Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor, I've brought Jiang Qin here. Wu Jiao cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. Brother, greet the Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiao said to Jiang Qin in a low voice. The smile on Jiang Qin's face didn't disappear. Imitating Wu Jiao, he cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor and said, Jiang Qin greets the Imperial Emperor. Bastard, how dare you not kneel before the Imperial Emperor? Are you courting death? Someone shouted at Jiang Qin. Ever since this person came in, he had found Jiang Qin to be an eyesore. Jiang Qin guessed that this person should be one of the 7th Emperor or the 10th Emperor. 10th brother, Jiang Qin has just arrived in the martial Saint dynasty, and it's not your place to yell at him if he doesn't know the rules. Wu Jiao shouted loudly. At the same time, Jiang Qin realized that this man was indeed the 10th Emperor Wu Tsong's father. Jiang Qin had almost killed Wu Tsong on the island of ice, so it was normal for the 10th Emperor to hate him. You really are a country bumpkin. Now that you know the rules, hurry up and kneel. Another man harumphed. Needless to say, the one who was so eager to pick on Jiang Qin must be the 7th Emperor. Jiang Qin had brutally beaten up the 7th Emperor's son Wu Yan in the martial palace, which meant that he didn't care about the 7th Emperor at all, which was equivalent to slapping the 7th Emperor's face. 2 cold beams shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes. The expression on his face remained unchanged as he cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor once again. However, he didn't show any signs of kneeling. What a joke. The once greatest saint in the world kneeling to a combat king warrior, how could he accept that? Right at this moment, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly froze. Everyone could feel the Imperial Emperor's emotions fluctuating. In the martial saint palace, he was a supreme existence, and today, a young man dared not kneel to him. This was no doubt a slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. Bastard, how dare you be so rude to the Imperial Emperor? Just this alone is more than enough to wipe out your entire family. The 7th Emperor pointed his finger at Jiang Qin's nose and shouted. 7th brother, Jiang Qin is my sworn brother, you better be polite to him. Wu Jiao's attitude was very domineering. However, he didn't expect Jiang Qin to refuse to kneel to the Imperial Emperor. Because of this, the Imperial Emperor's impression of Jiang Qin would be greatly affected. Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi, who stood on the side, didn't say anything, but they both had complacent smiles on their faces. In their minds, this Jiang Qin had no idea that he had offended the Imperial Emperor. Enough. The Imperial Emperor waved his hand, signaling Wu Jiao and Wu Qi to stop arguing. You're Jiang Qin? The Imperial Emperor turned to look at Jiang Qin. Yes, I am. May I know why the Imperial Emperor has summoned me? Jiang Qin spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're indeed a young genius, strong and courageous. I like young men like you. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Emperor actually praised Jiang Qin. This sudden change made Wu Jiao very happy. As long as the Imperial Emperor had a good impression of Jiang Qin, it would be a good thing for him. On the other hand, the others' expressions changed. They thought the Imperial Emperor would punish Jiang Qin for his rudeness, but the Imperial Emperor wasn't angry at all. However, Jiang Qin's senses were very sharp. He could clearly sense the strange emotion the Imperial Emperor had toward him. He knew that the Imperial Emperor didn't really like him. As an emperor, he would never like someone who was rude to him because he was used to being in a high and mighty position, and he would never allow anyone to offend his dignity. Jiang Qin, I heard that you've killed many men from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Now, even the Xuanhuan clan chief and Myriad Sword sect chief have come to me personally. What do you have to say for yourself? The Imperial Emperor said in an indifferent tone. Imperial Emperor, this is between Jiang Qin and the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. I hope the Imperial Emperor can stay out of this. Wu Jiao cupped his fist and said to the Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiao, what gives you the right to tell the Imperial Emperor what to do? The Imperial Emperor is a high and mighty figure. There's nothing in the entire Eastern continent that the Imperial Emperor can't handle. Besides, what happened in the past was all because of the Imperial Emperor's own ability. Don't think too highly of yourself. Wu Qi said with a loud voice. Hearing what Wu Jiao said, Jiang Qin had an urge to tear this 7th Emperor's mouth apart. He knew very well about the power of an emperor. The Imperial Emperor was a hero of his generation, and he hated people mentioning the matter of Wu Jiao giving him the spot 100 years ago. It was as if Wu Jiao was the one who made him the emperor. This matter would definitely become a thorn in the Imperial Emperor's heart, and every time it was mentioned, it would make him unhappy. Furthermore, Wu Jiao was a hot-blooded man, and his attitude was very domineering, which gave people a feeling that he was taking credit for everything. If this situation continued for a long time, the Imperial Emperor's gratitude toward Wuxiao would gradually turn into hatred, or even hostility. I'm just stating the facts. Wuxiao maintained his domineering attitude. Fine, even if the conflict between the Xuanhuan clan and the Myriad Sword sect is a personal matter, why do you want to get involved? Let them settle it themselves. Wuxi was obviously going against Wuxiao. The other emperors were just standing aside and watching the show with Lung Lung. Jiang Qin suddenly had a feeling that the relationship between Wuxiao and these emperors wasn't that good. However, it was understandable. First of all, Wuxiao's personality was very independent, and he always did things according to his own preferences. A man like this wasn't suitable to play around with power. Furthermore, there were so many emperors in the Martial Saint dynasty, but Wuxiao was the one who took control of the Martial Palace. Furthermore, Wuxiao had disappeared for 10 years, and the Martial Palace had only found an acting palace chief. Now that Wuxiao had returned, he immediately took control of the Martial Palace. Let me tell you, Wuqi Jiangqin saved my life in Inferno Hell, and he is now my sworn brother. Of course I'll help him. Wuxiao said. That Jiang Qin almost killed Wu Tsong, and he beat up Wu Yen right after he arrived at the Martial Palace. He doesn't respect the prince at all. This is a blasphemy against the imperial majesty, an unforgivable death sentence. The 10th emperor coldly harumphed and confronted Wuxiao. Young people are always hot-tempered. Wu Tsong and Wu Yen couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, and that only proves that they are weak. Furthermore, Jiang Qin didn't kill them. Wuxiao said. Imperial Majesty, our Xuanhuan clan has always been working for the Martial Saint dynasty. Now, our Xuanhuan clan wants to kill an enemy, but the 9th emperor is stopping us from doing so. Don't you think this is unfair to our Xuanhuan clan? Imperial Majesty, please consider our Xuanhuan clan's loyalty to the Imperial clan and settle this matter. Xuanhuan Xing bowed deeply toward the Imperial Emperor. The Myriad Sword sect has always been loyal to the Imperial family. Now, our sect elder was killed, our genius was killed, and even our number 1 genius Xianxia was killed by this young man. This is an unresolvable grudge. I hope the 9th emperor won't get involved in this, and let us settle it ourselves. Tianganyi also spoke. These two superpowers of the Jian province had come to pressure the Imperial Emperor at the same time. This is really giving me a headache. Wuxiao, what do you think about this? The Imperial Emperor looked at Wuxiao. Imperial Emperor, Wuxiao will only say one thing today. I swear that I will protect Jiang Qin with my life. My life was saved by Jiang Qin, and whoever tries to kill him will be going against me, Wuxiao. Wuxiao's aura was extremely powerful, and his attitude showed no signs of backing down. The Imperial Emperor furrowed his brows, and a displeased expression appeared on his face. Wuxiao was talking to him like this in front of so many people, he wasn't giving him any face at all. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a sharp cry sounded out from outside the palace. After that, an eagle with golden feathers flew into the palace and landed on the Imperial Emperor's shoulder. After that, it let out a series of musical notes that entered the Imperial Emperor's ears. After that, it flapped its wings and flew away. The Imperial Emperor threw his glance back at Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, I have to kill you and protect you at the same time. It's really difficult for me to do that. I've just received news that a dimensional crack has appeared in a remote place in the eastern continent, and a huge amount of dimensional beasts have appeared there. These dimensional beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, killing all living beings. I'll send you to kill these dimensional beasts and repair the dimensional crack. As long as you can do that, I'll forgive you for all your previous mistakes. What do you think? Dimensional crack? Jiang Qin was startled for a moment. That's right. Ever since the greatest saint beneath the heavens split open the entrance to the realm of immortals 100 years ago, the Saint Origin realm has been greatly affected. The dimensional barrier has become weaker, and some monsters have appeared from time to time. However, it seems like the situation is more serious this time as combat soul dimensional beasts have appeared, and there are quite a lot of them. Your mission is not only to kill these dimensional beasts, you also have to repair the dimensional crack. The Imperial Emperor said. No way. Chapter 371. No wonder Wuxiao had such a huge reaction. A mission like this was impossible for anyone below the Combat King realm to complete. Without comprehending the dimensional force, there was no way they could fix the dimensional crack. If they got too close to it, they would be devoured by the dimensional crack and dragged into the turbulent space. Even if they weren't killed by the turbulent space, they would still be trapped there. Furthermore, there were powerful dimensional beasts that were ferocious, brutal, and extremely dangerous. In the past 100 years, a few dimensional cracks had appeared in the eastern continent, but the appearance of dimensional beasts was very rare, and there weren't many of them. All of them were repaired by the combat king warriors of the Martial Saint dynasty. The situation this time was obviously more serious than before. Even a combat soul dimensional beast had appeared, and this was something that had never happened before. From this, one could tell that repairing the dimensional crack wasn't an easy task. Under such circumstances, only the Imperial Emperor or a combat king warrior of the Martial Saint dynasty could fix it. Even Wu Jiao himself couldn't do anything to the dimensional crack. But now the Imperial Emperor had given Jiang Qin such an impossible mission. This was no different than asking Jiang Qin to die. Old Jiao, the Imperial Emperor, is a benevolent man. He didn't punish Jiang Qin directly, he just asked him to complete a mission. He has given you enough face, don't tell me you're still not satisfied? The seventh emperor said with a loud voice. A sneer emerged on his face. Obviously he knew better than anyone how difficult this mission was. With Jiang Qin's mere late divine core cultivation base, there was no way he could fix the dimensional crack. If he got too close to it, he would immediately be devoured by the dimensional crack and die a graveless death. Just a mission? Old Seventh, if I ask you to do it, can you complete it? Wu Jiao was furious. Since the Imperial Emperor has decided to do this, the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect won't say anything. As long as Jiang Qin can complete this mission, all the resentment between us will be written off. Xuanhuan Xing said. It looked like the Imperial Emperor was still on their side. No, there is no way to complete this mission. I beg the Imperial Emperor to take back the order. Wu Jiao once again cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. He could never accept this mission because no matter how powerful Jiang Qin was, he would never be able to complete it. Old Ninth, I've made my promise, there's no way I can take it back. As long as Jiang Qin completes this mission, everything that happened in the past will be written off. Of course, Jiang Qin can also choose not to accept this mission. If he does that, I'll give justice to the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. The Imperial Emperor said slowly while sitting on his dragon throne. Your Majesty. Wu Jiao still wanted to say something, but Jiang Qin grabbed his arm and stopped him. If they continued arguing, it would only increase the conflict between the Imperial Emperor and the Ninth Emperor. On the surface, it seemed like Wu Jiao and the Imperial Emperor were like brothers, and they treated each other with respect. Perhaps Wu Jiao thought the same way, but Jiang Qin knew that the Imperial Emperor had a grudge against Wu Jiao since a long time ago. If this grudge was dug up and magnified, it wouldn't do Wu Jiao any good. After all, the Imperial Emperor was a combat king warrior, the tycoon who ruled the eastern continent. His dignity couldn't be challenged by anyone, not even Wu Jiao. Although the Imperial Emperor didn't show it on the surface, he was definitely not satisfied with it, just like how Jiang Qin refused to kneel down before him. Imperial Emperor, do you know where this dimensional crack is located? Jiang Qin asked. He didn't have the ability to repair the dimensional crack right now, but he had to agree to it first. Once he left the Martial Saint dynasty, he would travel to a faraway place, and come back after he achieved some achievements in his cultivation. It's located in a remote area of the eastern continent, a place called Mount Origin. The Imperial Emperor said. What? Mount Origin? When the calm Jiang Qin heard the name Mount Origin, he immediately cried out in shock. That's right, those dimensional beasts are wreaking havoc everywhere, and according to the latest news, the entire Mount Origin is about to be destroyed. Therefore, Jiang Qin, if you want to go there, you have to be quick. The Imperial Emperor said. Alright, I'll go now. I promise I'll complete this mission. Jiang Qin put on a serious expression, then he turned around and walked towards the exit of the Martial Saint Palace. The appearance of the dimensional crack originally had nothing to do with him, but now, it had become an urgent matter. The reason was simple, it was because of Mount Origin, because it was his hometown. Jiang Qin knew how remote Mount Origin was. In that area, a heavenly core warrior was a mighty existence, and if those ferocious dimensional beasts invaded the Red City and Fragrant Sky City, how could the Yan family and Jiang family defend against them? Therefore, not only would he not blame the Imperial Emperor, he would be grateful to the Imperial Emperor for telling him such an important news. Even if this wasn't a mission, Jiang Qin still had to return to the Martial Saint Palace. He had to return immediately without any delay, because he couldn't afford to waste any time. His family was there, his most important family, and he couldn't allow anything bad to happen to them. If anything bad happened to them, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait. The Imperial Emperor's voice sounded out once again. Does the Imperial Emperor have anything else to say? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. I want to make it clear, the Martial Saint Dynasty and the Martial Palace will not give you any help for this mission. You will have to complete it yourself. The Imperial Emperor said. His words were meant for Wu Jiao, he didn't want him to interfere with this mission. All right. Jiang Qin replied, then he strode out of the Martial Saint Palace. Wu Jiao glanced around, then left angrily, chasing after Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's straightforward reply had shocked everyone in the Martial Saint Palace. No one had expected Jiang Qin's attitude to change so quickly. Alright, you guys can leave now. If Jiang Qin can complete this mission, all the grudges between you all will be written off. The Imperial Emperor said to the crowd. After that, he slowly stood up from the throne, and his body slowly faded away before disappearing completely. I never thought that guy would really accept this mission, he's simply courting death. The seventh Emperor said with a sneer. The Imperial Emperor said that if he can complete this mission, all the grudges between us will be written off. But, can he really complete this mission? Hehe. The 10th Emperor also had a complacent expression on his face. Only Combat King warriors can mend the dimensional crack. Even if all of us work together, we still won't be able to do it. If Jiang Qin really tries to mend the dimensional crack, he will definitely be devoured by it and die a horrible death. Xuanhuan burst into laughter. Don't tell me that guy is going to use this opportunity to escape? Xuanhuan said worriedly. Don't worry, no one dares disobey the Imperial Emperor's order, unless he really wants to die. Otherwise, there is no place in the entire Eastern continent for him to hide. The 7th Emperor said confidently. On the other side, when Wu Jiao walked out of the Martial Saint Palace, Jiang Qin had already flown out of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Why is Brother Jiang in such a hurry? Wu Jiao was puzzled. He quickly chased after Jiang Qin. Brother, why did you agree to this? It's impossible for you to complete this mission. I think you should just leave this place. I'll protect little you and the others for you. Wu Jiao arrived next to Jiang Qin and said, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Jiao, but I have to get to Mount Origin as soon as possible. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. What? Are you sure you can complete this mission? Wu Jiao was surprised. In his eyes, Jiang Qin had always been a calm and collected man. He could remain calm even when facing the Imperial Emperor. But now he was behaving in such a hurry. This wasn't like Jiang Qin at all. I don't have any confidence, but I have to go back because I came from Mount Origin. My home is there, my family is there, and I have to go back. I can't afford any loss. Jiang Qin said. What? Wu Jiao cried out in shock. Only now did he understand why Jiang Qin was in such a hurry. Not many people knew about Jiang Qin's background, and Wu Jiao was no exception. Mount Origin was just too remote, so remote that no one would know that a peerless genius like Jiang Qin came from such a remote place. Wu Jiao finally understood why Jiang Qin was in such a hurry to complete this impossible mission. Mount Origin is just too remote. Even with your speed, it will take you at least a few days to get there. The dimensional beasts have already started destroying Mount Origin, and by the time you get there, it will be too late. Wu Jiao said. After knowing that Jiang Qin came from Mount Origin, Wu Jiao couldn't stop Jiang Qin anymore. He hadn't been with Jiang Qin for a long time, but he knew that Jiang Qin was a man who valued his friends and family. Besides, Mount Origin was where Jiang Qin's family was. If something bad happened to them, Jiang Qin might go berserk immediately. Jiang Qin knitted his brows and didn't say anything. He knew what Wu Jiao said. Even if he used the dimensional shift, it would still take him a few days to get to Mount Origin from the Martial Saint Dynasty. By that time, everything would be over. Mount Origin would fall, and the people in the Red City region would be plunged into misery and suffering. The consequences would be unimaginable. What should I do? Jiang Qin's heart was burning with anxiety. However, the only thing he could do now was to return to Mount Origin as soon as possible and fly as fast as possible. Brother, I have a dimensional talisman here. It can't teleport you to Mount Origin, but it can teleport you to the border of the Qi province. Wu Jiao said. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes instantly lit up. As the 9th Emperor, Wu Jiao had a noble status, so it was normal for him to have a dimensional talisman. Only Combat King warriors could make dimensional talismans, but it consumed a lot of their energy. Therefore, ordinary Combat King warriors wouldn't waste their energy to make dimensional talismans. That was why they were so precious, and their teleportation distance was limited. However, if Jiang Qin could get his hands on Wu Jiao's dimensional talisman, it would be a different story. If he could teleport himself to the border of the Qi province, Jiang Chen would only need half an hour to cross Mount Origin and return to the Red City region. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Wu Jiao. Since this was an emergency, he would not be polite to Wu Jiao. Those dimensional beasts are brutal, so I can't go with you. However, you will need some help. Follow me back to the Martial Palace and bring your help. Chapter 372. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Indeed, he needed help. There were a lot of dimensional beasts and he wouldn't be able to kill all of them by himself. Furthermore, if the dimensional beasts reached the Red City, all lives would be lost, and the fragrant Sky City and the Red City would be in danger. He needed help to kill those dimensional beasts. Han Yin and De Huang Dog were the best candidates. Furthermore, Yan Qinyu hadn't been home for a long time. She was now an early combat soul warrior, and if she came back to the Red City, the Yan family would be safe. Soon Jiang Chen and Wu Jiao arrived at the Martial Palace. They landed in Yu Zihan's courtyard. "Qingij, you're back." When Yan Qinyu saw Jiang Chen, the worried expression on her face instantly disappeared. "Little Qinzi, did the Imperial Emperor give you any trouble?" Han Yan asked. "Let's get straight to the point. I've accepted the Imperial Emperor's mission. A dimensional crack has appeared in Mount Origin, and a huge amount of dimensional beasts have come out of it, wreaking havoc in Mount Origin. I need to go back now to kill those dimensional beasts and mend the dimensional crack. If I'm late, all lives in the Red City will be lost." Jiang Chen said. "What?" Upon hearing that, Yan Qinyu and Big Yellow exclaimed at the same time. In particular, Yan Qinyu's face turned pale. She instantly imagined how the place where she was raised would be plunged into an abyss of misery, how the Misty Rain Tower would turn into ruins, and how her father would be eaten by a dimensional beast. Yan Qinyu didn't dare continue imagining it. She grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and said, "Qingij, hurry up, let's go back. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, nothing bad will happen." Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's hand tightly. He could understand how she was feeling right now because he wasn't feeling any better either. Jiang Zhenhai was the only new person he had ever met since he was reincarnated, and his father was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Jiang Chen had never experienced such a strong father-son relationship before, and he couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Zhenhai. Han Yin, Nangong Wentian, Yu Zihan, and the others were stunned. They had no idea why Yan Qinyu suddenly became so excited. "Little Qinzi, for the past 100 years the Saint Origin realm has been experiencing a lot of spatial cracks, but only combat kings can repair them. This task is almost impossible." Han Yin said. "What do you know? Origin Mountain is the hometown of Little Qinzi and Little Yu. Their families are all there. We can't let anything happen to them." De Huang Dog glared at Han Yin and said. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Only now did they understand why Jiang Chen had accepted such a rude mission from the Imperial Emperor. It turned out that this was the reason behind it. If that was the case, even if the Imperial Emperor didn't send anyone here, Jiang Chen would still go to Mount Origin and suppress those dimensional creatures. After spending some time with Jiang Chen, everyone knew what kind of person Jiang Chen was. He was cruel and merciless to his enemies, but at the same time he was also a man who valued friendship and friendship. He would always put his family, brothers, and friends first. "Little Qinzi's family is our family. Let's not waste any more time, let's set off now." Nangong Wentian unleashed his energy. He was a man who couldn't stay idle, and the reason he came to the Eastern continent was to train himself. If he stayed in the Martial Palace for too long, he might get sick from being bored. "Brother, this is a dimensional talisman. You have to be careful and try not to get too close to the spatial crack. Just save your family." Wu Jiao flipped his palm and took out a golden talisman. The talisman was emitting rippling spatial energy. Wu Jiao only asked Jiang Chen to save his family. As for the spatial crack, he didn't need to worry about it. Unless a combat king warrior was here, there was no way he could repair the spatial crack. Rumble. Under Wu Jiao's control, the spatial crack let out a loud explosion, then turned into an illusionary door. "Let's go." Holding Yan Qinyu's hand, Jiang Chen leapt into the illusionary door and disappeared. De Huang Dog and the others followed behind them, and only after everyone had entered the door did the door disappear completely. Wu Jiao stared at the door and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He felt like he had lost a lot of face for not being able to protect Jiang Chen today. Mount Origin. This place was located in a remote area, and the natural yuan energy here was very thin. Compared to the real big provinces in the eastern continent, this place was far behind. This mountain range had existed for a very long time, and it was filled with demonic beasts and shrubs. However, right now, Mount Origin was a completely different scene. Rumble, continuous rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the sky above Mount Origin. In the sky above the center of Mount Origin, there was a dense black fog that covered an area of dozens of miles. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the fog and a chilly wind whistled. Within the black fog, there were numerous cracks that looked like spider webs, and from these cracks came a frightening devouring force. Underneath the black fog, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Even the ground had been devoured by the spatial crack, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Dirt would often rush out from the pit and into the spatial crack. Right now, this was not the only place that had been destroyed. More than half of the 10,000 miles of Mount Origin had been destroyed. All the trees had been destroyed and many places had been set ablaze. Roar, roar. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard coming from Mount Origin. One after another, gigantic demonic beasts, each over 3 meters tall, were running amok in the mountain range, slaughtering other demonic beasts. They drank the blood of other demonic beasts to increase their strength. These demonic beasts were dimensional creatures. They lived in different dimensions and their bodies were extremely strong and violent. Ordinary demonic beasts could not withstand their attacks. Furthermore, most of the demonic beasts in Mount Origin were of lower grades, thus, many of them were torn to shreds by the dimensional creatures as soon as they appeared. The entire Mount Origin was filled with blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Black smoke billowed in the air and fire spread everywhere. This place was no longer a beautiful mountain range, but a living hell. Boom. A 6-meter-tall dimensional creature suddenly jumped out from the dimensional crack and landed in the deep pit. After that, it jumped out of the pit. After the dimensional creature breathed in the air of this world, it immediately beat its own chest with both of its hands in excitement, expressing its excitement in this way. The number of dimensional creatures wasn't as high as Jiang had expected. It was only more than the number of spatial cracks. After all, it was not an easy task to come out from the spatial crack, as many dimensional creatures were attacked by the spatial turbulence when they came out from the spatial crack, and were instantly killed. Even so, the number of dimensional creatures was not small. Since the appearance of the spatial crack, at least 1,000 dimensional creatures had come out from it. Otherwise, Mount Origin wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Almost all the living beings in the vast Mount Origin had been wiped out. However, the dimensional creatures didn't stop slaughtering the living beings, as a large number of them rushed into the Red City region. At this moment, the 28 cities in this region were plunged into an abyss of suffering. As a large number of dimensional creatures rushed into this region, the people living in this region suffered a great calamity. Roar, arg. The furious roars of the dimensional creatures mixed with the miserable screams of the people. Houses were collapsing and the sky was covered in flames. Many cities were gradually falling into the hands of the dimensional creatures. The cultivators living in this region couldn't defend themselves against the terrifying dimensional creatures. Some of the dimensional creatures even ate the bones of the people after killing them. At the border of the Qi province, the air suddenly trembled, and a few figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Jiang and the others. After they came out from the spatial talisman, they didn't waste any time, and immediately flew towards Mount Origin. As fast as lightning, everyone's speed was extremely fast. Mount Origin wasn't far from where they were, and with their speed, they would be able to pass through Mount Origin in less than half an hour, and arrive at the Red City region. Jiang and Yan Qinyu's faces were filled with anxiousness. Their hearts had already flown to the Red City region. Soon Jiang and the group arrived at Mount Origin. From afar, they could see the dimensional crack in the sky above the center of Mount Origin. They flew above Mount Origin, and when they saw the severely damaged mountain range, their expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, these dimensional creatures are too brutal, they have nearly destroyed the entire mountain range, and all the living beings here have become their food. The Huang dog couldn't help but curse. Look, more dimensional creatures are coming out from the dimensional crack, they are all divine core dimensional creatures. Han Yin pointed at the bottom of the dimensional crack. Roar, the dimensional creatures that just came out from the dimensional crack discovered Jiang and the group, and they immediately dashed towards them. Die. Yuzi Han took the lead and unleashed a powerful punch onto the dimensional creature's head. A miserable shriek sounded out, and the dimensional creature's head exploded on the spot. Right at this moment, more and more dimensional creatures discovered Jiang and the group, and dozens of them dashed towards them. Reckless fools. Jiang had a cruel expression on his face. He suddenly shouted at the dimensional creatures, then unleashed a frightening sonic hawk cry. The sound wave turned into countless sharp blades, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of dimensional creatures were drowned by the sound wave. Dozens of dimensional creatures let out miserable cries, then one of them fell down from the sky. All of them were dead. This was Jiang Chen's strength. Killing these dimensional creatures was as easy as killing ants to him. Ever since the young master of the Jiang family left, the mayor's mansion had become a prosperous place. The city lord, Jiang Zhenhai, had broken through again and again, as if he had taken some powerful medicine. Now, he was a late heavenly core warrior and he was able to handle a huge amount of dimensional creatures. Most importantly, there was a real demon lord in the mayor's mansion. According to rumors, during the Battle of Crimson City, young master Jiang Chen had subdued a black hawk. This demon lord was incredibly strong, much stronger than the city lord Jiang Zhenhai. This demon lord was strong enough to handle the dimensional creatures alone. The mayor's mansion was currently packed with people. Everyone had panicked expressions on their faces, and they were all gathered together, trembling with fear. All four walls of the mayor's mansion had been flattened by those dimensional creatures, and right now, all the powerful warriors in the mayor's mansion were fighting fiercely with those dimensional creatures. Arg! Alchemist Zhou Beizhen let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms had been torn off by a dimensional creature. The mayor's mansion had suffered a great loss as well. Those ordinary guards were killed by those dimensional creatures. The dimensional creature that tore off Zhou Beizhen's arm let out another loud roar. It had smelled the scent of blood, and it started crazily attacking Zhou Beizhen. Damn it, I'm going to die. Zhou Beizhen let out a miserable howl. He closed his eyes and was ready to die. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud sound could be heard. A cold beam dashed out from the side. It was a sharp long sword, and in an instant, it pierced through the dimensional creature's head. A muscular man stood in front of Zhou Beizhen. It was Jiang Zhenhai. After Jiang Zhenhai had learned the mystic yuan skill from Jiang Qin, his cultivation had been improving day by day, and he was now a late heavenly core warrior. He had become the strongest warrior in the Crimson City. Beizhen, are you all right? When Jiang Zhenhai saw Zhou Beizhen's arm being torn off, he couldn't hide the anger on his face. Mayor, I'm fine, but if this continues, we're going to die sooner or later. These creatures are too strong and their numbers are increasing. The Black Hawk is trapped by them, we're going to die sooner or later. Zhou Beizhen stared at the increasing number of dimensional creatures outside the mayor's mansion. He felt an unprecedented fear and despair. In the sky above the mayor's mansion, an old man was fighting with 3 divine core dimensional creatures. The old man kept letting out loud cries. Sometimes he would transform into a human, sometimes he would transform into an eagle. He was the Black Hawk who was tamed by Jiang Qin. The sacred heavenly demonic skill that Jiang Qin taught the Black Hawk was a great help to him. Now the Black Hawk had broken through to the mid-divine core realm. The sacred heavenly demonic skill was a true sacred skill of the demon race, and if the Black Hawk could fully master it, it would be possible for him to become a demon king in the future. Rumble, shockwaves from the battle could be felt everywhere. The Black Hawk was fighting 3-dimensional creatures at the same time, and he wasn't in a disadvantageous position. However, he was trapped by those dimensional creatures and he couldn't help the others. Furthermore, the number of dimensional creatures kept increasing, and this situation wouldn't last for long. Once the balance was broken, it would be a doomsday for the entire mayor's mansion, and even for the entire Fragrant Sky City. Kill? Jiang Xuanhuan didn't have the time to think too much. He simply charged forward with his combat weapon. Right now, all the cities in the Red City region had fallen, not just the Fragrant Sky City. Even if he wanted to run away, he had nowhere to go, so the only thing he could do was to kill more dimensional creatures. Even if he were to die in the end, he would still kill as many dimensional creatures as possible. Roar, roar, more and more ferocious dimensional creatures appeared in front of the mayor's mansion. These dimensional creatures had smelled the scent of humans, and they wanted to have a good meal. Puff, soon Jiang Zhenhai couldn't hold on any longer. There were just too many dimensional creatures and each one was stronger than the last. He was no match for them at all. Jiang Zhenhai kept throwing up blood, and his yuan energy was almost depleted. He tried to back away but was stopped by a few guards from the Jiang family. Mayor, what should we do now? Jiang Cheng was only a mortal core warrior, and his body was covered in blood. However, he wasn't dead yet. Right at this moment, all the men from the Jiang family had gathered together. Their faces were filled with despair as they stared at the dimensional creatures walking towards them. Sigh. I never thought xuanhuan would die in the hands of these monsters. Too bad, I won't be able to see Qin one last time. Xuanhuan's face was filled with pain. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had spent all his efforts on Jiang Qin, and now that he was in a life-and-death situation, all he could think about was Jiang Qin. I miss young master too, Jiang Qin cried out. He thought back to the days when he was still in Fragrant Sky City, and how he followed behind young master and flattered him. He felt so good, but now Fragrant Sky City was in danger, and he couldn't even see his young master. If young master was here, I'm sure he would be able to change this situation. Zhou Beijin had a painful expression on his face as well. Right at this moment, everyone was thinking about the young man in white who could do anything. It was this young man who had changed the situation in this area, and created one miracle after another. A few of the dimensional creatures stared at Jiang Zhenhai and the others, and let out evil laughs. Step by step, they walked towards Jiang Zhenhai and the others, as if it was a great pleasure for them to see the fear in the human's eyes before death. It's over, the Castellan is going to die, the Fragrant Sky City is going to die, we're all going to die. What should we do? I don't want to die yet. These damn monsters, they will all die a horrible death. The people who were hiding in the Castellan's mansion were also filled with despair. Many of them were crying. Screech. Right at this moment, the Black Hawk let out a loud screech. He endured the attacks from the three-dimensional creatures and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai. With a sweep of his iron wings, he instantly killed a few dimensional creatures in front of him. Run! The Black Hawk turned around and shouted at Jiang Zhenhai. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Zhenhai's face, but he didn't move. Run. Run where? There was nowhere to run, he could only wait for his death here. Dong dong dong. Right at this moment, another powerful dimensional creature appeared. This dimensional creature was more than 10 meters tall, and it looked like a gigantic tower. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Black Hawk. Not good. The Black Hawk had a bad feeling. This was a peak late divine core dimensional creature, there was no way he could defend against it. Although he had tried his best, he was still sent flying away by the dimensional creature's slap. Hee, the dimensional creature let out an evil laugh. Suddenly, it stretched out its huge hand and slowly grabbed towards Jiang Zhenhai. They were finished. Everyone felt disheartened. They were completely finished, the Black Hawk was injured, and they had lost their biggest trump card. They could only face death now. Swoosh. Chapter 374. Bang. Right when the white figure appeared, the powerful dimensional creature's head suddenly exploded. After that, its gigantic body exploded into a blood mist, and it died on the spot. You're courting death for hurting my dad. The white figure slowly became clearer, and a young man in white clothes appeared in front of everyone. When everyone finally recovered from their shock, they threw their glances at the young man. Qin, young master. Cries of shock sounded out from the crowd. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. Jiang Cheng rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe what he just saw. We're not dead. Young master is back. Young master saved us. Jiang Cheng immediately jumped up from the ground and started dancing. He couldn't control his emotions, it was an indescribable excitement. He was so excited that his face was covered with tears, and he couldn't control himself. Although he was a man, no one thought it was inappropriate for him to cry like this, and no one laughed at him because many people were crying as well. Many people finally recovered from their despair and started cheering. Jiang Chen was back, the young genius who always created miracles had returned. Look at how strong this young man is. He killed a late divine core dimensional creature with just a single strike. His mighty strength had given everyone unprecedented confidence and comfort. Young Master Jiang Chen is back. We're saved. Did you guys see that? Young Master Jiang Chen killed the biggest monster with just a single strike. He's so powerful. The heavens haven't forsaken our Fragrant Sky City, they've allowed such a genius to appear in our city, he's our savior. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with respect and gratitude. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to return at this time had brought them hope. Dad, I'm sorry for coming back late, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Zhenhai with a smile on his face. You're not late at all. Jiang Zhenhai's voice was trembling. He only hoped to see his son again at the last moment of his life. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would jump out and appear in front of him. Jiang Chen's fierceness and strength made Jiang Zhenhai feel the greatest pride in his life. Dad, Uncle Zhou, Black Hawk, Jiang Qing, take these pills and heal yourselves, I'll deal with these dimensional creatures. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Qin took out a pill from his storage ring. He found all these pills on the island of ice and each of them was a rare healing pill. They were priceless and there was no way he could get them in the fragrant sky city. All right. Jiang Zhenhai and the others were all injured, so they didn't hesitate to take the pills and swallow them. Roar roar. Since the leader of the dimensional creatures was killed, the rest of the dimensional creatures became even more ferocious. Each and every one of them let out a loud roar, and dozens of dimensional creatures pounced toward Jiang Qin at the same time. Ah, you bastards, go to hell. Jiang Qin let out a hearty laugh. He leapt into the air and with a sway of his body, he left numerous afterimages in the sky. He dashed into the group of dimensional creatures and kept swinging his fists that were glowing with a golden light. Bang bang bang, every time Jiang Qin punched out, a dimensional creature would turn into a blood mist and dissipate into the air. In just a minute, all of the dimensional creatures had been killed, not a single one was left alive. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed, then he turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky above the fragrant sky city. His speed was extremely fast, and all of the dimensional creatures in the city were killed by Jiang Qin. Seeing this, everyone in the mayor's mansion was stunned. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at the young man who was dancing in the sky above the fragrant sky city and killing dimensional creatures. It was as if they were dreaming. Heavens, is he still a human? What did I just see? He killed dozens of dimensional creatures in just a minute? How strong has he become now? What is young Master Jiang Chen's cultivation level now? Those terrifying dimensional creatures couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, they couldn't even defend themselves, and he could kill them with just a wave of his hand. It's as easy as killing an ant. Wow, young master is so powerful. I think young master is at least a divine core warrior now, the divine core realm. Oh heavens, that realm is so far away from me. No, master is at the peak divine core realm now, he's half a step into the combat soul realm. The Black Hawk said with a shocked expression. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's performance could no longer be described as just being powerful. For the people of the fragrant sky city, Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded their understanding, he was no longer immortal. Haha. Jiang Zhenhai burst into laughter. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said, with a son like this, what more can I ask for, what more can I ask for? At the same time in the Red City, the situation in the Red City was no better than the fragrant sky city. The entire city had been flooded by dimensional creatures, many buildings had turned into ruins and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. The miserable screams of the people and the violent roars of the dimensional creatures filled the entire sky above the city. This place was like a living hell, and it wasn't any weaker than the fragrant sky city. Just like the fragrant sky city, after Jiang Qin annihilated the Li family, the Misty Rain Tower became the biggest business in the city, and their business was getting better and better. The chief of the Yin family, Yin Xuanhuan, had broken through to the heavenly core realm half a year ago, and he was now a mid-heavenly core warrior. Also, the Yin family and Jiang family were connected by marriage and they had a close relationship. It could be said that the Yin family had completely ruled this area, and they were the undisputed local tyrants. But right now the Misty Rain Tower was in a miserable state. The Misty Rain Tower, which had the symbol of the Crimson City, had already been torn apart by the dimensional creatures' iron hooves. The Yin family was in a bloody mess, as many of the Misty Rain Tower's guards had been killed by the dimensional creatures, becoming their food. The Yin family was fighting back with all their strength, but there was no way they could defend themselves. They didn't have the help of a divine core warrior like the Black Hawk, and they only had Yin Xuanhuan and the great elder Yin Hongtai, who was only at the early heavenly core realm. There was no way they could fight these dimensional creatures. Under the attack of the dimensional creatures, the Misty Rain Tower was severely damaged, and many men from the Yin family had died. At this moment, the remaining people of the Yin family were gathered in the square, staring at the trampled bodies on the ground and the dimensional creatures that surrounded them. Apart from despair, there was also a deep sense of sorrow on their faces. The dimensional creatures had surrounded all of them, but they didn't pounce on them immediately. Instead, their eyes were filled with ridicule. They wanted to let these men in front of them taste despair before killing them, and enjoy the pleasure of killing them. We're finished, the Yin family is finished. We're going to be destroyed by these brutal creatures. The great elder Yin Hongtai's eyes had turned red. One of his arms was missing and his body was filled with wounds. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and if he wasn't treated as soon as possible, Even if the dimensional creatures didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to live for long. His injuries were just too severe. Xuanhuan wasn't in a good condition either. He was gasping for breath, and the dozens of wounds on his body were bleeding. The few young men from the Yan family were filled with despair as well. Some of them were on the verge of death. Yan Meng was an old man, and he couldn't withstand the dimensional creatures' attacks any longer. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. I, Yan Meng, am going to die soon. It's a pity that I won't be able to see young Miss in my last moments. A bitter expression emerged on Yan Meng's face. Yan Qinyu was everyone's treasure, and ever since she left, the Yan family seemed to have lost something. At the last moment of his life, Yan Meng recalled the time when he met Jiang Qin by chance, and how he cured his young miss and solved the problem of Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians. It was also the appearance of this young man that changed the entire Red City, and brought a new order to the city. The Yan family is finished. Yan Hongtai let out another heart-wrenching roar. No, the Yan family isn't finished yet, we still have you, or... Yan Xuanhuan smiled. Whenever he thought about his daughter, Yan Xuanhuan would smile, even if he was facing death. Bastards, come on. Yan Xuanhuan suddenly shouted at the dimensional creatures. At this point, life and death were meaningless to him. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well die a heroic death. Roar. Seeing the provocation from the humans, the dimensional creatures roared again, and began to press down on the Yan family members. Dong, dong, dong. Every time a dimensional creature took a step forward, the ground would tremble. The Yan family members' hearts had sunk to the bottom, and they no longer had any hope of surviving. Yan Hongtai had even closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Swoosh. Right at this moment, something strange happened. The airflow above the Yan family seemed to have frozen, and an extremely cold aura suddenly appeared. After that, beams of white light appeared like a tidal wave, landing on the bodies of dozens of dimensional creatures. Crack. In an instant, all those brutal dimensional creatures were frozen into statues, and a thick layer of ice appeared on their bodies. Crack. After that, the ice cracked, and the bodies of those dimensional creatures were turned into pieces, falling onto the ground along with the ice. Their blood and flesh had already frozen, and they had died a violent death. Seeing this, the Yan family members who had lost all hope widened their eyes. They stared at the frozen dimensional creatures in front of them, and felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. Daddy? Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded out. A young girl in white clothes descended from the sky. It was none other than Yan Qinyu. You are. Yan Xuanhuan's body trembled, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. The girl who suddenly appeared in front of him was really the daughter that he had been thinking about day and night. Little you, is that really you? Yan Hongtai's body was also trembling with excitement. He couldn't believe what he just saw. He thought that the Yan family was finished, but who would have thought that the young lady who had left a long time ago would suddenly appear, and kill all the dimensional creatures in an unstoppable manner. Chapter 375. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the white fairy who had appeared out of nowhere. The sudden change from despair to hope, the transition between great joy and great sorrow, made everyone feel as if they were dreaming, as if life was playing a big joke on them. Yan Qinyu, the young lady of the Yan family, the one who could move everyone's heart. Everyone knew what she had gone through in the past and how much pain she had gone through. But now, it seemed like that sickly little girl had completely grown up. Just the aura she was emitting was enough to send chills down people's spines. Those dimensional creatures that were so strong that they couldn't resist were all killed by her with ease. Are you really back? Yan Xuanhuan, who had been prepared to die, could no longer restrain himself. Ever since his precious daughter left, he had spent every day and night worrying about her. At the last moment of life and death, the only thought in Yan Xuanhuan's mind was his own daughter. He had thought that if he died like this, it would be the biggest regret of his life. In the future, when his daughter came back, she wouldn't be able to see her father. How painful would that be? Yan Xuanhuan could never have imagined that his beloved daughter would appear at such a critical moment, saving the entire Yan family and changing the fate of the entire Red City. Dad, Great Elder, both of you are badly injured. Hurry up and take some pills to heal yourselves. I'll kill all the dimensional creatures in the city first, and then I'll meet Qingij later. He has some healing pills that can help you recover quickly. Yan Qinyu said worriedly when she saw the injuries of Yan Xuanhuan and the others. Jiang Qin is back as well? Yan Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He would never forget the young man in white who had changed the order of this area. Yes, Qingij has gone to Fragrant Sky City. After saying that, Yan Qinyu flew up into the sky above the city. She had a lot of things she wanted to talk to her dad about, but now was not the time. The dimensional creatures were wreaking havoc in the city. If she was any slower, many people would die in the hands of those dimensional creatures. Yan Qinyu's clothes were as white as snow. She stood in the sky above the red city, and her whole body was emitting a pure and clean aura. She looked like a real fairy that had descended from heaven. As far as Yan Qinyu's eyes could see, the entire red city was within her sight, and she could see every single roaring dimensional creature. Humph! You cruel creatures slaughtered humans. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Yan Qinyu let out a cold snort. Her body slightly swayed and beams of bright light shot out from her body. Those beams were extremely cold, and wherever they passed by, even the air was covered with white mist. The speed of the beams was too fast, and each of them seemed to have a specific target, as they were all aimed at a dimensional creature that was wreaking havoc in the air. Puchi! Roar roar! Miserable shrieks rose one after another, resounding in the sky above the red city. One after another, the gigantic dimensional creatures were pierced by the beams of light, and their huge bodies were instantly pierced through, then shattered into pieces like solid ice. In just the time of 3 breaths, the entire red city had returned to its peaceful state. All of the dimensional creatures had been killed, without a single exception. When the panicking people saw this, they were first shocked, but soon after they were filled with uncontrollable joy. These monsters are all dead. Look, it's that fairy who saved us. What a beautiful fairy. She looks familiar. It's Yan Qinyu, the young lady of the Yan family. Our young lady has returned, she saved us. It's really our young lady. She saved our lives. We should kneel down in front of her. Many people in the city recognized Yan Qinyu, and they immediately kneeled down in front of her. In their eyes, Yan Qinyu was no longer that sickly girl, she was a real fairy. They had no way to repay her for saving their lives, so they could only kneel down in front of Yan Qinyu like a deity. In other words, in their hearts, Yan Qinyu had become a deity, a real fairy. Within the Yan family, all the people from the Yan family were staring at Yan Qinyu, who was floating in the sky. An infatuated look could be seen in their eyes. Chief, what level do you think little you is at now? Yan Hongtai arrived next to Yan Xuanhuan and asked. With my eyesight I can't tell. But even those divine core creatures couldn't withstand a single strike from her. You can imagine how strong you is. A bright smile bloomed on Yan Xuanhuan's face. Having a daughter like this was something he should be proud of. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect our Yan family to have such a peerless genius. Our ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds. Yan Hongtai had tears streaming down his face. He felt like the Yan family's ancestors must have been lucky to have such a proud daughter. Yan Qinyu's eyes were burning with anger as she stared at the ruins of the Red City. She flew towards Yan Xuanhuan and said, Daddy, all the dimensional creatures in this city have been killed, I need to go save the people in the other cities. Alright, be careful you. Yan Xuanhuan nodded his head. The invasion of the monsters had brought a devastating blow to the Red City. If the Red City and the Fragrant Sky City were in such a state, then the other cities would be in a similar state. There were a total of 28 cities in this region, and all of them were being attacked by the dimensional creatures as well. If Yan Qinyu could help them now, she would be able to save a lot of lives. With a wave of her white dress, Yan Qinyu disappeared from the sky above the Red City, flying towards the nearest city. Since all the dimensional creatures in the Red City had been killed, Yan Qinyu wasn't afraid of any more dimensional creatures appearing. Before they arrived, all the cities in the Red City area were already occupied by the dimensional creatures. The dimensional crack in Mount Origin was guarded by De Huang Dog and Nangong Wenyan, so no new dimensional creatures would appear in a short period of time. Without new dimensional creatures, the Red City would be safe. While Yan Qinyu was leaving the Red City, Jiang Chen had also left the Fragrant Sky City and was heading towards another city. Han Yen, Yu Zihan, Guaniyun and Tianishan had split up into 4 groups, killing dimensional creatures along the way. Soon they had arrived at different cities. Rumble, the air was rippling, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. More than half of the city in front of them had been destroyed, and the city was filled with violent dimensional creatures. At this moment, a young man in blue robes appeared, emanating a boundless devilish aura. Fuck you, all of you can die now. The young man in blue robes was none other than Han Yen. When he saw the miserable state of those humans in the city, Han Yen was instantly enraged. He cursed out loudly, then he unleashed a devilish wave that swept across half of the city. Roar, roar. some divine core dimensional creatures kept roaring out furiously. They leapt into the sky and leapt towards Han Yen. But they were no match for Han Yen and were instantly torn into pieces. In just 10 minutes, Han Yen had killed all the dimensional creatures in the city. Without waiting for the people to express their gratitude, Han Yen flew away like a gust of wind, heading towards another city. We're saved. All the monsters are killed. It was that young man who helped us. We don't know him. The heavens don't want us to die. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. At this moment, the entire city was filled with people kneeling down and worshipping Han Yen. On the other side, Yuzihan's city was in the same situation. There were a lot of dimensional creatures here, but the good thing was that there weren't any combat soul dimensional creatures. According to the Imperial Emperor, combat soul dimensional creatures would appear in the dimensional crack. But since there weren't any in the city right now, it was most likely because they hadn't come out from the dimensional crack yet. Invading my territory, killing my fellow humans. This is an unforgivable crime. Yuzihan let out a furious roar. He swung his sword and unleashed a powerful wave of energy. None of the dimensional creatures could withstand a single strike from him, and they were all killed on the spot. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan were in the same situation as well. After witnessing what these brutal dimensional creatures had done, they were instantly enraged, and they didn't show any mercy at all. Besides, with Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu's help, with their formidable combat strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out all the dimensional creatures in this area. It wouldn't take them too long to do so. This was a race against time because with every second that passed, more people would die in the hands of these dimensional creatures. Bam bam bam, loud booms kept ringing out and shockwaves from battles could be felt everywhere. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Chen and the few men were like ferocious wolves and tigers. They started sweeping back and forth in this area, and wherever they went all the dimensional creatures would be killed and turned into ashes. At the same time back at Mount Origin, loud booms kept ringing out from the huge dimensional crack. Thunderbolts were interweaving with each other, and dark energies were swirling about. A tremendous suction force was unleashed from the dimensional crack, and it was devouring everything underneath it. From time to time, some dimensional creatures would roar and fall out from the dimensional crack. De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian were guarding both sides of the dimensional crack. Even they had to be extremely careful in this place, and they dared not get too close to the dimensional crack. If they were sucked into the dimensional crack by the suction force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bam! A late divine core dimensional creature fell out from the dimensional crack, and in an instant, it was smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog's head. It died on the spot. As more and more dimensional creatures appeared, Big Yellow and Nangong Wentian realized something. During this period of time, the dimensional creatures that came out from the dimensional crack were getting stronger and stronger. De Huang, something doesn't feel right, the dimensional creatures are getting stronger and stronger. Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. Damn it, if this continues, I'm afraid a huge amount of combat soul dimensional creatures will appear. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Right after his words left his mouth, loud booms could be heard coming from the dimensional crack. After that, a majestic dimensional creature fell out from the crack, and it really did possess the aura of a combat soul warrior. You jinxed it, a combat soul dimensional creature appeared right after you said that. Nangong Wentian rolled his eyes and glared at De Huang Dog. What a dog's mouth, nothing good would come out of it. Chapter 376. Roar. Although the dimensional creature was only at the early combat soul realm, its strength was not something an ordinary divine core dimensional creature could compare with. After the dimensional creature appeared, it immediately saw De Huang Dog, then it crazily leapt toward De Huang Dog. Damn it! De Huang Dog showed no signs of fear. With his huge head raised, he dashed toward the dimensional creature. De Huang Dog possessed the complete dragon horse bloodline, so no ordinary demon beast could compare with him. Even though he was only at the peak divine core realm, he was more than enough to fight an early combat soul warrior. Bam! De Huang Dog's head collided with the dimensional creature's palm, producing a loud clanging sound and producing some sparks. The combat soul dimensional creature was extremely powerful, and De Huang Dog was knocked back dozens of meters by the slap. On the other hand, the dimensional creature was shocked. It knew very well how powerful its attack was, and in its mind, the dog in front of it should have been smashed into pieces. However, nothing had happened to De Huang Dog and his head was incredibly hard. Brr. The dimensional creature roared out once again, then it leapt toward De Huang Dog. Facing this situation, Nangong Wenyan couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately charged toward the dimensional creature with the giant ruler that was glowing with a bright blue light. Bang, 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 the air around them started burning, and the unstable dimensional barrier became even more violent because of the intense battle. A man and a dog were fighting a combat soul dimensional creature together, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Furthermore, with the Huang dog and Nangong Wenyan working together, the dimensional creature was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. Roar! Roar! The dimensional creature pounded its chest with both hands in a furious manner. Its gigantic body dashed forward, trying to tear the man and dog in front of it into pieces. "Da Huang, kill this guy!" Nangong Wenyan shouted out loudly. His body was covered in bright blue starlight, and he and Da Huang dog's teamwork was getting better and better. With the perfect teamwork, the dimensional creature was once again knocked back while letting out loud howls. Boom. However, before Nangong Wenyan and Da Huang dog could feel happy about it, another loud explosion sounded out from the dimensional crack, and another combat soul dimensional creature fell out from it. Another early combat soul dimensional creature. Da Huang dog's eyes widened. Not good, combat soul dimensional creatures have started appearing, and I'm afraid more and more of them will appear in the near future. I'm afraid late combat soul dimensional creatures will appear soon, and with our strength, there's no way we can defend against them. Nangong Wenyan said worriedly. Looks like I'll have to seal this spatial crack as soon as possible. Da Huang dog frowned. It's extremely difficult to seal the spatial crack, unless a combat king warrior personally intervenes. Nangong Wenyan said. We can't seal the spatial crack anymore. Let's go find little Qinzi now. I'm sure those two-dimensional creatures will catch up to us. We'll let little Qinzi deal with them. Once we kill all the dimensional creatures in the Red City region, we'll figure out a way to seal the spatial crack. After saying that, Da Huang dog turned into a golden beam and flew toward the Red City region. Nangong Wenyan dared not hesitate. He immediately chased after Da Huang dog. With the two of them working together, they were able to deal with a powerful early combat soul dimensional creature, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to deal with two of them. However, the current situation didn't look good for them as more and more combat soul dimensional creatures would appear, and there was no way they could defend against them. Roar! Seeing that the man and dog had chosen to flee, the two-dimensional creatures immediately became furious and chased after them. They unleashed powerful energy waves, and wherever they went all living beings would be killed. Right at this moment, most of the cities in the Red City region had calmed down. Jiang Chen and his men were simply too powerful, and no matter how many dimensional creatures there were, they were still not enough to kill. Many of the dimensional creatures in the cities had been killed, and only 3 cities were left. Yuzihan, Guaniyun and Tianishan were rushing toward those cities, while Jiang Chen was rushing toward Mount Origin with Yanqinyu and Han Yan. It's Da Huang and Brother Nan. There are 2 powerful dimensional creatures following behind them. Han Yan saw Da Huang dog and Nangong Wenyan approaching from afar. Sure enough, combat soul dimensional creatures have appeared. Looks like Da Huang and Brother Nan won't be able to defend against them. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. It hadn't been long and combat soul dimensional creatures had already appeared. No one knew which dimensional crack was connected to, and no one knew how many dimensional creatures there were in that dimensional crack, and no one knew how powerful these dimensional creatures were. Little Qinzi, hurry up and kill them. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and his men, Nangong Wenyan immediately shouted out. Let me do it. After saying that, Yanqinyu flew toward the 2-dimensional creatures with incredible speed. In an instant, she flew past Da Huang dog and Nangong Wenyan and stood in front of the 2-dimensional creatures. Swoosh! Yanqinyu waved her hand and unleashed 2 cold beams. They were 2 extremely sharp ice swords, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the 2-dimensional creatures. Puchi! Puchi! Yanqinyu, who was an early combat soul warrior, was simply too powerful. She had completely unleashed the power of her 9 meridians. With just 2 cold beams, she had pierced through the 2 early combat soul dimensional creatures and sealed them in ice. What an abnormal 9 meridians. Looking at the situation, Nangong Wenyan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The 9 meridians of a combat soul warrior was simply too powerful. Although he had great talent and could fight combat soul warriors with just his divine core cultivation, he was still a divine core warrior, not a combat soul warrior. At least, compared to Yanqinyu, the gap between him and Yanqinyu was huge. Little Qinzi, how are the dimensional creatures in the Red City area? Da Huang dog asked. Most of them have been killed and there are only 3 small cities left. Zihan and the others will deal with them, we're going to Mount Origin to help you guys. Jiang Qin said. Killing all the dimensional creatures in the Red City area was just for the sake of saving people, but the real source of these dimensional creatures was in Mount Origin. If they didn't deal with the dimensional crack soon, more dimensional creatures would appear, and the strength of those dimensional creatures would only get stronger. More combat soul dimensional creatures are coming from that direction, we can't hold them off any longer. Nangong Wenyan said. Let's go have a look. Jiang Qin took the lead and flew toward the dimensional crack in Mount Origin. Soon the group arrived at the dimensional crack. Right at this moment, two powerful dimensional creatures appeared at the same time. These two-dimensional creatures were even more powerful, and one of them had reached the mid-combat soul realm. When it saw Jiang Qin and the group, it immediately leapt toward them. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed, then he swung the Heavenly Saint sword and killed both dimensional creatures in an instant. What made Jiang Qin depressed was that these dimensional creatures didn't even have demon souls in their bodies. If they did, he would be able to obtain some wealth from them. We need to find a way to fix the dimensional crack. If not, even more powerful dimensional creatures will appear. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. But, without a combat king warrior, it's impossible to fix the dimensional crack. Han Yen said. There's another way we can use a formation. Jiang Qin said. Using a formation? Nangong Wenyan and Han Yen were both startled. They had never heard of using a formation to mend a spatial crack. Would it really work? That's right. The only thing we can do now is to use a formation to seal the dimensional crack, preventing those dimensional creatures from coming out. Jiang Qin said, I know of an ancient formation called the Skymen Formation. It's constructed using the principles of yin and yang. Everything in this world belongs to yin and yang, and if we can successfully construct the Skymen Formation, we'll be able to temporarily seal the dimensional crack. At that point of time, the Imperial Emperor won't just sit back and do nothing, I'm sure he'll fix the dimensional crack. I've heard about this Skymen Formation from the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. However, the process of constructing this formation is extremely complicated, and will need the yin and yang energies to work together. De Huang Dog said. He was an expert in the ancient Heavenly Book of Source Formations, and he knew every single formation in this world, including the Skymen Formation mentioned by Jiang Qin. Little Yu is born with the 9 yin meridians, a true 9 yin body. She can provide us with the 9 yin energy. I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill and the 9 solar energies, so my yuan energy is extremely yang. Furthermore, I can use the 9 solar energies to form the 6 solar energy, and together with the yuan energy in my body, I'll be able to provide them with yang energy. With the balance of yin and yang, I'll be able to construct the Skymen Formation. There's no time to lose, let's start now. De Huang, you're an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations, I'll need your help later. Jiang Qin said. With his current cultivation, constructing the Skymen Formation would be extremely difficult, but with De Huang Dog's help, it would be a different story. This dog was extremely mystical, and he was an expert in many aspects, especially when it came to formations. Back in the poisonous miasma space, he was able to construct an ancient formation like the Spiral Formation. Alright, let's work together and construct the Skymen Formation. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up, he was instantly interested. He was the same as Jiang Qin, the more challenging something was, the more he liked it. Little Yu, listen to my command later and unleash your 9 yin energy. Jiang Qin looked at Yan Qinyu. Okay Qingij. Yan Qinyu hurriedly nodded. At such a crucial moment, she didn't dare to screw up. Swish. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog turned into 2 rays of light and appeared on both sides of the spatial crack. Jiang Qin had a solemn expression on his face. He unleashed the Great Soul Derivation technique to the extreme, and both of his hands kept drawing in the air, striking out one rune after another that no one could understand. Those runes were actually seals. Soon, a huge illusory net made entirely of seals was condensed in front of Jiang Qin. On the other side, De Huang Dog was doing the same. He kept drawing in the air with his hooves, and his speed was extremely fast, creating a huge net made entirely of seals as well. Chapter 377. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. However, after spending so much time with Jiang Qin, Han Yen and the others had gotten used to it. No matter what incredible things Jiang Qin was going to do, they would be mentally prepared for it. In this world, there were some things and people that couldn't be judged with common sense. Jiang Qin was an exception to this rule. He wasn't even 17 years old, but his soul had lived for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, his experiences were not something ordinary people could compare with. Without a doubt, it was a very difficult process to set up a super formation like the Skymen formation. At least, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen right now. Even if he and De Huang Dog worked together, it would still be very difficult for them to set up the formation in a short period of time. Furthermore, during the process of setting up the Skymen formation, there would be many powerful dimensional creatures coming out from it. This made it even more difficult for them to set up the formation. Roar! Right at this moment, a series of roars could be heard. 3 powerful dimensional beasts let out tyrannical roars as they charged out from the spatial crack. As the spatial crack continued to appear, more and more dimensional beasts appeared, and each time the number of dimensional beasts appeared was also increasing. Among these 3-dimensional creatures, 2 of them were only at the late divine core realm, and the last one was at the early combat soul realm. Little you! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Both he and De Huang Dog were fully focused on setting up the Skymen formation, so there was no way they could kill these dimensional creatures. Therefore, they could only rely on Yan Qinyu to kill these combat soul dimensional creatures. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, Yan Qinyu had already struck the moment the 3-dimensional creatures appeared. With lightning speed, she unleashed 3 bright beams that pierced through the 3-dimensional creatures, shattering them into pieces. Buzz! The air rippled and the black devouring force became even stronger. Sharp hurricanes kept attacking Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's bodies. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare get so close to the dimensional crack. Just the terrifying hurricanes alone could cause them unimaginable damage, and they might even be devoured by the dimensional crack. However, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had extremely powerful fleshly bodies. Although these hurricanes were terrifying, they were not enough to harm them. As the greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen was omnipotent. De Huang Dog was well versed in the holy book of source formations and knew all kinds of formations in the world like the back of his hand. On top of that, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding of each other for a long time. Therefore, when they worked together, it was perfect. The man and dog were both extremely fast, and they kept casting out complicated and indescribable seals. There were many seals that even Nangong Wentian and Han Yen couldn't understand. As the number of seals increased, the net formed by the seals grew larger and larger. However, it was an extremely slow process. During the process, some powerful dimensional creatures would come out from the hole, but they were all killed by Yan Qinyu. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had completed the array formation. De Huang, connect! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and threw the net in his hand forward. At the same time, De Huang Dog also threw the net in his hand. The 2 nets quickly merged together, and the Skymen formation was being completed in an orderly manner. Roar! The dimensional creatures in the dimensional crack seemed to have sensed the pressure from the formation, causing them to become even more restless. 2 beams of light flashed across the sky, and in the next moment 2 30-meter-tall dimensional creatures dashed out from the crack. Roar! Roar! After these 2-dimensional creatures appeared, they fiercely pounded their own chests. Then they charged toward Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog from the left and right. Not good. Nangong Wentian immediately cried out in panic, because these 2-dimensional creatures had both reached the mid-combat soul realm. Among all of them, apart from Jiang Chen, only Yan Qinyu had the ability to fight a mid-combat soul warrior. Nangong Wentian and Han Yen could at most fight an early combat soul warrior, but when facing a mid-combat soul warrior, there was nothing they could do. Qin Gij, what should we do now? Yan Qinyu was shocked and she panicked for a moment. 2 mid-combat soul dimensional creatures were charging toward both sides, and she could only block one of them at most. Help De Huang, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. All right, Yan Qinyu replied. With a sway of her body, she arrived in front of De Huang Dog. She unleashed an icy energy toward the ferocious dimensional creature. On the other side, the mid-combat soul dimensional creature had arrived in front of Jiang Chen as well. It looked extremely ferocious, as if it was going to tear Jiang Chen apart with its bare hands. Right now, Jiang Chen was focusing all his energy on the Skymen formation. If he were to spare some of his energy to deal with these dimensional creatures, the Skymen formation would fall apart. Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't spare any energy to deal with these dimensional creatures, but he did have a way to deal with them. Ice Demon, it's your turn. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, then a white beam shot out from his storage ring. Ever since he brought the Ice Demon King out, he had kept it as his trump card and he had never used it. But now that the situation was critical, he had no other choice but to use it. Roar, the 30 zhang tall Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked even more ferocious than before. The Ice Demon King was like a mountain, and its entire body was covered with ice. As soon as it appeared, it smashed its fist onto the dimensional creature's head, causing it to explode and die on the spot. Oh, the Ice Demon King threw its head back and roared into the sky. It was extremely satisfied. For a ferocious existence like it, staying in the storage ring for a long time had driven it crazy. Therefore, now that Jiang Chen had let it out, it was like a dragon swimming in the ocean, or a tiger returning to the woods. Tearing a dimensional creature into pieces and tasting its blood, it felt extremely good. After killing a dimensional creature, the Ice Demon King didn't stop there. It immediately dashed to the other side and killed another dimensional creature that was fighting with Xianxia with a single punch. In the Ice Demon King's eyes, Xianxia was the true inheritor of the Ice God, and she was its true master. It would never allow anyone to bully the inheritor of the Ice God. Damn it. The Huang dog staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. His eyes were wide open and he stared at the ice demon in front of him, who looked even more terrifying than the dimensional creatures. Not only the Huang dog, even Han Yan and Nangong Wenyan had their mouths wide open, and they looked like they were struck dumb. Jiang Chen hadn't told anyone about the Ice Demon King, and besides Yan Qinyu, no one else knew about it. Therefore, when they suddenly saw such a frightening existence, there was no reason for them not to be shocked. Damn it, when did little Qinzi tame such a frightening monster? Judging from its aura just now, I'm afraid it's at least a late combat soul warrior. Nangong Wenyan said with a shocked expression. This is insane. A mid-combat soul dimensional creature was killed with just a single punch. I never expected little Qinzi to have such a powerful trump card. It's so dazzling. With the help of such a formidable existence, even the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect won't be a problem for us. Han Yin was also sighing with mixed emotions. I think little Qinzi tamed this monster in the Island of Ice. This guy is really amazing, he can even tame an existence like this. I really wonder how he did it. Nangong Wenyan shook his head. He was completely speechless by Jiang Chen's abilities. With the help of this monster, no matter how many dimensional creatures come out, they will all be killed. With that, little Qinzi and De Huang will be able to build the Skymen formation. Han Yen said. The worried expression on his face had disappeared. Rumble? Loud rumbling noises could be heard coming from the dimensional crack, as if they had sensed the existence of the Skymen formation. The dimensional creatures inside the dimensional crack began to grow restless, and were trying their best to break out. This made it even more difficult to set up the Skymen formation. Fortunately, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were very skillful. The Skymen formation was set up in an orderly manner, and a gigantic illusionary net was about to be formed. During this process, more and more dimensional creatures came out from the dimensional crack, and each one was stronger than the previous one. There were even a few mid-combat soul dimensional creatures, but in front of the mighty Ice Demon King, these dimensional creatures couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Ice Demon King just stood outside the dimensional crack, and every dimensional creature that came out would be greeted with a single punch from it. With just a simple punch, all dimensional creatures exploded. An hour later, the Skymen formation was finally completed. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, then the Skymen formation covered the dimensional crack. In the next moment, the black devouring force started disappearing, and the restless dimensional crack suddenly calmed down. The sky above Mount Origin returned to normal. It's done. Nangong Wenyan widened his eyes and threw his glance toward the spot where the dimensional crack appeared. He couldn't find the Skymen formation. It was as if nothing had happened. Phew, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog let out sighs of relief at the same time. Both of their faces were covered in sweat. It wasn't hard to imagine how much energy it took to set up the Skymen formation. Amazing, they really sealed it. Han Yen praised. 2 divine core warriors actually sealed the dimensional crack with a formation. Damn it, do they really have to be so amazing? Nangong Wenyan couldn't help but say. This was an amazing situation, and if this news was spread out, it would definitely bring a huge storm to the world. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's reputation would definitely reach a new height. Dong dong. Suddenly, a muffled sound of something crashing could be heard from the sky. The Skymen formation started shaking violently, and in the blink of an eye, numerous cracks appeared on the formation, and black mist started shooting out from the cracks. Not good, some powerful dimensional creatures are attacking the Skymen formation, and it's at least a late combat soul dimensional creature. If this continues, the Skymen formation won't last long. De Huang Dog's expression changed dramatically. Our strength is limited, and the power of the Skymen formation is limited as well. The dimensional creatures inside don't want to be sealed, so they are attacking the formation. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Qingij, what should we do now? If the Skymen formation is destroyed, even more powerful dimensional creatures will come out. Although we have the ice demon with us, we have no idea how many dimensional creatures there are. We can't let this continue. Yan Qinyu worriedly said. Chapter 378. Rumble. The rumbling sounds coming from inside the dimensional crack became even more intense, and they could faintly hear the roars of dimensional beasts coming from inside. More cracks began to appear on the previously undamaged Skymen formation. Everyone's faces darkened. If the situation continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Skymen formation was completely destroyed, and once that happened, even more powerful dimensional beasts would appear. If there were more of them, even the Ice Demon King wouldn't be able to kill them all, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, it looks like all our efforts are going to be in vain. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Facing a situation like this, even if he was an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, it would still be useless. After all, he was too weak, and an ancient formation like the Skymen formation couldn't unleash its true power. The Skymen formation in front of him was the result of him and Jiang Chen's combined efforts. If it still couldn't seal the dimensional beasts, then there was nothing they could do. Everyone was panicking except for Jiang Chen, who had an indifferent expression on his face. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's calmness. It was as if no matter what happened, this young man in white would never panic. He was always so calm and collected. All of you get out of my way, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, everyone was startled for a moment, then they quickly backed away, including the Ice Demon King. All of them backed away from the dimensional crack, and even De Huang Dog stayed away from the Skymen formation. Could it be that little Qinzi still has some tricks up his sleeves? Nangong Wendian said in shock. He really couldn't think of any tricks that Jiang Chen could use to seal the dimensional crack. It's hard to say, this kid is a weirdo, he might really have some tricks up his sleeves. Let's just wait and see. He has always been a calm person, and these dimensional beasts are related to the safety of the Red City. I'm sure he has to treat them seriously. De Huang Dog said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing under the Skymen formation. They wanted to see what other tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves to strengthen the Skymen formation and seal the dimensional crack. Clang. With a sway of his arm, the Heavenly Saint sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand with a clang, emitting a buzzing sound. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on the Heavenly Saint sword, and he used his hand to stroke the body of the sword lovingly. Don't disappoint me. As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately closed his eyes. He was communicating with the Heavenly Saint sword. At this time, there was only one way to strengthen the Skymen array and completely seal the spatial crack, and that was to use the remnant Great Sage laws in the Heavenly Saint sword. This was a tyrannical peerless saint weapon. Although only 2 parts of it were found, it still contained Great Saint laws. However, the level of Great Saint was too far away from Jiang Chen's current cultivation. Even if there were Great Saint laws, Jiang Chen would not be able to use them. But Jiang Chen's situation was different, because the Heavenly Saint sword was forged by him, and the Great Saint laws were added by him as well. If there was someone in this world who could summon Great Saint laws at the Divine Core realm, that person would definitely be Jiang Chen, and he would definitely summon them from the Heavenly Saint sword. The Great Saint laws were above everything else, they were the peak existences in this world. Although Jiang Chen couldn't unleash the power of the Great Saint laws, as long as he could summon them and add them into the Skymen formation, it would make the formation extremely sturdy. With that, sealing the dimensional crack wouldn't be a problem. Swoosh. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed an invisible airflow from the Heavenly Saint sword. The moment the airflow appeared, it instantly froze the surrounding space. Han Yen and the others could feel a mighty pressure pressing down from the sky. The pressure was so great that it made their souls tremble, and it made it difficult for them to breathe. Although it only lasted for a short moment, it gave them the urge to kneel down and worship it. The invisible airflow entered the Skymen formation, and the shaking Skymen formation instantly calmed down. The rumbling noises had disappeared as well, and the sky returned to normal. This time, the dimensional crack had been completely sealed. Swoosh. The Heavenly Saint sword let out a loud cry, then it was put away by Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, the sky above Mount Origin had returned to normal, and the aura of the dimensional creatures could no longer be sensed. Facing such a sudden change, Han Yen and the others had their mouths wide open in shock. They had no idea what had just happened. They only felt the pressure for a split second, and after that they lost their consciousness. As for the place where the dimensional crack had appeared in the sky, apart from the fact that there was a formation there, they couldn't see any other changes. In fact, with their eyesight, they couldn't see the existence of any laws. The Great Saint laws were like nothingness in front of them. Not to mention them, even if the Combat King Realm Imperial Emperor was here, he would only be able to see the Skymen formation, but he wouldn't be able to see the Great Saint laws within it. For Combat King Realm cultivators, the Saint Realm was too far away and the gap between them was not small. A real saint could kill billions of Combat King Realm cultivators with just a flick of his finger, turning them into ashes. Damn it. Little brat, tell me, how did you do it? De Huang Dog jumped in front of Jiang Chen and asked while baring his teeth. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities, but today, Jiang Chen had shocked him once again. He couldn't see what method Jiang Chen had used to strengthen the Skymen formation and completely seal up the dimensional crack. Little Chenzi, what method did you use? What was that pressure just now? Han Yen also asked. Although Nangong Wenyan didn't say anything, his eyes had already expressed his bewilderment. This was truly too astonishing. The heaven-repairing array that was on the verge of being destroyed actually became impregnable in the blink of an eye, completely sealing the spatial crack. This was truly too mystical. That's a secret. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He decided to keep this a secret. He couldn't tell them the Great Saint laws, that would be ridiculous. Fuck you. Two men and a dog shouted at the same time. Although they had guessed that Jiang Chen wouldn't tell them, they still couldn't help but curse out loud when they heard Jiang Chen's words. Alright, now that the dimensional crack has been dealt with, let's go home before we return to the Martial Palace. The Red City area was attacked by those dimensional creatures, and it was severely damaged. Many people were killed, so we need to take care of the aftermath. Besides, it wasn't easy for me to come back. If I just leave like this, my dad will curse me to death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. When he thought of xuanhuan, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He really cherished this kind of family. And many of our Yen family members are severely injured. Chen Gij has a lot of healing pills with you, I can help them recover quickly. Yen Chenyu said. She couldn't help but worry when she thought of the injuries suffered by Yen Zhanyun and the others. Or right when they were about to leave for the Red City area, a series of loud laughter sounded out. After that, a figure suddenly appeared from afar like a ghost. It was an old man wearing an imperial robe. He looked to be in his 50s, and he was unleashing an extremely powerful aura that made those who looked at him feel pressured. Upon seeing this old man, the expressions of Jiang Chen and the others instantly changed. This old man wasn't a stranger to them. He was one of the men who followed the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect chief to the Martial Palace to deal with Jiang Chen. He was a highly respected elder from the Xuanhuan clan, and he was a late divine core warrior. He was a frightening man. Those men from the Xuanhuan clan are really shameless. Why did they follow us all the way here? Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He was really angry. Although he didn't know this old man's name, he knew that this man was from the Xuanhuan clan. For a late combat soul warrior from the Xuanhuan clan to appear here at this time, he was definitely not here to chat with him. However, the Xuanhuan clan knew that he had accepted such a difficult mission, and they still sent someone here. This was really disgusting. The old man was none other than Xuanhuan Yiqing's grandfather, Xuanhuan Ying. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was beyond anyone's imagination. With Xuanhuan Ying's eyesight, he immediately saw the Skymen formation above them, and a shocked expression emerged on his face. I really didn't expect you to have such a method. You actually used a formation to seal the crack in space. My grandson also has a very high attainment in formation. If you didn't kill him, he would definitely become a great formation master in the future. Xuanhuan Ying said. When he saw the Skymen formation, he couldn't help but think of his grandson, who he was so proud of. With Xuanhuan Yiqing's attainments in the art of formations, his future achievements would definitely be beyond anyone's reach. You're Xuanhuan Yiqing's grandfather? Jiang Chen finally understood. That's right, Jiang Chen, you little bastard, you killed my grandson. Today I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. The ninth emperor isn't here to protect you. Let's see how you can escape from me. Xuanhuan Ying said with a grin on his face. In fact, it wasn't the Xuanhuan clan's idea for him to come to Mount Origin. He had come here secretly. After all, Jiang Chen's mission to fix the dimensional crack was given by the imperial emperor himself, and even the ninth emperor wasn't allowed to participate in it. If he attacked Jiang Qin secretly, he would be breaking the Imperial Emperor's rules. However, in order to avenge his grandson, Xuanhuan couldn't care less. All he wanted to do was to kill Jiang Qin, nothing else mattered to him. However, Xuanhuan had placed all his attention on Jiang Qin, and he had completely ignored the Ice Demon King who was standing next to Yan Qinyu. He never expected that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful existence by his side. Damn it, the Xuanhuan clan is really despicable. We even accepted a mission like this, but you guys attacked us secretly. How shameless. Han Yin couldn't help but curse. No matter what, the Xuanhuan clan is one of the strongest superpowers in the Jian province. What they did is really disgusting. Chapter 379. The anger of Nangong Wentian, Han Yen, and the others didn't make Xuanhuan feel ashamed or uncomfortable. Instead, it made him feel even better. In Xuanhuan mind, the angrier they were, the more afraid they were of him. The feeling of making one's enemies feel fear was really refreshing, and Xuanhuan enjoyed it. In his eyes, these people were like turtles in a jar, his prey. He wouldn't let any of them go. He was going to kill them one by one, especially Jiang Qin. He wanted to torture him thoroughly before killing him. If not, he would feel sorry for his dead grandson. Jie Jiang Qin, let's see how you can escape from me today. You're all going to die today, and you're all going to die miserably. This is the result of going against the Xuanhuan clan. Xuanhuan said with an evil smile on his face. He couldn't think of any way these juniors could escape from him. The strongest among them was Jiang Qin, and although Jiang Qin was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors, he still stood no chance against a late-combat soul warrior like Xuanhuan. Haha, Xuanhuan, are you really sure you can kill us? Jiang Qin didn't get angry, instead he started laughing. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. Not only Jiang Qin, even Han Yin and Nangong Wentian had a smile on their faces. The anger on their faces was completely gone, and no fear or panic could be seen on their faces. This startled Xuanhuan for a moment, but he quickly figured out that these men were just pretending to be calm. No matter how hard you try to stay calm, no one will be able to save you today. The 9th Emperor will never show up at this moment. Jiang Qin, I heard you found a broken piece of an Emperor weapon on the island of ice. If you can give me that broken piece of an Emperor weapon, I might consider giving you a quick death. Jiang Qin said. Xuanhuan coldly harumphed. His sharp gaze fell upon Jiang Qin. The news about Jiang Qin obtaining a broken piece of an Emperor weapon in the island of ice had spread far and wide, and Xuanhuan naturally knew about it as well. Everyone was greedy, especially when the prey was right in front of them. I'm really sorry, but it's impossible for me to give you the fragment of the Emperor armament. Furthermore, who told you that if the 9th Emperor doesn't make a move, we'll definitely die? If I told you that you're going to die today, I'm afraid you won't believe me, right? Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest and said casually, What? I'm dead meat, huh? Xuanhuan was startled for a moment, but soon after, he burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. It was like a mouse baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at a cat that was 10 times bigger than it, telling the cat that it was going to die. What a joke. Jiang Qin, I really have no idea why you would say such a joke, but since you don't want to hand over the Emperor weapon, I'll come and get it myself. Once I kill you, all your treasures will be mine. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Xuanhuan's killing intent erupted from his body. He decided not to waste his breath on Jiang Qin. He decided to strike without hesitation. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike. Rumble, a loud explosion sounded out, followed by an illusory gigantic hand descending from the sky. Xuanhuan had perfectly unleashed his late combat soul aura, and it was so powerful that no one dared to look directly at it. It was as if the gigantic hand could destroy everything in its path, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Facing such a powerful attack from Xuanhuan, Jiang Qin's smile didn't diminish. He just stood there showing no signs of attacking. Ignorant kid, how dare you be so arrogant? Die now. Xuanhuan coldly harumphed. With an evil smile on his face, the gigantic hand continued attacking Jiang Qin without slowing down. Roar! Right at this moment, a loud roar sounded out. In the next second, Xuanhuan saw a white beam suddenly appear in front of Jiang Qin. It was a gigantic monster that stood over 30 meters tall, and it moved with incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, it had punched out. Rumble, the air rippled and even the air became scorching hot. The Ice Demon King had shattered Xuanhuan's attack with just a single punch, and the whole process was as easy as smashing rotten wood. Tap tap tap. Xuanhuan was forced 3 steps back. What? Xuanhuan's expression changed dramatically. He stared at the monster in front of him with an expression of disbelief. The shock he felt in his heart had reached an extreme level. Xuanhuan had noticed this monster when he first arrived. However, the Ice Demon King just stood there without releasing any aura. That's why Xuanhuan didn't notice it. He never expected this monster to be so powerful. Judging from its cultivation, it had reached the peak combat soul realm, and its combat strength was even greater than his. What do you think, Xuanhuan? I told you can't kill me, but since you're here today, don't think you can leave. Jiang Qin said. How is this possible? How can you control such a powerful monster? Xuanhuan felt he was having a hard time breathing. He couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin did it. A young late divine core warrior actually had the ability to control a peak combat soul demon beast. This was really shocking, and he wouldn't believe it if he didn't witness it with his own eyes. That's not something you should worry about. You better think about your own situation. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Jiang Qin, do you really think a monster like this can defeat me? That's just wishful thinking. This monster only has a strong body and an extremely cold physique. It doesn't have any powerful combat skills. With my combat skills and combat weapon, I can easily kill it. Xuanhuan said with a loud voice. He could tell that although this monster in front of him had a powerful combat strength, it only relied on the strength of its body. It didn't have any powerful combat skills, and it didn't have any combat weapon. This was the gap between them. Let me give you a friendly reminder, if you choose to run away now, you might still be able to make it. Jiang Qin said. What he said was true. Xuanhuan was a late combat soul warrior, and if he really wanted to run away, even the Ice Demon King wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, they weren't in the world of glaciers, so the Ice Demon King's combat strength and speed would be greatly reduced. What a joke. Die now. Stone-shattering palm. How could Xuanhuan run away? To him this was a rare opportunity. He unleashed his energy and unleashed the Xuanhuan clan's ultimate skill, the stone-shattering palm. When this powerful combat skill was unleashed by Xuanhuan, its power wasn't something any of the other Xuanhuan clan disciples Jiang Qin had met before could compare with. Swoosh. Jiang Qin and the others moved to the side, creating a space for the Ice Demon King and Xuanhuan to fight. At the same time, Jiang Qin circulated the Great Soul Derivation skill and locked onto Xuanhuan, not giving him any chance to run away. He knew how frightening the Ice Demon King was, and if Xuanhuan continued fighting it, he wouldn't have a good ending. Jiang Qin had no intention of letting Xuanhuan go today. The reason was simple. First, Xuanhuan was from the Xuanhuan clan, and he was Jiang Qin's mortal enemy. There was no reason for him to let an enemy escape. Secondly, Xuanhuan had seen the Ice Demon King, and if he ran away, Jiang Qin's secret would be exposed. For Jiang Qin, the Ice Demon King was a powerful trump card, and if his enemy found out about it, it would lose its purpose. The Ice Demon King let out a furious roar. It punched out its gigantic fist toward Xuanhuan's stone-shattering palm. Bang! Once again the atmosphere became chaotic. This time the Ice Demon King wasn't able to gain the upper hand. Just like what Xuanhuan had said, the Ice Demon King's strength came from its own body, while Xuanhuan was able to use a powerful combat skill. A powerful combat skill would provide an unimaginable boost to one's combat strength. Therefore, the Ice Demon King was knocked back by Xuanhuan's attack. Haha, this monster is no match for me. Jiang Qin, if this is your trump card, you're finished today. Once I kill this monster, I'll kill all of you. Seeing the Ice Demon King being knocked back, Xuanhuan burst into laughter. Once again he unleashed his powerful combat skill, unleashing a rainbow-colored energy wave towards the Ice Demon King. Roared the Ice Demon King kept roaring furiously. It didn't know what death was, and it didn't even put up any defense, it just continued attacking. Little Qinzi, do you think this Ice Demon can defeat Xuanhuan? Han Yin said with a sigh. I don't think it's possible. Nangong Wendian shook his head as well. Let's just wait and see. If Xuanhuan doesn't run away, he's dead for sure. Jiang Qin sneered. Only he knew that the Ice Demon King had another amazing ability, the ability to be immortal. Now that Yan Qinyu was here, it was like the Black Ice Talisman was here. As long as the Ice Demon King got close to the Black Ice Talisman, its demon spirit would be able to hide, and it would be able to resurrect instantly. Han Yin and Nangong Wendian exchanged a glance. They had no idea where Jiang Qin got his confidence from. On the other side, Xuanhuan and the Ice Demon King were fighting fiercely. The more Xianxia fought, the more frightened he became. This monster in front of him was too difficult to deal with. It was fighting with no regard for its own life. It only knew how to attack fiercely, and it didn't know how to defend itself at all. Damn it, is this monster not afraid of death? If that's the case, I'll just have to kill you. Xianxia cursed. With a shake of his arm, a bright blade appeared in his hand. It was a perfect ranked combat weapon. With Xianxuan's status, the combat weapon in his hand was obviously the best among all perfect ranked combat weapons. It was not something an ordinary perfect ranked combat weapon could compare with. Die. Xianxia raised the blade high up, unleashed all of his yuan energy, and slashed down at the Ice Demon King. Puchi. The Ice Demon King didn't even try to dodge, and just like that, it was slashed in half by Xianxuan's blade. Its body shattered and turned into ice. What? Chapter 380. Haha, Jiangchen, your monster helper is just SOSO. Apart from his brute strength, he's useless. Now that he's been killed by me, what other tricks do you have left? Xianxia burst into laughter. He felt extremely delighted. He felt that he had overestimated this ice demon. He thought it would have some powerful tricks, but it turned out that it was just an idiot who only knew how to attack and not how to defend. An existence like this could never pose any threat to him. Is that so? How do you know it's standing right behind you after you killed it? Jiangchen said with a smile. Haha, Jiangchen, are you out of your mind? Xianxia kept laughing. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Jiangchen pointed behind Xianxia. Xianxuan's expression changed and he couldn't help but tremble. He wasn't shocked by Jiangchen's words, he was shocked by the fact that he really felt a cold aura coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a huge fist coming toward his head. A gigantic creature had suddenly appeared behind him, and it was none other than the ice demon. What? This time Xianxia was really shocked. He immediately unleashed the earth-shattering palm to block the Ice Demon King's attack. However, as he was caught off guard, he was knocked back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. Right at this moment, Xianxuan's heart was in turmoil. Impossible. This is impossible. I killed it, how could it appear in front of me unscathed? Not only that, it didn't even lose a single bit of its combat strength. Xianxia simply couldn't accept this reality. He had slashed the Ice Demon King in half just now, and it was a devastating attack that couldn't possibly recover from. But what was going on in front of him? Xianxia was shocked. However, the Ice Demon King didn't hold back at all. It immediately unleashed a violent attack toward Xianxia. Boom! The Ice Demon King and Xianxia once again engaged in a fierce battle. The Ice Demon King's combat strength hadn't weakened at all after being resurrected, and it was still attacking Xianxia without any regard for its own life. The Ice Demon King was very clear about its advantage, it was invincible, so it didn't even bother defending itself. On the other hand, Xianxia was in a completely different situation. The fact that the Ice Demon King had come back to life had caused his mind to be in a mess, and his combat strength had been greatly weakened. Holy shit, this works too. Han Yin rolled his eyes. He felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Little Chinzi, what's going on? The Ice Demon King was clearly killed, how did it suddenly come back to life? Nangong Wen Tian stood beside Jiang Chen and asked anxiously. If he did not get an answer to this question he might go crazy. This is the Ice Demon King's special ability. It has two incredible abilities. Its demon spirit can hide in the void, and when its body is destroyed, it can instantly resurrect itself using its demon spirit. Jiang Chen told Nangong Wen about the Ice Demon King's terrifying ability, but he didn't mention anything about the Black Ice Talisman. Damn it, this ability is simply heaven-defying. If that's the case, Xianxia is going to be in big trouble today. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. He had never heard of the Ice Demon King's ability before. If what Jiang Chen said was true, the Ice Demon King was an existence that couldn't be killed. If Xianxia continued fighting the Ice Demon King, sooner or later, he would be completely exhausted, and he would be severely injured by the Ice Demon King. Haha, awesome. This old guy is going to die. Han Yin burst into laughter. He was extremely happy, and Nangong Wenyan kept giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen was able to subdue a monster like this. This really made him admire Jiang Chen greatly. Xianxuan's mind is in a mess. Everyone seal off this area, don't give him any chance to escape. Little Yu, De Huang, Nan and Yen stand on one side, I'll stand on the other. Today we have to kill this old man. If he escapes, we won't be able to keep the secret of the Ice Demon King. Jiang Chen said. All right. Yin Qinyu nodded. Apart from Jiang Qin, Yin Qinyu was the strongest person here. With a few of them working together with the Ice Demon King, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Xuanhuan. Rumble, the intense fight continued. Xuanhuan and the Ice Demon King were locked in a stalemate. Damn it, I don't believe you can't be killed. Xuanhuan was enraged. This was the first time in his life that he had been in a fight like this. He felt like he had just seen a ghost. Xuanhuan once again drew out the saber in his hand, unleashing all of his yuan energy. The saber shone brightly as it slashed down towards the Ice Demon King's head. Rumble. Under the impact of the perfect rank combat saber, the Ice Demon King was slashed in half once again, and died on the spot. However, before Xuanhuan could celebrate his victory, a new Ice Demon King appeared. This new Ice Demon King's combat strength hadn't weakened at all, it was still at its peak state, and it continued attacking Xuanhuan. What? Xuanhuan cried out in shock. Both of his eyes had turned red, and he felt like he was in a dream. This monster's monstrous ability was beyond his understanding. Even if ordinary demonic beasts had the ability to resurrect, they would still have to pay a heavy price every time they resurrected. At the very least, they would be killed once and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. However, this Ice Demon King in front of him, every time it resurrected, it would return to its peak state, and it didn't seem to be weakened at all. On the other hand, after killing the Ice Demon King twice in a row, Xuanhuan had consumed a lot of his energy. Coupled with the fact that his mind was in a mess, it was difficult for him to unleash his full combat strength. Amazing! Han Yin shouted out. He had finally witnessed something new today. He never expected there to be such a monstrous ice demon in this world. With its undying ability, even the strongest enemy would have a headache dealing with it. In fact, only Jiang Qin knew that it wasn't that the Ice Demon King was undying, it was just that its demon spirit had a monstrous ability to hide itself. With Jiang Qin's ability, it was impossible for him to discover its hidden demon spirit. However, if he encountered a combat king warrior, he might be able to discover the Ice Demon King's weak point. It was just like how Jiang Qin had killed the other ice demons in the world of glaciers. He could destroy its demon spirit the moment he killed it, and that way he would be able to completely destroy the Ice Demon King. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan didn't have the ability to destroy the Ice Demon King, so he was destined to be destroyed by it. Ark. The more Xuanhuan fought, the more aggrieved he felt. In the end he was screaming out in pain. Damned monster, I don't believe you have 3 lives. Die. Xuanhuan's eyes turned red. This time he was really going all out. He raised his saber high up in the air, then swung it down, leaving a deep mark in the air. The terrifying saber light looked like a golden waterfall, and it was extremely frightening. This was Xuanhuan's last attack with all his strength. His blood and qi had started to boil, and this attack was more than enough to kill the Ice Demon King once again since it didn't know how to defend itself. However, if the Ice Demon King could recover, Xuanhuan's combat strength would be halved, and he wouldn't be a match for it at all. Puchi. Without any surprise, just as Xuanhuan had expected, his powerful attack killed the Ice Demon King once again. But unfortunately in the next moment, the Ice Demon King reappeared, unscathed. Oh. Seeing this, Xuanhuan immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. How could he continue fighting like this? He couldn't bear it anymore. Brr. The Ice Demon King jumped up once again and its gigantic fist smashed down. Xuanhuan, who had almost exhausted all his energy, was no longer a match for it. Furthermore, the Ice Demon King was too fast, and Xuanhuan could only raise his arms to block. Boom. Under the Ice Demon King's violent energy attack, one of Xuanhuan's arms was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, and he let out a miserable shriek. Damn it, I admit defeat today. Xuanhuan endured the pain coming from his broken arm, and without saying anything he turned around and started running away. He was not an idiot, he knew that there was no way he could kill Jiang Qin in this situation. If he kept fighting he might even lose his life here. This time he didn't manage to find out more about Jiang Qin's strength, and he was very upset about it. Xuanhuan, are you still trying to run away at this point? A young man in white clothes suddenly appeared and blocked Xuanhuan's way. Jiang Qin die. When Xuanhuan saw Jiang Qin, he immediately swung his saber at him without saying anything. Too bad, with your current strength, you are no threat to me. Jiang Qin swung his heavenly saint sword, and it collided with Xuanhuan's saber, producing a large amount of sparks. Xuanhuan felt his arm go numb from the impact, and he nearly lost his grip on his saber. When he saw the state of his saber he was shocked. His superior combat weapon was a powerful perfect-ranked combat weapon, but after colliding with Jiang Chen's longsword, a few cracks had appeared on it. What an amazing divine sword! Xuanhuan was shocked, but he didn't have the time to think about it, because the Ice Demon King had caught up to him. Boom! The Ice Demon King's attack was very simple, it just threw a punch at Xuanhuan. However, it was this simple attack that Xuanhuan couldn't handle. He tried his best to block the Ice Demon King's attack, but he couldn't block Jiang Chen's divine sword. Slash! The Heavenly Saint's sword mercilessly slashed down on Xuanhuan's shoulder, cutting off his other arm. After losing both his arms, Xuanhuan let out an angry and unwilling scream. He knew he was done for today and he didn't even have the chance to run away. His heart was filled with regret. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen let out a light shout. The huge blood-red dragon claw turned into a huge cage, trapping Xuanhuan within it like a huge mountain. Xuanhuan was at the end of his tether, there was no way he could block Jiang Chen's True Dragon Palm. I've kindly reminded you before, if you had chosen to run away at the beginning, you might still have a chance. But now, you're going to die. Chapter 381. After being trapped by the True Dragon Palm, Xuanhuan finally felt the real danger, the threat of death. He had never met Jiang Chen before, but he knew Jiang Chen's character very well. Although he was young, he was a cruel and merciless man. Now that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, there was no way he could survive. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? The Xuanhuan clan's fury is not something you can withstand. Xuanhuan roared out. Can't you Xuanhuan clan people say something else before you die? You're just too boring. Jiang Chen sneered. He increased the power of the True Dragon Palm, causing Xuanhuan's body to twist. Cracking sounds could be heard from his bones, and many cracks appeared on his body, causing blood to shoot out from his wounds. Haha, Jiang Chen, you're dead meat. Don't think the Ninth Emperor can protect you. Just because the Imperial Emperor doesn't like you, you won't have a good ending. Xuanhuan burst into laughter. You talk too much nonsense. You can die right now, Yizichen said. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with Xuanhuan. He forcefully increased the power of the True Dragon Palm and smashed Xuanhuan into dust. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed the saber and the storage ring. Xuanhuan was a highly respected elder of the Xuanhuan clan, and he was also a late combat soul warrior. The amount of wealth he had was definitely not something ordinary people could compare with. Since he had killed this man, if he didn't take his wealth, he would be letting himself down. As for the saber, it was also a superior perfect-ranked combat weapon. Although it was cracked by the Heavenly Saint's sword, with Jiang Chen's abilities, it was easy for him to repair it. After killing Xuanhuan, Jiang Chen didn't feel happy at all, because the words Xuanhuan said before he died really annoyed him. But what Xuanhuan said was right. Indeed, the Imperial Emperor didn't like him and Jiang Chen could feel it. The reason he didn't like him wasn't just because he didn't kneel down and kowtow to the Imperial Emperor in the martial Saint dynasty. There was another reason. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Wuxia was the reason behind all this. Although the Imperial Emperor seemed to respect Wuxia on the surface, it didn't mean that he liked Wuxia in his heart. No one wanted to live in someone else's shadow, especially someone with a high position like the Imperial Emperor. He needed the respect of all his people, and Wuxia's existence had left a shadow in his heart that was hard to erase. Every time he smiled or showed respect to Wuxia, it would make him feel extremely uncomfortable, making him feel that everything he had today was given to him by Wuxia. For a high and mighty emperor, he would never allow a shadow like this to exist. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a feeling that the conflict between the Imperial Emperor and Wuxia would escalate sooner or later, and his appearance would most likely be the fuse that would cause this conflict to escalate. This could be seen from the fact that the Imperial Emperor had given him such a difficult and nearly impossible mission. Qingij, what's wrong? Yanqin noticed the strange expression on Jiang Chen's face, so she asked. That's right, little Qinzi, killing that old fool should be a happy thing. Why do you look so sad? An Yan teased. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders as a smile emerged on his face. He had temporarily thrown all these questions to the back of his mind, because it was useless to think about it. The Imperial Emperor was a combat king warrior, and the gap between their cultivation levels was huge. To put it bluntly, whenever the Imperial Emperor wanted to touch Jiang Chen or Jiang Chen, they would have no choice but to stretch out their necks and wait for the Imperial Emperor to kill them. The only thing they needed to do now was to improve their strength as quickly as possible. In this cruel world, only strength mattered. As for Wu Jiao, Jiang Qin believed that the imperial emperor wouldn't dare touch him right now. After all, the imperial emperor was the martial Saint dynasty's emperor, and the ninth emperor was also a high and mighty figure. If the imperial emperor wanted to touch Wu Jiao, he would have to find an irrefutable reason. Little Qinzi, where are we going now? Are we going back to the martial palace? Nangong Wenyan asked. There's no need to rush back to the martial palace. Going home is more important. More than half of the Red City area has been destroyed, and it's not something that can be repaired in a short period of time. It's time for the Jiang family to stand out and become the leader. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. There were a total of 28 cities in the Red City area, and each of them had been severely damaged. Many of them had even lost their city lords' mansions, and their city lords had been killed. The entire area had fallen into an unprecedented chaos. Right at this moment, someone had to stand out and rebuild the city so that they could rule over this area. Once they had a leader, it would be much easier to rebuild the city, and only the Jiang family was qualified to be the leader. Furthermore, if this guy leaves without saying anything, that old man of his will probably curse him for 3 days and 3 nights. De Huang Dog said while clenching his teeth. Ha! Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter, especially Jiang Qin. With a leap, he had already flown a few miles away. In this life, his father was extremely important to him, as important as his own life. Everyone quickly followed behind Jiang Qin. Now that the dimensional crack had been sealed, and they had even killed xuanhuan, it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. For Jiang Qin and Yan Xinyu, after traveling for such a long time, it was rare for them to be able to return home. This kind of feeling was not something that ordinary people could understand. During the past year, Jiang Qin had traveled across the world, and he had long gotten used to the life of slaughter. Now that he had returned home, he felt like a man who had just returned from a long journey. As for the imperial emperor of the martial Saint dynasty, regardless of whether the imperial emperor hated him or not, and regardless of the reason why he gave him this mission, Jiang Qin still had to thank him. If it wasn't for the imperial emperor, he wouldn't have been able to find out about what had happened in Mount Origin. If he had come back a moment later, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. When he returned home with great success and fame, he would find out that his loved ones had been turned into ashes, and that would be a great sorrow. But now, because of the imperial emperor, that would never happen again. They were all great healing pills, and any one of them would be considered as the best of the best in the Red City. Alright, you distribute these pills. Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai each took 1 pill, and Yan Xinyu took the rest. Yan Meng was seriously injured, so he couldn't come out and meet Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's heart was in the fragrant sky city, so he didn't go see Yan Meng. After Yan Xinyu finished distributing the pills, she brought Yan Zhanyun and Yan Hongtai to the fragrant sky city. Jiang Qin, the son-in-law, had already met his father-in-law, and Yan Xinyu, the daughter-in-law, still had to meet her father-in-law. Chapter 382. Young Master is back. Young Master is back. Right after Jiang Qin and the group landed in the Jiang family's courtyard, they immediately heard loud cheers. All the guards of the Jiang family were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs. Every part of their faces was filled with excitement. They couldn't help but be excited. A legendary figure had appeared in the Jiang family, and he had always been the pride of all of them. Not long ago, this young master had appeared out of nowhere and killed all the dimensional creatures, saving all of their lives. After Jiang Qin left the Fragrant Sky City, the legends about Jiang Qin were still spreading in the Fragrant Sky City, or rather, the entire Red City. Now that Jiang Qin had returned, killed all the dimensional creatures, and saved all the lives in the Red City, it could be said that he had made a great contribution to the Jiang family. The guards were yelling at the top of their lungs, and the people of Jiang Qin's family started walking out one by one. Actually, they couldn't really be called walking out anymore because every single one of them was running out of the Jiang family. The person in the lead was none other than the mayor, Jiang Zhenhai. Behind him, there were more than a dozen people. One of them was an old man with a dignified appearance. He was the Black Hawk who was subdued by Jiang Qin a long time ago. There were also the Jiang family's alchemist, Zhou Beizhen, and the others. Many of these people were injured, some were limping, but they still insisted on coming out to welcome Jiang Qin's return. The number of Jiang Qin's experts had obviously increased compared to the time when Jiang Qin left. Many of these people had joined the Jiang family later, and because of their relationship with Jiang Qin, the Jiang family had become the most prestigious family in this area, so it was normal for some extraordinary people to join them. In fact, all the people from the Jiang family were badly injured, but because of the healing pills given by Jiang Qin, after such a long period of recovery, many of them had almost fully recovered, including Jiang Zhenhai and the Black Hawk. Only those who were badly injured were recovering a bit slower. Qin, Jiang Zhenhai shouted out from afar. He was extremely excited. Although he had met Jiang Qin once when they were killing those dimensional creatures, they didn't have enough time to talk to each other. Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with excitement. Father! Jiang Qin shouted out as well. With a big step, he arrived in front of Jiang Zhenhai and gave him a big bear hug. Jiang Zhenhai hugged Jiang Qin's shoulder tightly. This was a way for a man to express his feelings. Jiang Qin enjoyed the strong sense of familial love coming from Jiang Zhenhai. It was the feeling of home. After a while, Jiang Zhenhai finally let go of Jiang Qin. His tiger-like eyes kept sizing up the young man in front of him. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Good, do you see? This is my son Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai said confidently. This was his pride, his everything. Jiang Zhenhai had spent a lot of effort on this useless son of his. Now who would dare to look down on his son? He was proud of Jiang Qin. Dad, you've broken through to the late heavenly core realm, not bad. Jiang Qin could tell Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation level with just one look, he said with a smile on his face. The xuanhuan skill you gave me is really amazing. Not only did it transform me, it also improved my cultivation level. It allowed me to reach my current cultivation level in such a short period of time. This is something I would never have dreamed of in my entire life. Jiang Zhenhai said with mixed emotions. He used to be an ordinary man at the peak Qi-Hai realm, and his biggest dream was to break through to the mortal core realm one day. He never thought he would be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Dad, your potential has been developed once again. You'll be able to break through to the divine core realm soon, and the day you break through to the combat soul realm is just around the corner. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Zhenhai didn't know about the xuanhuan skill, but he did. It was the original skill he cultivated in his past life, and it was all because of this skill that he was able to become the once greatest saint in the world. Greetings, Master. The Black Hawk walked up to Jiang Qin and bowed deeply towards him. His gratitude towards Jiang Qin was like a raging river. Jiang Qin had done him a great favor, and without the sacred heavenly demonic skill with the Black Hawk's potential, the chance of him breaking through to the divine core realm would be very slim, let alone reaching the mid-divine core realm now. And, Black Hawk, you've done a great service in protecting the Jiang family, I'll reward you later. Jiang Qin patted the Black Hawk's shoulder. No matter if it was Jiang Zhenhai or the Black Hawk, Jiang Qin wasn't surprised by their current cultivation level. No one knew better than him how powerful the xuanhuan skill and the sacred heavenly demonic skill were. Thank you, Master. Hearing what Jiang Qin said, the Black Hawk immediately became respectful. Young Master, I never thought you'd become so strong. Uncle Zhou is really happy. Zhou Beijin said while wiping his tears. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's timely arrival, this old man would have died. Uncle Zhou, you're already so old. Isn't it too shameful to cry in front of so many people? Jiang Qin said with a smile. In the Jiang family, Zhou Beijin was someone he respected, and he had always been loyal to Jiang Zhenhai. Haha! Jiang Qin's words caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Young Master, young Master. Right at this moment, a hurried voice sounded out from within the Jiang family. Jiang Qing walked out with a limp, and when he saw Jiang Qin, he immediately burst into tears. Young Master, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Jiang Qing's tears turned into a loud wail, and this made Jiang Qin speechless. However, Jiang Qing's feelings for his young master were real, and there was no way he could fake it. Jiang Qing, look at how useless you are. Jiang Qin scolded as he walked up and held Jiang Qing's arm. Young Master, ever since you left, I couldn't act like a tyrant with you anymore. Jiang Qing said with a wronged expression. Hearing the words acting like a tyrant, Jiang Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's enough, Jiang Qing, don't you feel ashamed crying like this? Jiang Zhenhai scolded. After that, he threw his glance at Han Yen and the others. He wasn't unfamiliar with Big Yellow, but Han Yen, Nangong Wenyan, Yu Zihan, and the others were unfamiliar to him. However, the aura they were unleashing was enough to make him feel suffocated. From this, he could tell that none of these men who came back with Jiang Qin were ordinary people. Qin, who are these people? Jiang Zhenhai asked. These are all my brothers. Jiang Qin introduced them to Jiang Zhenhai. Greetings, uncle. Han Yen and the others bowed deeply toward Jiang Zhenhai. With their status and cultivation levels, they normally wouldn't bow to a heavenly core warrior, but Jiang Zhenhai's status was different. He was Jiang Chen's father, which made him their senior. Good, good. Jiang Zhenhai kept nodding his head. He felt extremely proud. Even a genius divine core warrior had bowed to him. In the entire Red City, only he, Jiang Zhenhai, could receive such an honor. Brother Jiang, you look like a gentle breeze right now. Xuanhuan walked up from behind. He had just consumed a healing pill, so he wasn't in a good condition. He was supported by Yan Qinyu. Brother Yan, are you all right? Jiang Zhenhai hurriedly walked up to Yan Zhangyun. Although he said he was concerned about Yan Zhangyun's injuries, his eyes didn't even look at Yan Zhangyun. He was looking at Yan Qinyu. The more a father-in-law looked at his daughter-in-law, the happier he was. You, quickly bow to your father-in-law. Yan Zhangyun said with a smile on his face. Xiao Yu greets, father-in-law. Yan Qinyu's pretty face was flushed red. She was really shy to the extreme. Ah, good, good. Xiao Yu is smart, pretty, and talented. It's great that the Jiang family has a daughter-in-law like you. Brother Yan, I can see that your injuries are quite serious as well. Let's not just stand here, let's hurry up and go inside. Jiang Zhenhai said with a loud voice. He was really happy today, so happy that he almost forgot his own surname. Soon, under Jiang Zhenhai's lead, the group arrived at the Jiang family's main hall. Although there were quite a lot of people here, the Jiang family's main hall was much bigger, and it still looked spacious even with so many people inside. The atmosphere in the main hall was cheerful and people were laughing and joking. Because of the dimensional creatures' attacks, everyone had been feeling gloomy. But now that gloomy feeling had finally disappeared, and with the return of Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu, everyone was excited. Chen, what happened to those monsters? Jiang Zhenhai asked. Dad, father-in-law, those monsters came from a different dimension. There was a dimensional crack in the sky above Origin Mountain, and those dimensional creatures came out from it. They are very powerful, and if we didn't arrive in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. All the living beings in the Red City area would have been attacked by those dimensional creatures, and this area would have become a real dead zone. Jiang Chen explained. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the crowd couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions, and they felt a lingering fear. Perhaps they had all witnessed how ferocious those dimensional creatures were, and if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, all of them would have become the dimensional creatures' food by now, and there would be no exceptions. Chen, if that's the case, will there be more dimensional creatures coming out from the dimensional crack? Jiang Zhenhai asked worriedly. Don't worry, Dad, I've sealed the dimensional crack with the Skymen formation, and those dimensional creatures won't be able to come out. What we need to do now is to stabilize the people's morale in the Red City area, and restore the atmosphere of this area. Jiang Chen said. That's easier said than done. This time, those dimensional creatures went berserk, more than half of the cities were destroyed and countless people were killed or injured. Those who survived are all grieving, and it's going to be very difficult to restore the atmosphere of this area. It's going to be very difficult for this area to return to its former glory. Chapter 383. The cheerful atmosphere instantly turned gloomy. The incident with the dimensional creatures had dealt a huge blow to this region, and everyone was in a gloomy mood. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat and said, Therefore at this moment we need a leader. There are a total of 28 cities in the Red City region, and they are all independent from each other. Since the beginning they have been scattered all over the place. Now that there are so many things waiting to be done, we need someone to stand out and be the leader. This will be a great help to the revival of this region. More importantly, these 28 cities can unite together and form a new power. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of the people from the Jiang family and Yan Zhangyun lit up. The powers in this region had always been scattered, and they had never been united before. The reason was because no one had the power to rule this region. If all 28 cities belonged to a single power, they would be able to give the most unified orders immediately after the incident with the dimensional creatures, and the casualties would be much lower. Furthermore, they would be able to unite their forces. If it was in the past, it would be very difficult to change the situation in this region. No one could stand out and be the leader, and even if someone did, there would be a lot of people who wouldn't accept it. However, things were different now. All the cities had suffered heavy losses, and the people's morale was at an all-time low. They needed a leader to stand out. If someone really wanted to stand out, the Jiang family would be the best choice. Only the Jiang family would be able to convince everyone. The reason was simple. First, the Jiang family had the power to do so. Second, Jiang Chen had saved everyone's lives and they were deeply grateful to him. Chen is right. with the current situation of all 28 cities, if we can have a leader to stand out and be the leader, it will be beneficial to the revival of this region, and also help the people get rid of the dark clouds. Furthermore, the Jiang family will be the leader. Xuanhuan said. In fact, with the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu, the Jiang family and the Yan family were destined to be one big family. Therefore, Xuanhuan was the first one to agree to the Jiang family becoming the leader. I will announce the news to all 28 cities in my own name. From now on, the Jiang family will only obey the orders of the people in this region. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Jiang clan becoming the leader was exactly what he wanted. Only the Jiang clan was qualified to do so. Everyone nodded without any objections. Now all the people who survived in the major cities were deeply grateful to Jiang Chen. At this time, it was most suitable to rule this area in the name of Jiang Chen. Father, looks like you'll be busy in the future. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Zhenhai. It's better to be busy than idle. Jiang Zhenhai smiled. He understood the purpose of Jiang Chen's decision. His son was a dragon in the 9 heavens, and sooner or later he would soar through the 9 heavens. However, this region would always be Jiang Chen's home. As long as his home was peaceful, Jiang Chen would not have any worries. Therefore, Jiang Chen was trying his best to make the Jiang family stronger. On the same day, Jiang Chen issued his own order. In the following 2 days, all the leaders of the major cities came to the Fragrant Sky City's Jiang family to pay their respects to Jiang Chen. None of them had any objections to the decision to let the Jiang family be the leader. None of them were idiots. They naturally knew what was needed at this time. Plus, they were very grateful to Jiang Chen for saving their lives. Not only would they listen to the Jiang family's orders, they would even follow the Jiang family's orders. Everyone could see that the Jiang family was going to produce a peerless figure. The future of this Jiang Chen was immeasurable. To be able to hold on to the Jiang family was something they had always dreamed of. After the 28 cities were ruled, the people finally found their backbone. Under the leadership of the Jiang family and the Yan family, all the major cities were rebuilt. The haze that was left in people's hearts by the disaster also began to dissipate. In the next few days, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to return to the martial palace. Instead, he stayed with Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen cherished the time he had with Jiang Zhenhai, because he knew that he didn't have much time left. At night, the moon was hanging high in the sky. On the top of the Jiang family's tallest building, 2 figures were standing side by side. Everything feels like a dream. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the bright moon in the sky with a smile on his face. It was a very satisfied smile. Dad, this is not a dream. Jiang Chen smiled as well. He knew what Jiang Zhenhai was trying to say. For more than 10 years, he had been playing the role of the #1 playboy in Fragrant Sky City, the #1 trash. Jiang Zhenhai's only hope for his son was that he could grow up healthily. He didn't expect his son to become a genius. However, as a parent, they all had the same dream. Who didn't want their children to be more outstanding? Who didn't want their children to be proud? Jiang Zhenhai was the same, even though he knew that it was just a dream. But now this unrealistic dream had come true. Jiang Zhenhai felt like he was dreaming. My son Jiang Zhenhai must be extraordinary, Jiang Zhenhai said proudly. Of course. Jiang Chen didn't forget to take the opportunity to be narcissistic. Chen, when do you plan to leave this time? Jiang Zhenhai asked with a serious expression. During the few days he spent with Jiang Chen, Jiang Zhenhai hadn't asked Jiang Chen anything about the Eastern continent, because he knew that with Jiang Chen's abilities, he would be able to handle everything by himself, and there was no need for him to worry about anything. Jiang Chen didn't mention anything about the Eastern continent either. He just wanted his father to live a peaceful life, and he didn't want to give him any pressure. Tomorrow, Jiang Chen said indifferently. He knew that it was cruel for Jiang Zhenhai to say these 2 words, but he had no choice but to leave. There were still many things waiting for him to take care of in the Eastern continent. Furthermore, he couldn't stay here for too long. He didn't want the Jiang family to be involved in the battle between him, the Xuanhuan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect. The Jiang family was too weak compared to those giants. You're leaving tomorrow? Although Jiang Zhenhai was mentally prepared, he still felt sad when he heard that Jiang Chen was leaving. The time they spent together was always so short. Sometimes Jiang Zhenhai really wished that his son wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, and that he would still be the playboy who only knew how to cause trouble for him. At least the father and son could still be together. However, Jiang Zhenhai understood that someone like Jiang Chen couldn't be trapped here. He belonged to the outside world and this place was too small. Dad, everything here is almost settled. Now that the Jiang family has become the leader, all the cities are being rebuilt in an orderly manner. It's time for me to leave. But don't worry, Dad, I'll come back to see you once I'm done with everything. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Alright, just do what you need to do. Don't worry about the family. Jiang Zhenhai patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Oh right, Dad, I have some things for you, they'll be of great help to you. After saying that, Jiang Chen handed a storage ring to Jiang Zhenhai and said, there are some herbs and combat weapons in here, they can help increase the overall strength of the Jiang family. As for how to use them, Dad, I'll leave it to you. With the help of the xuanhuan skill and these herbs, I believe it won't take long for Dad to break through to the divine core realm. Jiang Zhenhai let out a sigh. The divine core realm was too far away from him, he had never even dreamed about it. He took the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He found a lot of different herbs, but he couldn't name any of them. Besides that, there was also a huge amount of human elixir and even some earth elixir. There were also a few combat weapons that shone brightly. With Jiang Zhenhai's experience, he had never seen such powerful combat weapons before. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes widened. He felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. He couldn't be blamed for this, the Red City area was just too barren, it couldn't be compared with the Eastern continent. Here, 100% of human elixir was rare, let alone the rare herbs and earth elixir. The wealth that Jiang Qin had left for Jiang Zhenhai was priceless. With these things, it would be hard for the Jiang family to not become a powerful force. Dad, take good care of these things. Try your best to increase the overall strength of both you and the Jiang family. The stronger you and the Jiang family are, the more I'll feel at ease. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. He had no other choice, his enemies were too strong, he could only try his best to solve the problem. Qin, be careful when you're out there. Remember, no matter when, this will always be your home. Jiang Zhenhai said in a serious tone. Words like this coming from a father's mouth were always so warm. This was the feeling that Jiang Qin enjoyed the most after his rebirth. The next day, in front of the Jiang family's courtyard, a group of people stood facing each other. On one side stood Jiang Qin and the others, and on the other side stood the people from the Jiang family and the Yan family. Dad, father-in-law, we're leaving now. Jiang Qin bowed to Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Xuanhuan once again. Yan Qinyu, who was standing beside him, did the same. Be careful, don't worry about us. Jiang Zhenhai said. Dad, you won't be by your side, you have to take care of yourself. Yan Qinyu looked at Yan Xuanhuan with tears in her eyes. She was a very emotional girl. Don't worry, Dad's body is still strong. Yan Xuanhuan patted his own chest, then looked at Jiang Qin and said, Qin, I'll leave you in your hands. Take good care of her. Don't worry, father-in-law. After saying that, Jiang Qin grabbed Yan Qinyu's hand and flew up into the sky. Han Yin, De Huang Dog and the others also flew up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a few black dots and disappeared in the sky. Jiang Qin didn't like the feeling of parting. Therefore he chose to leave without looking back. Although he didn't turn his head back, he could still feel the eager gazes from behind him. Even after they disappeared, his eyes were still fixed on the void for a long time. Chapter 384. When they came back from the Martial Saint Dynasty, Wu Jiao had given them the dimensional talisman, which had saved them a lot of time. But now, without the help of the dimensional talisman, it would take them a few days to get back to the Martial Saint Dynasty. A few days later, back at the Martial Palace, Wu Jiao was pacing back and forth restlessly. He kept looking in the direction of Mount Origin. He wanted to go to the Martial Saint Dynasty and help Jiang Qin, but this was a mission given by the Imperial Emperor himself, so he couldn't really help. Besides, even if Wu Jiao helped, there was nothing he could do about the dimensional crack. At most, he could only help kill some dimensional creatures. This is really worrisome. Wu Jiao shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, Wu Jiao's eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a man arrived in front of him. The man looked to be about 17 years old and he wore white clothes. He had a handsome face and a faint smile could be seen on his face. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Brother, you're finally back. Wu Jiao hurriedly walked up to Jiang Qin and asked impatiently, how was it? The dimensional crack has been dealt with, and the dimensional creatures have been dealt with as well. I just stayed at home for a few more days which delayed my return. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and said, What? Dealt with? You fixed the dimensional crack? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Wu Jiao's expression changed. He thought Jiang Qin was joking with him. Only combat king warriors could fix a dimensional crack, and no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was only a divine core warrior. Something that even Wu Jiao couldn't do, let alone Jiang Chen. Of course it's impossible for me to fix it, but I've sealed it with a formation so the dimensional creatures can't come out. I guess I've completed my mission. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What? Sealing the dimensional crack with a formation? That's even more impossible. Sealing a dimensional crack is much more difficult than fixing it. Even with the formations I'm familiar with, I still can't do it, and with your cultivation level, it's even more impossible. Wu Jiao didn't believe Jiang Chen's words at all. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was here to make fun of him. If it was true, then it really subverted his perception. The Origin Mountain Range is my hometown. How could I joke about this? If you don't believe me, you can follow me to the Origin Mountain Range to take a look. Jiang Chen said. Wu Jiao stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of eager eyes, and he felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. If someone else had said this in front of him, Wu Jiao would have sent that person flying with a slap. But since this was said by Jiang Chen, he had 100 reasons to believe it. Brother, can you tell me what formation you used? Wu Jiao asked. Skymen formation. Jiang Chen said. Skymen formation? Even I have never heard of such a formation. Wu Jiao was startled, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen changed even more. To be honest, Brother Jiao De Huang is an expert in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, and he knows quite a few ancient formations. This Skymen formation is exactly what De Huang told me, and we worked together to construct it, sealing the dimensional crack. Jiang Chen said, pushing the blame of the Skymen formation to De Huang Dog. Brother, you've created another miracle. Since we've completed the mission, let's head to the Martial Saint Dynasty now. Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi have been waiting for us in the Martial Saint Dynasty for quite some time. Let's hand in the mission now and give them a big surprise. Wu Jiao said excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Both men flew into the sky and soon disappeared from the sky above Mount Wufu, heading toward the Martial Saint Dynasty. Wu Jiao had a special method to locate the Imperial Emperor. Therefore, when both of them stepped into the Martial Saint Dynasty, the Imperial Emperor had already appeared in the Martial Saint Palace. Greetings, Imperial Emperor. Wu Jiao and Jiang Chen bowed toward the Imperial Emperor at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, beams of light shot into the Martial Saint Palace from the outside. Those who could enter the Martial Saint Palace in such a way, aside from having the Imperial Emperor's permission, had an extraordinary status. Soon, more than a dozen people were standing in the Martial Saint Palace. They were the emperors Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back. The seventh emperor was the first one to speak when he saw Jiang Chen. The Imperial Emperor raised his arm, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then he fixed his gaze onto Jiang Chen and said with an indifferent tone, Jiang Chen, have you completed the mission I gave you? Yes, I have. Jiang Chen nodded. Presumptuous. How dare you boast in front of the Imperial Emperor? This is a great disrespect to the Imperial Emperor, you should be beheaded. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the seventh emperor immediately flew into a rage. Not only him, all the other men were wearing sneers on their faces as well. Only Xuanhuan Sheng's eyes were filled with hatred and gloominess. He had received news from the Xuanhuan clan that sect elder Xuanhuan Ying's soul jade slip had broken a few days ago, which meant that Xuanhuan Ying was dead. For the Xuanhuan clan, a late combat soul warrior was a pillar of support, a true high-ranking member of the clan. Such a loss was something they couldn't make up for. Jiang Chen, did you just say you've repaired the dimensional crack? The Imperial Emperor was startled for a moment, then he asked with great interest. Of course, if not, I wouldn't be here. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Impossible, this guy is just talking nonsense. With his divine core cultivation, there's no way he could have repaired the dimensional crack. The 10th Emperor said with a loud voice. Jiang Chen, you better think about the consequences of boasting. Xuanhuan Sheng said with a gloomy expression. I think you're the ones who are being presumptuous. Since when do you have the right to point your fingers in front of the Imperial Emperor? Wu Jiao retorted. Jiang Chen, you said you've repaired the dimensional crack, I really want to know how you did it. The Imperial Emperor continued asking. Imperial Emperor, you should know that in order to repair the dimensional crack, only a combat king warrior who has mastered the dimensional laws can do it. I'm just a divine core warrior, of course I can't repair the dimensional crack. Since the Imperial Emperor knew it was impossible, he still sent me to complete the mission. Obviously, he wanted me to find another way to repair the dimensional crack. I didn't fail you, I used the Skyman formation to seal the dimensional crack. The sky above Mount Origin has returned to its original state, and the dimensional creatures in there can't break the seal. Jianghu said. His words were really flattering, and it could be said that he was trying to trick the Imperial Emperor. After all, he had only sealed the dimensional crack with the Skyman formation, not repaired it. However, the Imperial Emperor couldn't say anything else because if he did, it would make others think that the Imperial Emperor was up to no good. You said you sealed the dimensional crack with a formation? The Imperial Emperor's expression changed. That's right. Jianghu nodded his head. Impossible. With your late divine core cultivation, even if you're an expert in formations, the power of the formation you set up will be limited. There's no way you can seal the dimensional crack. The Imperial Emperor suddenly stood up from his seat. That's right, this guy is just making things up. This is not something a divine core junior can accomplish. The 7th Emperor said with a loud voice. 7th Emperor, how do you know I can't accomplish it? Are you saying that the Imperial Emperor sent me an impossible mission and asked me to die? The Imperial Emperor is a man of virtue and prestige. How could he have such a despicable heart? Jianghu glared at the Imperial Emperor coldly. You? The 7th Emperor was furious, but he couldn't say anything because the Imperial Emperor was involved in this matter. Jianghu, I'll go to Mount Origin now and find out what's going on. You should know the consequences of lying to me. The Imperial Emperor's sharp gaze fell onto Jianghu's body. Imperial Emperor, just go ahead and find out what's going on. Jianghu said. All right. After saying that, the Imperial Emperor disappeared from the Martial Saint Palace. It looked like he was going to Mount Origin to find out what he had said. A combat king warrior had mastered the dimensional force, and they were able to travel through space at will, leaving no traces behind. Jianghu had a relaxed expression on his face. He knew the Imperial Emperor would definitely go and find out what was going on. After all, this was just too unbelievable, and if the Imperial Emperor didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. As for the Skyman formation, Jianghu wasn't worried that the Imperial Emperor would discover the Great Saint laws. With the Imperial Emperor's status, he wouldn't lie to him. What a joke. Using a formation to seal the dimensional crack? Why don't you look at your own abilities first? The 10th Emperor sneered. My abilities are not something you can imagine. Jianghu gazed at the 10th Emperor. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me in such a tone? The 10th Emperor was furious. With his identity, status, and cultivation, no junior had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. Who do you think you are? Don't try to show off your seniority in front of me. In less than a year, I'll be able to crush you with a single finger. Jianghu coldly harumphed. This 10th Emperor was trying to save face in front of him, but that was a huge mistake. Bastard, you're courting death. The 10th Emperor was furious, and a strong killing intent burst out from his body. 10th brother, are you going to fight in the Martial Saint Palace? Wuxia shouted out. Only then did the 10th Emperor retract his killing intent. The Martial Saint Palace was the central palace of the Martial Saint dynasty. Even though he was the emperor, he didn't have the right to fight here. The Imperial Emperor has already gone to check it out himself. As long as this kid speaks, there's only one ending for him. Let's just wait and see. Jianghu said. Just like the others, he didn't believe that Jianghu could seal the dimensional crack with a formation. Jianghu, let me ask you, did you kill xuanhuan? Xuanhuan asked in a Lungling manner. I'm sorry, I've killed too many people, so I can't remember which one you're talking about. Jianghu said with an indifferent tone. When talking to his enemies, he would never give them any face. Mount Origin. The calm space suddenly trembled, and a man wearing a dragon robe walked out from the void like a ghost. This man had eyes like a dragon and a tiger's, and he appeared right at the spot where the dimensional crack was. This man was none other than the Imperial Emperor who came from the Martial Saint Palace. With the Imperial Emperor's speed, it only took him a few minutes to travel from the Martial Saint Palace to Mount Origin. When he appeared, his eyes immediately fell onto the Skyman formation. Chapter 385. The Imperial Emperor's eyes lit up. Standing underneath the Skyman formation, he had sent his divine sense into the spatial crack, and the shocked expression on his face became even stronger. This guy really didn't lie, he really did seal the dimensional crack with such a method. However, although this formation is very mysterious, it's not strong enough to seal the dimensional crack. It's as if a special force has been added to it, and that's why the dimensional creatures can't break through the barrier. The Imperial Emperor murmured to himself. With his experience, he was able to see through the Skymen formation with just a single glance. This formation was indeed amazing, but because the person who constructed it was too weak, the power of the formation was limited, and it wasn't strong enough to seal the dimensional crack. However, the formation in front of him had completely sealed the dimensional crack. It was as if there was a mysterious force hidden within the Skymen formation, and it was forcefully supporting the formation. This was what shocked the Imperial Emperor the most. I'd like to see what kind of method Jiang Chen is going to use to create such a formation. After saying that, the Imperial Emperor waved his hand at the Skymen formation. A tearing sound was heard, and the Skymen formation was instantly torn apart. At the moment when the Skymen formation was torn apart, the thread of Great Saint Law silently flew away. Not even the Imperial Emperor noticed it. The Skymen formation was supported by the Great Saint Law, so even a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor wouldn't be able to tear it apart so easily. However, Jiang Chen was a very clever man. When he constructed the Skymen formation, he had intentionally left some room for himself. He used all of the formation's power to block the violent energies and dimensional creatures from the other side of the dimensional crack, and left no defense for the outside world. Even an ordinary combat soul warrior could easily destroy the Skymen formation from the outside. This was also the reason why the Imperial Emperor was able to destroy it so easily. Jiang Chen was a wise and famous man, and he had always done things flawlessly. He had already predicted that the Imperial Emperor would come here to investigate, and he would definitely find out what was going on. Therefore, the Imperial Emperor would definitely tear the Skymen formation apart. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have to make the Skymen formation too perfect. If the Imperial Emperor had to spend so much effort to destroy it, he would become even more suspicious of Jiang Chen. At the same time, within the Martial Saint Palace, an invisible Great Saint Law had entered Jiang Chen's body. None of the warriors on the scene noticed it, not even Wu Jiao who stood next to Jiang Chen. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Next, the Imperial Emperor would definitely repair the dimensional crack himself, and this was the final result Jiang Chen wanted. After all, sealing the dimensional crack with a formation wasn't a long-term solution, and he would need a combat king warrior to do it. The Imperial Emperor had destroyed the Skymen formation, and as the Martial Saint Dynasty's emperor, he had the responsibility and obligation to repair the dimensional crack. Mountain. Right at the moment when the Skymen formation was torn apart, furious roars sounded out from within. Together with a powerful devouring force, 3 powerful combat soul dimensional creatures rushed out from the crack. These 3-dimensional creatures were not to be underestimated, as all of them were late combat soul warriors. Behind them there was a huge group of dimensional creatures. From this, one could tell how many dimensional creatures there were in this dimensional crack. Umph. The Imperial Emperor coldly harumphed. He waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam onto the bodies of the 3-dimensional creatures. In an instant, the 3-dimensional creatures let out miserable shrieks, then their bodies exploded and turned into dust. This was the mightiness of a combat king warrior. All existences below the combat king realm were as vulnerable as ants. The Imperial Emperor displayed his mighty might. While killing the dimensional creatures that rushed out from the crack, he circulated his dimensional energy and repaired it. After half an hour, the sky above Mountain Origin finally returned to normal. The dimensional crack was completely repaired. With a sway of his body, the Imperial Emperor disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared in the Martial Saint Palace. Seeing the Imperial Emperor appear, everyone immediately turned to look at him, especially Wu Jiao. He was Jiang Chen's biggest supporter and guarantor, and if Jiang Chen had really deceived the Imperial Emperor, even he wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen. Deceiving the Imperial Emperor was a crime punishable by death. Jiang Chen, I really want to know, how did you seal the dimensional crack with a formation? The Imperial Emperor looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. When he tore apart the Skymen formation, he didn't find anything strange. But it was just a formation like that that had sealed the dimensional crack. This was unbelievable. What? It's true? The 7th Emperor cried out in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. The crowd who were ready to mock and ridicule Jiang Chen were startled as well. The mocking expressions on their faces disappeared as they looked at Jiang Chen with shock. The Imperial Emperor's words had undoubtedly proved the truth of Jiang Chen's words. Even the Imperial Emperor had no idea how he did it. Your Imperial Majesty, I have a mystical beast with me, and it's an expert in some ancient formations. This formation was provided by my beast, but I have no idea how mystical it is. I'm sure your Imperial Majesty has already torn the formation apart and repaired the dimensional crack. If even your Imperial Majesty can't see through such a mystical and ancient formation, then I have no idea how it works. Jiang Qin cupped his fist and said. With such an impeccable answer, even the Imperial Emperor couldn't say anything else. Jiang Qin's words had placed the Imperial Emperor on a completely different level. How could I know something that even the Imperial Emperor doesn't know? If the Imperial Emperor still wants to get to the bottom of this matter, wouldn't it make me look like I'm too weak? As the high and mighty Imperial Emperor, how could he admit that he was weak? And ancient formations are indeed mystical. Jiang Qin, you've done a good job this time. Although you didn't manage to repair the dimensional crack, you've still completed your mission. The Imperial Emperor nodded his head and said, "Ah, did you hear that? This is a real genius." Everyone thought it was a broken piece of an emperor weapon, but only Jiang Qin knew that it was a broken piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword, and it had already merged into a brand new Heavenly Saint Sword. How could he take out the broken piece of the emperor weapon? Furthermore, although the Imperial Emperor said that he wanted to admire it, it was obvious that he wanted Jiang Qin to contribute the broken piece of the emperor weapon. Jiang Qin, with your cultivation, that broken piece of the emperor weapon is useless to you. You should take out a treasure like this and offer it to the Imperial Emperor. The seventh Emperor said. I'm really sorry, that isn't an emperor weapon, it's just a broken piece of a king weapon. I've already smelted it into my natal weapon. Jiang Qin said. Bullshit. Many people have seen it, it's definitely an emperor weapon. Jiang Qin, you're just making things up. Even if it's a king weapon, how could you smelt it with your cultivation? Chapter 386. Everyone in the Martial Saint Palace felt that Jiang Qin's words were just an excuse, and a terrible one at that. Even in Wu Jio's opinion, offending the Imperial Emperor for a broken emperor weapon was not a wise choice. 10th Emperor, how do you know that I can't smelt it? This sword is my natal combat weapon. If the 10th Emperor is not convinced, you can take out your own combat weapon to fight against this sword of mine. After saying that, Jiang Qin took out the Heavenly Saint Sword. He had already shown the Heavenly Saint Sword to the Imperial Emperor, so it was no longer a secret. Therefore, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of revealing it to the Imperial Emperor. Buzz! When the Heavenly Saint Sword appeared, the air in the palace started vibrating violently, producing ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The crystal-like sword was glowing brightly, and no one dared to look at it directly. What a mystical sword! This sword is definitely at the peak of all perfect rank combat weapons, it can even unleash the aura of a king weapon. Tiangang Yi's expression changed. He was quite skilled in crafting combat weapons, and even if he didn't want to admit it, Jiang Qin's sword was definitely not something any ordinary perfect-ranked combat weapon could compare with. At least, none of the combat weapons in the hands of these people could compare with it. If there was a combat weapon that could suppress this sword, it would be the Imperial Emperor's king weapon. I've long heard that Jiang Qin has an extremely sharp sword, and it's comparable to a king weapon. Song was defeated by this sword, and those combat soul geniuses from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect were killed by this sword as well. Looks like there really is such a sword. The 10th Emperor said with a surprised tone. What a good sword. Wu Jio couldn't help but praise as well. A treasured sword like this was more than enough to shake anyone's mind. The person who was the most shocked was the Imperial Emperor. He had a profound cultivation, and after reaching the Combat King realm, his eyesight had become much stronger than anyone else's. For some unknown reason, even though the sword in front of him was only a peak perfect rank combat weapon, he could still feel a faint pressure from it. This was a very rare situation for him. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect you to be able to fuse a fragment of an emperor weapon into your combat weapon. It seems like you're quite capable. In my opinion, you should offer this sword to the emperor as a token of appreciation for his appreciation. The 7th Emperor said, not bothering to hide the smile on his face. Not only him, Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi had a complacent smile on their faces as well. Initially they thought they were going to lose, but they had never expected the situation to turn around. Obviously, the Imperial Emperor was very interested in the sword in Jiang Qin's hand, or more accurately, Jiang Qin was very interested in the broken piece of the emperor weapon. If Jiang Qin refused to hand over the sword, it would be the same as slapping the Imperial Emperor's face and offending the Imperial Emperor. In the Eastern continent, who would have a good ending if they offended the Imperial Emperor? Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at the 7th Emperor's hateful face. He really wanted to go up and leave a large shoe print on his face. Appreciation? Appreciation my ass. If the Imperial Emperor really appreciated him, he wouldn't have given him a mission that was nearly impossible to complete. And now he wanted to steal the treasure in his hand? What kind of fucking appreciation was this? Jiang Chen really wanted to explode, but he knew that there was a huge gap between him and the Imperial Emperor. He couldn't afford to have a falling out with the Imperial Emperor right now, as it wouldn't do any good to him or the people around him. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the lonely man from his previous life, and he had to think carefully before making any decisions. This sword is already my life-bound weapon. I'm sure the Emperor knows what a life-bound weapon means. This sword is already connected to my life, so if I were to give it to someone else, it would cause me a lot of harm. The Emperor is a supreme ruler and you have a ruler weapon in your hand. I'm sure you wouldn't covet a mere sword of mine. Jiang Chen put away the heavenly saint sword, then cupped his fist toward the Imperial Emperor. A cold light flickered in the Imperial Emperor's eyes. Although it was very subtle, Jiang Chen still noticed it, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen, it looks like you're thinking too much. I don't want your natal weapon, I just want to have a look at the fragment of the legendary Emperor weapon. Since you've already smelted it, then forget it. The Imperial Emperor said with a smile on his face. However, everyone on the scene could sense the displeasure in his smile. Alright, that's all for now. You can all leave now. The Imperial Emperor waved his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Jiao, let's go. Jiang Chen turned around and left the Martial Saint Palace. He wasn't in a good mood and soon he disappeared from the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty. What a lucky guy, he actually escaped this time. The 7th Emperor coldly harumphed. Being able to escape this time doesn't mean he'll be able to escape next time. This guy was disrespectful to the Imperial Emperor, he won't have a good ending. The 10th Emperor walked out of the palace with a sneer on his face. Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi exchanged glances. Both of them had gloomy expressions on their faces, as they could tell from each other's eyes that they would never let this matter go. The conflict between Jiang Chen and the Imperial Emperor today had made Wu Jiao feel very unhappy as well. However, he was still happy as at least Jiang Chen was safe now. Brother, I'll immediately give you the identity of a Martial Palace disciple when we return. The Imperial Emperor has said that all the grudges between us will be written off. You're now a disciple of the Martial Palace, which means you're also my Wu Jiao's man. Whoever dares to offend you will be going against me, Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao said as he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Brother Jiao, the Imperial Emperor is a very cunning man. You're a straightforward man and there's a huge difference in your temperament. You have to be careful in the future. Jiang Chen reminded Wu Jiao. He had a feeling that the barrier between the Imperial Emperor and Wu Jiao would explode sooner or later, and at that point of time, Wu Jiao would be the one suffering the most. Brother, you're worrying too much. The Imperial Emperor and I are brothers. Furthermore, he's now the Imperial Emperor, a supreme existence. The entire Martial Saint dynasty, even the entire eastern continent, belongs to him. Brother, don't think too much about it. Wu Jiao said with a smile on his face. It wasn't hard to tell that he wasn't on guard against the Imperial Emperor at all. I hope so. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything further. In Jiang Chen's mind, Wu Jiao was a real man. He was a straightforward man, especially when it came to his own people. He wouldn't play any dirty tricks. However, the Imperial Emperor was different. He was a very cunning man, and Jiang Chen could easily relate this to the fact that he was able to obtain the quota to go to the Island of Ice 100 years ago. What Wu Jiao said was right. The Imperial Emperor was now a supreme existence, standing at the pinnacle of the Martial Saint dynasty, and was respected by all the people. However, it was precisely because of this supreme existence that he couldn't stand the slightest bit of disobedience, as it was a provocation to his dignity. Furthermore, the Imperial Emperor hated it when people talked about the quota to go to the Island of Ice 100 years ago. It made him feel as if everything he had today was given to him by Wu Jiao, and this made him feel as if he had a deep grudge against Wu Jiao. And now, because of what happened to Jiang Chen, this grudge had become even more obvious. Jiang Chen didn't say anything about this because he knew it was useless. It was impossible to dispel this grudge, and Wu Jiao wouldn't accept his explanation. The only thing Jiang Chen wanted to do now was to increase his strength as fast as possible. He hated the feeling of being led by the nose. Furthermore, from the moment he walked out of the Martial Saint Palace, Jiang Chen had made up his mind. He wanted to overthrow the Martial Saint dynasty and make Wu Jiao the new Imperial Emperor. This was a very scary goal, and if Wu Jio knew about it he might fall from the sky on the spot. However, Jiang Chen had no other choice but to have this goal, because the Imperial Emperor was too scary. He would never tolerate Wu Jio and him in his heart. The Imperial Emperor didn't kill Jiang Chen today because he was worried about Jiang Chen's face. Without a suitable opportunity, Jiang Chen believed that once he had a suitable excuse, the Imperial Emperor would kill Wu Jio without any hesitation. Jiang Chen didn't want to see something like this happen. If he wanted to change this, he would need strength. In this cruel world, nothing was more important than strength. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a strong desire to become stronger, and he desired to increase his cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to change everything. After returning to the martial palace, Jiang Chen chose to enter secluded cultivation. Currently, the martial palace was the safest place for him, and he wanted to use this free time to strengthen his cultivation. Jiang Chen planned to leave the martial palace in a few days' time. He now had 4,500 dragon marks in his Qi, and he just needed another 500 more to break through to the combat soul realm. He was planning to leave the martial palace and find an opportunity to break through to the combat soul realm. As long as he could break through to the combat soul realm, his combat strength would be greatly improved. Once he broke through to the combat soul realm, the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect would no longer be a threat to him. The next day, Martial Saint Dynasty, the 10th Emperor's mansion. Within a magnificent palace, 4 men were sitting on the left and right side of the palace. The 10th Emperor sat in the seat of honor, and these 4 men were none other than the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief Xuanhuan Sheng, the myriad sword sect's sect chief Tiangang Yi, the current 7th Emperor, and the 10th Emperor's son Wu Kang. His hatred toward Jiang Chen was stronger than anyone else's, and he wanted to kill Jiang Chen more than anyone else. When he thought about what happened on the island of ice, he felt like he had lost all his face. Now that the Imperial Emperor has given his word, all the scores between us have been written off, and Jiang Chen is protected by the 9th Emperor. There's no way we can find a way to deal with him. Tiangang said. We have to think of a way to deal with him. This guy has incredible talent and he's just a peak divine core warrior. If we allow him to continue growing, it will be extremely difficult to deal with him. Xuanhuan Xing said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Can't you all see that? That brat has angered the Emperor. Although the Emperor didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him, the Emperor has begun to hate this Jiang Chen. This can be seen from the mission that the Emperor has given him. Therefore, since all the grudges in the past have been written off, let's create a new one. Chapter 387. But, that Jiang Chen has been staying in the martial palace all this time, and the 9th Emperor is the palace chief. Even if we want to create a feud with him, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. Xuanhuan Sheng furrowed his brows. He wished he could kill Jiang Chen right now, but right now Jiang Chen was safe in the martial palace, and the 9th Emperor wouldn't give them any chance to get close to him. We can't, but someone else can, and he's the most suitable candidate. Wu Tsong slowly stood up from his seat with a sneer on his face. Oh? May I know who you're referring to? Tiangang asked curiously. The Crown Prince. Wu Tsong squinted his eyes. He was talking about a man who was considered a heavyweight in the Martial Saint Dynasty. The Crown Prince? The Crown Prince has a noble status and he's the next emperor. He's a late combat soul warrior, and even we are no match for him. Furthermore, the Crown Prince is now the commander of the Golden Guards, and he's second only to the Emperor. I don't think he'll help us for a mere Jiang Chen, and he has no reason to do so. Xuanhuan Xing shook his head. It was impossible to get the Crown Prince's help, and it was simply unrealistic. The Crown Prince had a noble status, and he had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. How could he have the time to play with them? We don't need to ask the Crown Prince for help, he'll help us himself. I'm very close to him, and he's a man with incredible talent and a formidable cultivation base. He's a man who's high up in the world, and no one is perfect. I'm sure you all know about his weaknesses as well. Wu Tsong said with a smile on his face. Women. All of them said at the same time. That's right, the Crown Prince is perfect in all aspects, but he loves beautiful women. He has married 18 wives, and all of them are beauties who can stand out from the rest of the world. I've secretly found out that Jiang Chen has a beautiful woman following him, and she is treated as a precious treasure by him. Her name is Yan Xinyu, and she looks like a fairy, pure and refined. She is not someone the Crown Prince's women can compare with. If the Crown Prince meets Yan Xinyu with his character, he will definitely have some ulterior motives, and at that point of time a conflict will naturally arise. Jiang Qin has left a bad impression on the emperor, and if he offends the crown prince as well in this eastern continent, even if he had 10 lives he would still die. Wu Tsong said sinisterly. The crown prince really has a good plan. That kid Jiang Qin has the 9th emperor's protection, so we can't do anything to him. But if the crown prince and the emperor are involved, then things will be different. Shengguan Sheng's eyes lit up, and he gave Wu Tsong a thumbs up. Haha, leave this matter to me. The crown prince is in seclusion these few days and will come out in half a month at most. At that time we will give him a surprise. Wu Tsong laughed heartily. He felt as if his scheme had succeeded. The few of them had their eyes on Yan Xinyu, but little did they know that the current Yan Xinyu was no longer the same as before. With her 9 meridians completely activated, even Wu Tsong would not be able to pose a threat to her. Furthermore, with the mysterious black ice talisman and the ice demon's protection, anyone who wanted to harm her would not be able to do so easily. Martial House. Within an independent courtyard, Jiang Qin was pacing back and forth while staring at the full moon in the sky, which was half covered by dark clouds. He felt as if his mood was shrouded by a layer of haze. Originally he was in seclusion, but for some unknown reason he felt agitated and restless. As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Qin rarely felt agitated like this. He always felt that some things were bound to happen sooner or later. Although he had arrived at the martial house, the storm wasn't as calm as it seemed on the surface. He could feel that something was brewing in the dark. For the first time in his life, Jiang Qin felt that some situations were out of his control. It was a very bad feeling because he was no longer the lonely man from his previous life. He had people in his heart, and he had the 7 emotions and 6 desires that a normal person should have. He was no longer a martial arts maniac who only knew how to fight and kill. The enemy was very powerful. If Jiang Qin was alone, he could just run away and no one would be able to threaten him. But now he couldn't. Even if he ran away, the people around him wouldn't be able to. Therefore, there were some grudges that needed to be resolved sooner or later. Strength, it's still strength. Looks like I need to go out and walk around. Jiang Qin said with mixed emotions. He was getting closer and closer to the combat soul realm, but it was still not an easy task to break through. Jiang Qin decided to go out and train himself as soon as possible. The sooner he broke through to the combat soul realm, the sooner he would have a stronger foundation and resources. Right at this moment, the courtyard's door was pushed open, and a majestic man walked in. He was none other than Nangong Wentian. After entering the courtyard, Nangong Wentian turned around and closed the door behind him. With an ugly expression and a heavy heart, he walked up to Jiang Qin. "Brother Nan, what's wrong?" Jiang Qin asked. He and Nangong Wentian hadn't known each other for a long time, but they were like brothers and they knew each other very well. Nangong Wentian had always been a cheerful man, and he had never looked so worried even when facing a dangerous situation. Something like this was definitely going to happen. "Little Qinzi, I'm here to bid you farewell," Nangong Wentian said with a bitter smile on his face. "Oh, you're going back to the southern continent?" Jiang Qin asked with a puzzled expression. "That's right, I'm going back. I hope I can make it in time," Nangong Wentian said. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qin asked with a frown on his face. Nangong Wentian sighed but didn't say anything. He knew Jiang Qin was very busy, and he didn't want Jiang Qin to worry about him any longer. "Brother Nan, you're my brother." Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. The word brother immediately warmed Nangong Wentian's heart. "Our Nangong family is one of the top superpowers in the southern continent, and we're strong enough to compete with the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. However, in recent years our family has been in chaos. Before I left the southern continent, my father gave me a personal communication talisman. It's a special talisman for our Nangong family. Even though I'm in the eastern continent right now, I'll still be able to receive a message immediately. Furthermore, this talisman can only be used once. If it's not something extremely important, my father won't use it. Half an hour ago, I received a summon from my father. He told me that our family is in danger, and he asked me to come back as soon as possible," Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. He didn't tell Nangong Wentian that the talisman exploded right after receiving the message. This meant that the family was in a very serious situation. "I'll go back with you," Jiang Qin said. "What?" Hearing this, Nangong Wentian's eyes lit up. However, a bitter expression immediately emerged on his face. "Little Qinzi, I appreciate your kindness as a brother. However, you're already busy enough here, I don't want to trouble you with my Nangong family's matters." In fact, Nangong Wenyan really wanted Jiang Chen's help. He had no idea what had happened to the Nangong family, and he had no idea what was going on. Even if he returned to the southern continent with his current cultivation and strength, he wouldn't be able to provide much help. However, in his mind, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent figure, someone who could create miracles at any time. If Jiang Chen was willing to go back with him, he would feel much more at ease. But at the same time, Jiang Chen was already busy enough in the eastern continent, and the southern continent was a long distance away. Also, he had no idea what had happened to the Nangong family, so he didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. "Brother Nan, Jiang Chen will definitely help my brother. Furthermore, I've been planning to leave the southern continent to train myself, and I want to find an opportunity to break through to the combat soul realm. I'll go with you to the southern continent, I might be able to find something there," Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He had decided to leave the southern continent to train himself, but he didn't have a specific destination. Now that the Nangong family was in trouble, he might be able to find a way to break through. More importantly, Nangong Wenyan was his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him, and when he was in a difficult situation, Jiang Chen couldn't just stay out of it. "Little Chenzi, thank you." Nangong Wenyan didn't say anything else, he just thanked Jiang Chen. "Alright, we're brothers, aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "Let's not waste any more time, let's move out now. It's a huge distance from the eastern continent to the southern continent, and with our current speed, it'll take us a long time to reach our destination. At that time, I'm afraid," Nangong Wentian's expression darkened. The distance was just too far, and without the teleportation formation with their current speed, it would take them a long time to reach the southern continent. By the time they arrived, it might already be too late. "Before we leave, I have something I need to tell everyone." After saying that, Jiang Chen released his divine sense from his divine sense. A few minutes later, many figures descended from the sky and arrived at the courtyard. Han Yin, Yan Qinyu, De Huang, Wu Jiao, all of them had arrived. "Little Chenzi, I thought you were in secluded cultivation? Why did you send us a message in such a hurry?" Han Yin asked. "The Nangong family is facing some unforeseen circumstances, so I need to go to the southern continent with Brother Nan. Before we leave, I have something I need to tell everyone." Jiang Chen flew straight toward the southern continent. "What? To the southern continent?" The few of them cried out simultaneously, especially Wu Jiao, whose face was filled with shock. With his cultivation base, he had never been to the southern continent before. "I'll go with you," Han Yin, De Huang Dog, and Yan Qinyu said at the same time. They didn't care how far away the southern continent was, as long as they could stay by Jiang Chen's side. Furthermore, since Nangong Wenyan was in trouble, they wanted to help as well. "No, this trip to the southern continent is filled with unknown dangers. I'll only go with Brother Nan. You guys stay in the Martial Palace for now, that's the safest place. If we leave together, we'll become a huge target. Once I'm done with the Nangong family, I'll come back immediately," Jiang Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Han Yin and Yan Qinyu nodded their heads helplessly. De Huang Dog kept mumbling to himself, showing his dissatisfaction. However, they knew very well that Jiang Chen had already made his decision, so it was useless for them to insist. "Before we leave, I have a few things I need to tell you." Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. Chapter 388. The first person Jiang Chen looked at was Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao was the most important person right now because of his identity, status, and strength. He could guarantee the safety of these people. However, Wu Jiao was also the person Jiang Chen was worried about the most. "Brother Jiao, I still have to remind you to be careful of the Imperial Emperor. I hope you can stay in the Martial Palace while I'm back, and don't have any contact with the Imperial Emperor. Also, don't let little you and the others leave the Martial Palace," Jiang Chen reminded in a serious manner. This time, the Xuanhuan clan, Myriad Sword Sect, and the 7th Emperor hadn't managed to defeat Jiang Chen, but with their methods they wouldn't give up so easily. They would definitely find other ways to defeat Wu Jiao. Also, the Imperial Emperor had a grudge against Wu Jiao. Therefore, the best way was to make sure everyone stayed in the Martial Palace, and not give them any chance to attack Jiang Chen. "Brother, don't worry, with Brother Jiao here, I'll ensure their safety," Wu Jiao patted his chest and promised. He was still as confident as ever. "Good, I'm relieved to hear Brother Jiao's words." Jiang Chen nodded his head. After that, he turned to Han Yin and said, "Brother Yin, Brother Nan, you two leave with Brother Jiao first. I have something to tell little Yu and De Huang. The three exchanged glances, then left the courtyard. Qin Gij, you have to be careful in the eastern continent. After the three left, Yan Qinyu worriedly said, Don't worry, little Yu. I'm going to the southern continent to see the scenery in the outer realm, and I might find something there, allowing me to break through to the combat soul realm. Besides, Brother Nan is in trouble and I'll lend him a hand. However, the situation here is a bit complicated. Although the martial palace looks safe on the surface, the situation can change very quickly. I'll leave the Ice Demon King with you, it can protect you during critical moments. After saying that, Jiang Qin released the Ice Demon King. He purposely sent Wu Jiao away before releasing the Ice Demon King. He didn't want Wu Jiao to misunderstand him, and because of the relationship between Wu Jiao and the Imperial Emperor, Jiang Qin had no choice but to do this as a double insurance. Master. The Ice Demon King bowed toward Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. Ice Demon, while I'm gone, stay by little Yu's side and listen to her summons. Jiang Qin said to the Ice Demon King. Understood. The Ice Demon King's forehead turned into a beam of white light and entered Yan Qinyu's interspatial ring. Kid, if you want to go to the southern continent, how can you do it without this Lord Dog? Bring me along. Let me have a look at the scenery of the outer regions. Big Yellow stuck out his tongue and stared at Jiang Qin with his eyes filled with desire. No, you are the only one who can't follow me. Jiang Qin immediately rejected the idea. Fuck what, Jiao? Huang Qin immediately rejected. Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. What did he mean by he couldn't follow them? This was a typical discrimination. You have sharp senses and you're an expert in all kinds of mysterious formations. You also have some mysterious skills, so you can only play a big role if you stay. I've purposely asked you to stay and shoulder this heavy responsibility, so don't disappoint me. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head. This dog was a miraculous existence and he could really play a big role in a critical moment. If that's what you said, then you do have some knowledge. This master dog has always been a man who is destined to achieve great things. When De Huang Dog heard about his importance, his attitude immediately changed. According to Jiang Qin, after Jiang Qin left, he would be the main character. If you have nothing else to do, go take a nap and break through to the combat soul realm as soon as possible. If not, you won't be able to play such an important role. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Fuck, daddy isn't sleepy right now. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Qin with a gloomy expression. Breaking through to the combat soul realm wasn't an easy task, especially for a super divine beast like De Huang Dog. It was extremely difficult for him to break through, but once he did, he would undergo a transformation and obtain unimaginable benefits. Alright, the Nangong family is in a critical situation. Brother Nan and I will leave right now. After saying that, Jiang Qin moved his body and disappeared from the scene like a ghost. Qin Gij, be careful. Yan Qinyu reminded Jiang Qin with a loud voice. Outside the martial palace, two figures silently left like ghosts in the dark night. With Jiang Qin and Nangong Wenqian's abilities, they could easily leave the martial palace without anyone noticing. Furthermore, even Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi didn't expect Jiang Qin to leave the martial palace at this moment. Staying in the martial palace was the safest choice, as leaving the martial palace would mean facing the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sects' endless revenge. In their minds, Jiang Qin wouldn't be killed, he would just hide in the martial palace and never leave. 1,000 miles away from the martial palace, Jiang Qin and Nangong Wendian landed on a desolate mountain range. Little Qinzi, were we discovered by the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect? Nangong Wendian said with mixed emotions. Don't worry, I just came back from the martial Saint dynasty yesterday, I'm sure they won't expect me to leave the martial palace today. Jiang Qin said. The journey from the eastern continent to the southern continent is just too long. With our current speed, I'm afraid it will take us a few months to get there, and that's assuming we don't get lost. I'm afraid it will be too late by the time we reach the southern continent. Nangong Wendian shook his head. When he left the southern continent to train, he didn't expect he would travel so far and arrive at the eastern continent. It would be extremely difficult for him to return to the southern continent now. Not only was it a long journey, there would also be many powerful demons and devils blocking their way, and all sorts of dangerous places. If they got lost, it would be even worse. That's right, it's just too long. If only we had a teleportation formation, Jiang Qin said. Although it was just a simple task to travel to the southern continent, the distance was more than enough to make anyone collapse. Teleportation formation? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up and he nearly cried out. Little Qinzi, what did you think of? Nangong Wendian looked at Jiang Qin. Do you still remember the black altar we saw when we left the island of ice? When the island of ice opened, there was an ancient teleportation formation next to it. We were in a hurry to get out, so we didn't have time to check it out. If that teleportation formation is working, we will be able to reach the southern continent directly. Jiang Chen recalled the teleportation formation on the island of ice. It was an extremely large teleportation formation, and it could teleport them across an entire region. Little Chinzi, isn't it the same as not saying anything? The island of ice only appears once every 100 years, and we don't even know where the island of ice is, let alone using the teleportation formation on the island of ice. Nangong Wendian was speechless. I'm afraid a miracle will happen. What do you think this is? Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a shining bronze plate appeared in his palm. It's a bronze plate. Didn't the 9 bronze plates disappear when the gate of the ancient tower was opened? Why do you still have it? No, this bronze plate is different from the other 9 bronze plates. The other 9 bronze plates were broken like trash, but this bronze plate is shining brightly. What's going on? Nangong Wendian said in surprise. In fact, the 9 bronze plates didn't disappear that day. After the gate of the ancient tower was opened, they turned into this new bronze plate. I put it away and you didn't notice it, so you thought it had disappeared. Jiang Chen said. After leaving the island of ice, he hadn't thought about this bronze plate, and had completely forgotten about it. Only when the teleportation formation was mentioned did he suddenly remember it. But what's the use of this bronze plate? Can it help us find the location of the island of ice? Nangong Wendian said. We'll know after we try. After saying that, Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense from his divine sense and landed on the bronze plate. Instantly, the quiet bronze plate let out a buzzing sound, and started shaking violently. The bronze plate was like an ownerless object. After receiving Jiang Chen's divine sense, it immediately resonated with Jiang Chen's divine sense. Jiang Chen's divine sense wandered around the interior of the bronze plate. At first, he could only see chaos, but when his divine sense was recognized by the bronze plate, everything in front of him became clear. Jiang Chen could clearly see a clear path that led to a certain place in the ocean. There was a beautiful island of ice floating in the air. Found it, I found the location of the island of ice. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. What? Nangong Wendian even cried out in surprise. Jiang Chen was able to find the location of the island of ice with the bronze plate, which meant that the bronze plate and the island of ice had a close relationship. This was proven by the fact that the 9 bronze plates were able to open the gate of the island of ice. Now that they had found the location of the island of ice, it meant that they could use the bronze plate to enter the island of ice. I've now obtained the bronze plate's recognition. Let's head to the ocean and find the location of the island of ice. With the help of the bronze plate, we should be able to enter the island of ice and even find the black altar. If we can open the teleportation formation, it'll be much easier for us to go to the southern continent. Jiang Chen said. Haha, that's great. Little Chinzi, there's nothing you can't do. Being with you is so fucking awesome. Nangong Wendian burst out laughing. Being with someone like Jiang Chen, who was blessed with great luck, was truly awesome. It seemed like no matter what kind of trouble they faced, Jiang Chen would always be able to find a way to solve it. Now that they had found the location of the island of ice, if they could use the teleportation formation, it would save them a few months of traveling. This was undoubtedly a great thing for Nangong Wendian. Let's go, we'll head to the ocean first. It's quite a distance from here to the ocean. Even if we travel at full speed, it'll still take us 2 days. Jiang Chen put away the bronze plate. Both of them then unleashed their extreme speed and flew across the dark night sky like 2 ghosts. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind numerous afterimages as they flew towards the ocean. 2 days later, on the same night, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wendian arrived at the edge of the ocean. Jiang Chen took out the bronze plate once again and sent his divine sense into it. The location of the island of ice was now even clearer. The island of ice is hidden in an extremely secret location deep within the ocean. I can sense it directly through the bronze plate. Chapter 389. The current Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he first came to the ocean, and his speed was a few times faster. Nangong Wendian couldn't catch up with him at all, and he had to rely on Jiang Chen to carry him. This was a great blow to Nangong Wendian. He was a famous genius in the Nangong family, and he had never been impressed by anyone among the younger generation. However, compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Nangong Wendian was obvious. An hour later, Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian arrived at an island. The island was covered with green mountains and clear waters. It was surrounded by a thick layer of mist, and it looked like a celestial island from the ocean. "We've arrived at the blissful island again," Nangong Wentian said with a smile. "Master Blissful has helped me a lot. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit him again." Jiang Qin said. "But let's find the island of ice as soon as possible," Nangong Wentian reminded. Jiang Qin took out the bronze plate once again. Judging from their current location, they were still quite a distance away from the island of ice. They still had to travel deeper into the ocean. The surface of the ocean was tumbling, and from time to time, enormous sea demons would poke their heads out from the water with ferocious looks in their eyes. However, these sea demons were all intelligent. After sensing the aura of the two people flying above them, they immediately retracted their heads back into the ocean, not daring to do anything reckless. Soon the two arrived at an area with rapid currents. The currents in this area were extremely fast, forming huge whirlpools. These whirlpools alone were extremely destructive, and ordinary sea demons wouldn't dare to get close to them. When they arrived at this area, the bronze plate started emitting a bright light. Jiang Qin sent his divine sense into the bronze plate, and realized that the island of ice was right in front of them. "We've arrived, the island of ice is deep in this area. Be careful of those whirlpools, let's go down." Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. The two of them activated their yuan force and dove into the water. However, after swimming around for a while, they didn't find any trace of the island of ice. "Little Qinzi, something's wrong. The island of ice is huge, we should have sensed it long ago, but there's nothing here. Besides, shouldn't the place where the island of ice appears be frozen?" Nangong Wentian asked in confusion. "What the hell do you know? The island of ice is currently in a hidden state. It only appears once every 100 years, so of course it won't be sealed in ice. It's normal that you and I can't see it. If we could see it, it would have been seen by others long ago. We still have to rely on the bronze plate at critical moments." Jiang Qin raised the bronze plate high in the air. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light enveloped the bronze plate. Buzz buzz. The bronze plate let out a deafening buzzing noise. Soon, the bronze plate established a connection with the island of ice. A golden door suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian. The moment the golden door appeared, the surrounding water was repelled, forming a vacuum zone. "Let's go." Jiang Qin's eyes lit up, he took the lead and walked towards the golden door. Nangong Wentian did not dare to be slow, he followed closely behind. When the two of them entered the golden door, it still did not disappear. Jiang Qin turned around and casually waved his hand. The golden door immediately turned back into a bronze plate and fell into his hand. "Haha, this bronze plate is really good stuff." Jiang Qin laughed out loud. When he first obtained the bronze plate, he knew that it was something special. He never thought that he would be able to enter the island of ice again. With a flash of light, Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian appeared on top of the black altar. The eerie black altar did not affect the two of them at all. Instead, they felt extremely excited. "We actually arrived at the black altar." Nangong Wentian was surprised. The bronze plate is the key to open the door inside the island of ice. It's normal for us to arrive at our destination after opening the door inside the bronze plate. Let's see if we can activate the teleportation portal. After saying that, Jiang Qin walked towards the teleportation portal on the black altar. This teleportation portal was extremely old. If it wasn't for the mysterious symbols on it, it would have been broken long ago. The black teleportation portal was around 1 xiang in radius. It was covered with countless symbols. The entire teleportation portal was filled with a deathly stillness. No one knew how long it had been since it was activated. "Little Qinzi, will this work?" Nangong Wentian's heart was beating like a drum. This teleportation portal looked too shabby. If it couldn't be used, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment? They would have to fly to the southern continent, and it would take them a few months to get back. It shouldn't be a problem. We can give it a try. Look at the center of this teleportation portal, there's a groove. Isn't it the same as the bronze plate? If I'm not mistaken, this bronze plate is the key to the teleportation portal. Jiang Qin said. He took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the teleportation portal. He raised the bronze plate in his hand and pressed it into the groove. Gotcha. When the copper plate was placed into the groove, a sudden change occurred. The originally deathly still teleportation array suddenly shone with a brilliant light, and golden light filled the sky. There was no longer any sense of dilapidation. The patterns on the surface seemed to have come to life, like spirit snakes wriggling. Kacha. The teleportation portal began to emit cracking sounds. A crack appeared in the middle of the portal. An icy cold spatial energy blew out from the crack, causing Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian's bodies to sway. Kacha. Soon the crack became bigger and bigger. A few minutes later the crack turned into a gigantic space gate. The space gate was 3 zhang tall and it was shining brightly. Following that, 3 golden lines appeared in the space gate. One of the lines pointed to the south, one to the north and the last one to the center. Look, it's pointing to the southern continent. The light at the front is the southern continent. Nangong Wentian was overjoyed. The light at the end of the line pointing to the south was the brightest. That was the location of the southern continent. This teleportation portal was indeed powerful. It could directly connect to the southern continent. Jiang Chen's eyes landed on the line in the middle. This line was much longer than the north and south lines, it was dozens of times longer. At the top of the line there was a huge light dot the size of a fist. The light dots that represented the southern continent and the northern continent were the size of a little finger. Compared to the light dot in the middle, the difference between the two was huge. That should be the divine continent, right? Nangong Wentian looked over and said in surprise. That's right. That's the center of the Saint Origin world, the divine continent. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That was his true destination, his ultimate goal. I've heard that the divine continent is vast. The east, west, south and north continents combined are not even a tenth of the divine continent's size. It is the true pure land of the Saint Origin world. The cultivators there are strong and unpredictable, far stronger than the 4 remote continents. However, to reach the divine continent from the 4 remote continents, one has to cross countless large domains. This distance is simply shocking. That's why the 4 remote continents are almost isolated from the divine continent. It's hard to imagine that this teleportation portal can connect to the divine continent. Nangong went inside. As a genius of the Nangong family, he was very familiar with the geography of the Saint Origin world. He knew that although the southern continent was vast, it was only a small part of the divine continent. The gap between the southern continent and the divine continent was huge. Brother, after everything here is settled, are you interested in going to the divine continent with me? The world outside is much more interesting. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His eyes were fixed on the light in the divine continent for a long time. Nangong Wentian's body trembled. Similarly, he had always wanted to go to the divine continent, but he had never thought about going there. However, Jiang Chen's words had instantly ignited his passion. That's right, the world of the divine continent is the most interesting place. Alright, if there's a chance I'll definitely go to the divine continent. That way I won't have lived in vain. Nangong Wentian's expression changed. Let's go. We can't go to the divine continent for now. Now that the teleportation portal is open, let's go to the southern continent first. With a thought, the bronze plate once again fell into Jiang Chen's palm. He tossed the bronze plate forward, and it landed right on the southern continent's coordinates. Whoosh. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. Waves of powerful spatial energy were exerted on Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian. Both of them felt their bodies become lighter and flew into the portal. With a flash of light, the scene in front of them changed. Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian appeared in a spatial tunnel. The bronze plate was floating in front of them. Whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew past. Nangong Wentian looked at the variegated spatial turbulence around him, and he could feel the hurricanes that came from the spatial tunnel. His body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, so this is the spatial turbulence? So powerful, I'm afraid these spatial hurricanes are enough to destroy me. Without the protection of this tunnel, even if I don't die, I'll be lost in the spatial turbulence. Nangong Wentian sighed. This was his first time walking in a spatial tunnel, and he wanted to experience the wonders of the spatial tunnel. Compared to Nangong Wentian, Jiang Chen was much calmer. With his experience as the once greatest saint in the world, traveling through the spatial tunnel was nothing special. At his level, there was no need for any teleportation portal, and he could travel millions of miles with just a single teleportation. Traveling through the spatial tunnel was a piece of cake for him. Once you've mastered the spatial force and reached the Combat King realm, you won't feel so strange anymore. Jiang Chen said. Combat King, it feels so far away. Nangong Wentian shook his head. Although he had incredible talent and was extremely confident in himself, he never thought that he would be able to defeat a Combat King warrior, who stood at the top of the pyramid. He wasn't even a combat soul warrior, and the gap between him and the Combat King realm was just too huge. It's not that far. You have to remember we still have a long way to go. Even reaching the Combat King realm is just the beginning. Chapter 390. Jiang Qin and Nangong Wenyan quietly waited in the dimensional tunnel with the bronze plate acting as a guide. They were moving forward along with the dimensional force. Little Qinzi, how long will it take for us to reach the southern continent? Nangong Wenyan asked. From the eastern continent to the southern continent is a huge domain. Even if we use the spatial teleportation formation, it will still take us 2 hours. However, the spatial tunnel here is very sturdy. It should be able to last until we reach the southern continent. Jiang Qin said. Just 4 hours? Damn it. Back then, I spent God knows how long rushing to the eastern continent. I nearly lost my life in the process. It's still better to have a teleportation matrix. Nangong Wenyan sighed. Compared to the spatial teleportation formation, his flying speed was pitifully slow. Nan, tell me about your Nangong family. Jiang Qin asked with interest. Since he had decided to help Nangong Wenyan, he needed to know more about the Nangong family. Our Nangong family hasn't been in the eastern continent for a long time. Our foundation is not as deep as the other major powers. According to my dad, our family only has a history of 100 years. Nangong Wenyan said. 100 years? Jiang Qin was startled for a moment. He had always been touched by the words 100 years. It seemed like the great changes that happened in the Saint Origin realm had only started 100 years ago. It was exactly because he had slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the door to the realm of immortals that the barrier of the Saint Origin realm had changed. Because of that, the structure of the Saint Origin realm had changed. That's right. 100 years ago, my grandfather came to the southern continent and used his extraordinary talent to establish the Nangong family's foundation. He settled down, married a wife, and had children. The Nangong family has a treasure that outsiders don't know about. This treasure was brought over by my grandfather, and even I don't know what it looks like. I only know that my grandfather placed it in a very secretive place in the Nangong family, and sealed it with a profound yang formation. The treasure that my grandfather hid seemed to have no other use other than to be able to extract a certain amount of 9 solar holy water every year. It was also because of this 9 solar holy water that the Nangong family rose rapidly in the past few decades, and became one of the top families in the southern continent. Nangong Wenyan said. He knew the history of the Nangong family very well. What? A treasure that can extract 9 solar holy water? Jiang Qin was a little surprised. However, nothing was too strange in this world. It might be normal for such a treasure to exist. If that was really the case, it wouldn't be surprising for the Nangong family to rise in power in such a short period of time. Just think about it, the descendants of the Nangong family were baptized by the 9 solar holy water from birth. Which one of them wasn't a genius? It would be hard for such a family to not become powerful. Yes, the amount of 9 solar holy water produced every year isn't much, but it's more than enough to support the rise of our Nangong family. Do you still remember when I used the 9 solar holy water to trade for pills in the blissful manor? I brought the 9 solar holy water from my clan. My father is the clan chief, and as the young clan chief, I have a great advantage. Nangong Wenyan chuckled. I'm very curious. Your Nangong family has such a great treasure. Wouldn't it attract the attention of the big powers? Jiang Qin was puzzled. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. With such a great treasure, the Nangong family would definitely be coveted by the other powers before they could rise in power. No one would let go of such a great treasure. Even with the Nangong family's current strength, they were only on par with the Xuanhuan clan. They weren't strong enough to dominate the southern continent. The southern continent was a vast place, and there must be some monstrous existences like the Martial Saint dynasty. Even the Martial Saint dynasty would be tempted by a treasure that could extract 9 solar holy water. If that was the case, it would be a miracle for the Nangong family to survive for more than 100 years. That's why I said this is our Nangong family's secret. The treasure is sealed by the profound sun formation, and it's a secret that even I, the young clan chief, only know about its existence, but I've never seen it before. In the Nangong family, there aren't many people who know about this treasure. Even if some of the later generations obtained the 9 solar holy water, they wouldn't know where it came from. Furthermore, the Nangong family won't tell anyone about this secret. If this secret is leaked out, the Nangong family will face a great calamity. I wonder if it has anything to do with this treasure. Nangong Wentian furrowed his brows. I see. Jiang Qin nodded his head. It wasn't easy for the Nangong family to keep this secret for more than 100 years. However, the Nangong family isn't as united as it used to be. 3 years ago, in order to fix the profound sun formation, my grandfather used up all of his energy and eventually passed away. He passed the position of family chief to my father, and it was also at that time that the Nangong family started to split. The branch led by my eldest uncle didn't listen to my father's orders, and in the end they split the Nangong family into two. Nangong Wentian said. It seems like the Nangong family's problem lies with your eldest uncle. Jiang Qin suddenly understood. That's right. My eldest uncle complained that my grandfather passed the position of family chief to my father, and not him. He would often stir up trouble within the family, and I hated the infighting. In the end, I decided to run away from home and travel around the world to experience a different kind of training. That's how I met you. Nangong Wentian said. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He finally understood the reason why Nangong Wentian ran away from home. Now, it seemed like the Nangong family's internal strife was related to the Nangong family's internal strife. Furthermore, Jiang Qin was suddenly very interested in the Nangong family's treasure that could produce 9 solar holy water. I'm afraid that the Nangong family's incident is related to my eldest uncle as well, and it's very serious. As for the details, I'll have to wait until I return to the family. Nangong Wentian said with a frown. Whoosh. Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian's hair fluttered in the wind. All of a sudden, a purple dot flew past Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin reacted quickly and caught it in his hand. Spatial purple sand crystal, I'm so lucky. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. The item he caught just now was a purple crystal the size of a fist. It was full of energy and it was emitting a faint purple light. Although it was only the size of a fist, the energy contained within it was terrifying. Spatial purple sand crystal? What is this? Nangong Wentian's gaze landed on the purple sand crystal. He had never seen a crystal like this before. A crystal that only exists in the turbulent space. It's formed by absorbing the pure spatial energy and fusing it with the spatial sand. It contains an incredible amount of energy. Just this purple sand crystal alone will allow me to form 100 new dragon marks. After saying that, Jiang Qin unleashed a suction force from his palm onto the purple sand crystal, causing the fist-sized purple sand crystal to start shrinking. Nangong Wentian knew that Jiang Qin was absorbing the treasure, so he just sat aside and watched without disturbing him. Half an hour later, the purple sand crystal was completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were dancing on the surface of his body, making him look like numerous blood dragons. It was an extremely mystical sight. Nangong Wentian could clearly sense that Jiang Qin's aura was much stronger than before. Swoosh! Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing ripples to appear in the air. Right at this moment, the yuan energy within his qi sea was rolling like a tsunami. After absorbing the purple sand crystal, he had formed another 100 new dragon marks, increasing his total from 4,500 to 4,600 dragon marks. With this, he was one step closer to the combat soul realm. Ah, this feels great. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. His luck was truly heaven-defying. Spatial purple sand crystals were extremely rare, and even in the turbulent space, it was something that could only be found once in 100 years. Furthermore, who would go to the turbulent space for fun? Wasn't that just courting death? Jiang Qin's luck was truly heaven-defying. He had just happened to find one and he grabbed it with ease. 100 dragon marks. If he wanted to absorb this demon soul, he would have to kill countless demon beasts. Damn it, this is a great treasure. Let's keep a close eye on it and see if there are any more purple sand crystals. Nangong Wentian had an excited expression on his face. He kept looking around without blinking his eyes, but all he could see was the turbulent space, and not a single purple sand crystal. Don't bother looking, this is something that can only be found by luck. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. If he could obtain a treasure like the spatial purple sand crystal in large quantities, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? 2 hours passed by quickly. Nangong Wentian's excited expression turned bitter in the end. He couldn't help but admit that Jiang Qin was truly a lucky bastard. To be able to obtain a purple sand crystal was already a miracle, but it was a pity that such a miracle did not happen to him. Wang. Suddenly the space tunnel violently shook. Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian hurriedly controlled their bodies. A bright light could be seen in front of them, and the space hurricane was also blowing more and more violently. We're almost there. Jiang Chen reminded. Just as Jiang Chen's voice faded, they reached the end of the space tunnel. Jiang Chen grabbed the bronze plate in front of him. This bronze plate was a treasure and he could not afford to lose it. The two of them felt a pulling force acting on their bodies, and their bodies involuntarily flew forward. Bang! Bang! The sky was clear and boundless. Suddenly the void rumbled and two unknown objects tumbled out. The unknown objects were clearly unable to control their bodies. With a plop, they fell to the ground and created a large crater. What the hell? Someone cried out in shock and slowly walked towards the two craters. This place was the periphery of a beautiful mountain range, and there were many caravans resting here. It was the first time they had seen these unknown creatures suddenly land on the ground. Cough, cough, fuck, can't you be a little gentler? Chapter 391. What the fuck? While climbing out from the pit, Nangong Wenyan kept cursing. This guy obviously didn't have any preparation or experience, as his face was covered in dirt. Compared to him, Jiang Chen's image was much better. Although he had also fallen into a deep pit, he still looked calm and composed. After Nangong Wenyan came out, he realized that something was wrong. He then realized that everyone was staring at him. What the fuck are you looking at? Get lost. Nangong Wenyan was furious. He was already in a bad mood, and now that he was being stared at like a monkey, he lost his temper. What the fuck are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Fuck. Nangong Wenyan cursed. He patted the dust off his butt and walked away. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen lightly coughed, then he quickly walked away from Nangong Wenyan, pretending as if he didn't know him. At least he didn't know him well. No matter what, he was still the young master of the Nangong family, so he didn't care about his image at all. Only after the two of them had walked far away did the people from the caravan react. Who is that idiot? Is his brain damaged? What the fuck, an idiot fell from the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that there's something wrong with his brain, I would have beaten him up. Far away, Nangong Wenyan's yuan force shook, and the embarrassed look on his face disappeared. He then took out a set of green clothes from his xianhuan ring and put them on. Damn it, this teleportation portal is really not meant for humans. It was a bit too much when we came out. Nangong Wenyan said gloomily. I can only say that you are inexperienced. Jiang Chen laughed. I'm finally back. But this is only the edge of the southern continent. It will take at least 1 or 2 days to reach the Nangong family. Nangong Wenyan looked around. The climate of the southern continent is really different from the eastern continent. Although the weather is hot, it is humid and full of natural yuan qi. It is very suitable for living. Jiang Chen nodded. There was a huge difference in the climate between the southern continent and the eastern continent, but the heaven and earth essence energy was about the same. For cultivators, the difference in climate did not affect them much. However, there are many fiendish demons in the southern continent. The fiendish demons and humans are irreconcilable enemies. There will often be fiendish demons attacking human cities. It's much more chaotic than the eastern continent. Nangong Wenyan said. This is the cruel world. Jiang Chen smiled. Let's go home. Nangong Wenyan locked onto the Nangong family's direction. The two of them turned into two blurs and flew forward. At this moment, in a city closest to Jiang Chen and Nangong Wenyan's mountain range, a white-clothed young man, who looked to be in his 20s, was sitting in a courtyard with his eyes closed. Next to him, a majestic white eagle was lying on the ground in boredom. Suddenly, the eagle climbed up from the ground and looked into the distance with its bright eyes. Eagle, did you find Brother Wenyan's tracks? The white-robed man's eyes lit up. Screech. The white eagle let out a screech, flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The young man's face was filled with joy. He stepped on the air, landed on the back of the palace and flew out of the city. In the distance, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wenyan, who were flying at full speed, suddenly heard a sharp screech. The sound startled Nangong Wenyan, and he quickly looked toward the source of the sound, only to see a white dot approaching them at high speed. It's the Nangong family's white eagle. Nangong Wenyan was overjoyed. He was very familiar with this white eagle, as it was specially trained by the Nangong family. Apart from its strong attack power, it was also extremely fast. More importantly, the white eagle had a special ability which was tracking. Just like now, the white eagle could smell Nangong Wenyan's aura within a certain range, and it flew directly toward him. Soon, the white eagle arrived in front of Nangong Wenyan. The White Eagle and Nangong Wendian were obviously very close, and after seeing Nangong Wendian, it let out a series of screeches in excitement. "Brother Wendian, you're finally back." A joyful expression emerged on the young man's face when he saw Nangong Wendian. He flew up into the sky and arrived in front of Nangong Wendian. "Wendian, why are you here?" Nangong Wendian had a surprised expression on his face as well. He didn't expect to meet someone close to him as soon as he returned to the southern continent. "Brother Wendian, you've been gone for too long. I think you must have gone far away. That's why I've been waiting for you in the city ahead with the White Eagle. It's not too late for you to come back now. I'll send a message to the family chief right away." Nangong Wendian took out a golden messenger talisman and shattered it with his yuan energy. The talisman then turned into a golden beam and disappeared into thin air. "Brother Wendian, who is this?" Nangong Wendian turned to Jianghu and asked. "Let me introduce you, this is my sworn brother, Jianghu, and this is Nangong Wendian, my cousin." After introducing each other, Nangong Wendian punched Nangong Wendian's shoulder and said, "Buddy, you've improved quite a bit. You've broken through to the mid-divine core realm." "Hee, compared to Brother Wendian, there's still a huge gap," Nangong Wendian said with a smile on his face. Obviously, the two of them had a good relationship. "Little bastard." Both brothers were overjoyed to see each other again. "Brother Wendian, something big has happened in the family, let's hurry back," Nangong Wendian said with a serious expression. "Wendian, what happened in the family?" "My father only told me to come back as soon as possible, but he didn't tell me what happened," Nangong Wendian asked anxiously. "It's all because of Big Uncle. Big Uncle has been holding a grudge against Grandpa for passing the position of family chief to your father, and that's why he left with his family. Now he's back and he wants the family chief to hand over the position," Nangong Wendian said angrily. It really has something to do with Nangong Yunzheng. This guy always knows how to stir up trouble, but it won't be easy for him to seize the position of family chief. Nangong Wendian coldly harumphed. "It's a bit troublesome this time because the Profound River Palace is involved," Nangong Wendian said. "What? Why would the Profound River Palace get involved in the internal affairs of the Nangong family? Could it be because of Grandpa's treasure?" Nangong Wendian cried out in shock. "What kind of power is the Profound River Palace?" Jianghu interrupted. The Profound River Palace is the #1 sect in the southern continent, and its status is equivalent to the Martial Saint dynasty in the eastern continent. A superpower like this usually doesn't interfere with the internal affairs of other powers and families, but this time they got involved in the internal strife of the Nangong family. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Nangong Wendian furrowed his brows. "Brother Wendian is right. A superpower like the Profound River Palace must have a great purpose for them to get involved in the internal strife of the Nangong family. Our family chief guessed that Big Uncle Nangong Yunjing must have reached an agreement with the Profound River Palace, and Jianghu has leaked the secret of your family's treasure," Nangong Wendian said while gnashing his teeth. "Using the Profound River Palace's power to help Nangong Yunjing get rid of your father, so that he can take control of the Nangong family. In exchange, Nangong Yunjing must have promised your family's treasure to the Profound River Palace," Jianghu said. Nangong Wendian glanced at Jianghu. He didn't have much feelings for this friend that Nangong Wendian had brought back, but what Jianghu said was correct. What Brother Jiang said is exactly the same as what our family chief guessed. A few days ago, Big Uncle sent an ultimatum to our family chief. In half a month's time, there will be a competition to fight for the position of family chief and the right to control the treasure left behind by my grandfather, Nangong Wendian said. "What kind of competition?" Nangong Wendian asked. "Although it's called a competition, it's actually a death match. Since the Profound River Palace is involved, our family chief has no way of rejecting Nangong Yunjing's offer. There will be 3 rounds of the battle. The first round will be between you and Nangong Wenyin, and the second round will be between our family chief and Nangong Yunjing. As the young master of the Nangong family, you can't miss out on this battle. The upper echelons of the Nangong family believe that only the strongest warrior among the younger generation of the Nangong family is qualified to be the young master." Nangong Wendian continued, "This battle concerns the survival of the Nangong family. The treasure left behind by my grandfather is our family's greatest asset, and we can't allow it to fall into someone else's hands. Furthermore, the Nangong family's foundation can't be destroyed in the hands of our family chief. That's why the family chief urgently summoned you here, and he wants to fight for the survival of the Nangong family." But what? Nangong Wendian's expression turned ugly. because even he didn't expect his big uncle, Nangong Yunjing, to betray the Nangong family. Brother Wenyan, I have to remind you that Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm not long ago. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid you're no match for him. Nangong Wenyang said with a worried expression. Looks like Big Uncle is determined to win this battle. How long until the battle begins? Nangong Wenyan asked. Half a month. Nangong Wenyang felt that this amount of time was too short. Even for a genius, breaking through to the combat soul realm from the late divine core realm in half a month was not an easy task. Half a month. Fine, Nangong Wenyan, I'll be waiting for the battle with you. I won't give up even if it's only half a month. This matter concerns the survival of the Nangong family. I, Nangong Wenyan, will never back off. Nangong Wenyan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After calming himself down, Nangong Wenyan turned to Nangong Wenyang and said, My dad and Big Uncle are at the same level, so it won't be easy to determine a winner. Big Uncle, I'm sure you think I'm going to lose. So, who's going to fight the third battle? We'll find a helper for the third battle. I'm sure Nangong Yunjing has found a powerful helper, and he might even be a mighty warrior from the profound river palace. We don't have any powerful helpers on our side. Therefore our only chance is for both you and the family chief to win. Nangong Wenyang said. Looks like Nangong Yunjing has done a lot of preparation for this. Chapter 392. 3 men and a hawk were flying high up in the sky at an incredible speed. Nangong Wenyan and Nangong Wenyang's expressions were extremely unsightly. Their eldest uncle, Nangong Yunjing, came prepared this time, and he had the support of the profound river palace. He was determined to seize all of the Nangong family's resources and position. How could they allow the Nangong family's 100 years of foundation to be destroyed in the hands of Nangong Wentian's father? This was something Nangong Wenyan didn't want to see. It seemed like it was normal for them to settle it with a duel of martial strength, and it was even more suitable for them to win 2 out of 3 matches. However, they didn't have any confidence in winning 2 out of 3 matches. There was no need to talk about the battle between Nangong Wenyan and Nangong Wenyan. Although Nangong Wenyan had incredible talent and could fight ordinary early combat soul warriors with his peak divine core cultivation base, he was just an ordinary early combat soul warrior. He wasn't a genius like Nangong Wenyan. The two of them had been in the Nangong family since they were young, and the resources they received were almost the same. Their talents were about the same as well, and there was a huge gap between them. It was truly difficult for them to challenge someone of a higher realm. Family Chief Nangong Yunfan and Nangong Yunjing were at the same level of cultivation, so it was hard to tell who would win the first match. But the most important match was still the third match, and it wasn't hard to imagine that Nangong Yunjing must have found some great warriors from the profound river palace to help him. As for the Nangong family, where could they find such great warriors to help them? Even if they did, who would be willing to offend the profound river palace? Just like what Nangong Wenyang had said, their only chance of victory was to win the first 2 matches. However, this kind of hope was a little too slim. Little Chinzi, how about participating in the third battle on behalf of the Nangong family? Battle god Nangong Wenyan looked at Jiang Qin and said with a smile. What? Before Jiang Qin could answer, Nangong Wenyang cried out in shock. He stared at Nangong Wentian with an expression of disbelief, wondering if this guy had taken the wrong medicine. Why did he ask a young man who wasn't even a combat soul warrior to represent the Nangong family in the most important battle? Was there something wrong with his brain? Brother Wenyan, are you sure? This battle concerns the life and death of our Nangong clan. Nangong Wenyang had no idea what Nangong Wenyan was thinking. Could it be that the family can find a suitable participant? Nangong Wenyan asked. Nangong Wenyang was speechless. Indeed, his family couldn't find a suitable participant, but this person in front of him didn't seem to be suitable either. Little Chinzi, don't forget that you're here to help me. Only if you agree to the third battle will I truly be at ease. Only then will our Nangong nobles have a chance to turn the tide. Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Qin, his tone filled with trust. You trust me that much? Jiang Qin smiled. Of course you can do anything. Don't we still have half a month? That's more than enough for you, isn't it? Nangong Wenyan said with a smile on his face. He trusted Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. This young man in front of him had never shown any nervousness on his face, no matter what kind of difficult situation he was facing. Furthermore, no one knew about Jiang Qin, but Nangong Wenyan knew him very well. This guy was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors when he was only a late divine core warrior, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the combat soul realm. As long as he could break through to the combat soul realm within half a month, he would be invincible, and not even late combat soul warriors would be a match for him. With that, he would have absolute confidence in winning the third battle. Nangong Yunjing's helper was at most a late combat soul warrior, and it was impossible for him to find a combat king warrior. Those who reached the combat king realm were all men with great statuses, and they wouldn't show themselves easily. Alright, I promise you. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The reason he came to the southern continent was to help Nangong Wentian, and since his brother had asked him for help, there was no reason for him to back off. Furthermore, after absorbing the dimensional purple sand crystal, Jiang Qin could roughly feel the time it would take for him to break through to the combat soul realm. Half a month was more than enough time. Fuck, he agreed to help without even looking at his status and cultivation level. Nangong Wenyang, who stood next to Jiang Qin, grumbled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Jiang Qin and Nangong Wentian to hear clearly. Little Qinzi, don't lower yourself to Wenyang's level. Nangong Wentian joked. Jiang Qin responded with a smile. Of course, he didn't care about Nangong Wenyang's question. Anyone else would question Jiang Qin's decision as well. After all, on the surface, asking him to participate in this battle was just child's play. Furthermore, this battle would determine the future of the Nangong family. Below them was an endless wilderness without any signs of human habitation. Suddenly, a wave of slaughter chi appeared in front of Jiang Qin and the others. The slaughter chi shook the void and made it crackle. It was extremely brutal. Looks like someone is blocking our way. A grin emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Right after his words left his mouth, two bright figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were two old men in gray robes, and their robes were fluttering in the wind. Both of them were early combat soul warriors, and they immediately locked their gazes onto Nangong Wentian, unleashing their auras that locked down the entire space. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Jie, young Master Wentian, we've been waiting for you here for a long time. One of the old men let out an evil laugh. He looked at Nangong Wentian as if he was looking at his prey. It's you. Nangong Wentian said with an indifferent expression. He and Nangong Wenyang knew these two men. They were Zhang Feng and Li Gai, who Nangong Yunjing took in. What do you want? Nangong Wenyang asked with a loud voice. What do we want? Little guy, do you think we're here to chat? Of course we're here to kill you. Zhang Feng had an extremely evil smile on his face. Facing these three divine core juniors, he felt like he could easily crush them like ants. Bastards, we've agreed on the duel in half a month, and now you're here to assassinate Brother Wentian? Don't you think this is too shameless? Nangong Wenyang gnashed his teeth in anger. Shameless. If you're all dead, who knows how you died? Besides, once Nangong Wentian is dead, the Nangong family will have no young master, and our young master Wenyan will be the new young master. According to our ancestors' rules, we won't even need to fight. Zhang Feng said with a smile on his face. Hearing what Zhang Feng said, Nangong Wenyang's expression became extremely ugly. This was the rule of the Nangong family. If the young master Nangong Wentian died, they would have to choose a new young master, and Nangong Wenyan would be the best candidate. At that point of time, they wouldn't even need to fight because Nangong Yunjing could just take over the position of the young master. I never thought Nangong Yunjing would be so shameless. Nangong Wenyang was so angry that his body was trembling. No one had expected Nangong Yunjing to use such a despicable method, not even the family chief, Nangong Yunfan. That was why he asked him to come out and greet Nangong Wentian. If not, for the sake of Nangong Wentian's safety, he would have sent out some mighty warriors to protect him. But who would have thought that Nangong Yunjing would still use such a despicable method after they had agreed on the duel? Compared to Nangong Wenyang's nervousness and anger, Nangong Wentian was much calmer. Judging from the current situation, these two old men weren't here to kill, they were here to get themselves killed. Nangong Wentian didn't expect his eldest uncle to send out some mighty warriors to assassinate him, but his opponents also didn't expect that he would be followed by a true killer, the god-killing Devil King who was feared by countless people in the eastern continent. You shameless old dogs, do you really think you can kill me? Haha, I'll give you a chance, kneel down and kowtow to me, kowtow until I'm satisfied and I'll consider leaving your bodies intact. Nangong Wentian suddenly became extremely arrogant. This unreasonable arrogance stunned the two old men in front of him. Even Nangong Wenyang was stunned. He didn't know what was wrong with his big brother. In this situation they couldn't even run away, so why was he still boasting? Wasn't he afraid that his big brother would cut his tongue? Ah! Zhang Feng and Li Gai suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. They were laughing so hard that tears almost came out of their eyes. Young master went in. I didn't expect you to be so good at boasting after leaving the clan. Li Gai couldn't help but laugh. Alright, let's not waste any more time with him. Li Gai, finish them off, don't leave anyone alive. Zhang Feng's face turned cold. Li Gai was filled with killing intent as he walked towards Nangong Wenyan. As for the white-robed young man beside Nangong Wenyan, Li Gai didn't even bother to look at him. Little Qinzi, did you hear what this old dog just said? Nangong Wenyan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Don't leave anyone alive. Jiang Chen chuckled. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Gai, blocking his path. Huh. Li Gai was startled. He immediately slapped Jiang Chen's face and said, Blind fool, you're courting death. Bang. A muffled sound suddenly rang out between Jiang Chen and Li Gai, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Li Gai's body was sent flying backwards, blood spurting out from his mouth. Swoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Chen also disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Li Gai and stomped on the top of Li Gai's head. Gotcha. With a cracking sound, Li Gai's head exploded, turning into a mist of blood. His body fell down from the sky. He died on the spot. What? Zhang Feng and Nangong Wenyan both cried out in shock. This sudden turn of events was too shocking for them. They didn't know where this young man came from, but his methods were so ruthless. Fast, Jiang Chen's movements were too fast. They didn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked, and Li Gai was already dead. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. How is this possible? Chapter 393. The scene seemed to have come to a standstill, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Nangong Wenyang and Zhang Feng could sense a great fear coming from this young man in front of them. Of course, the fear they felt was different. Nangong Wenyang's fear was mixed with a pleasant surprise. After all, Jiang Chen was on his side, but Zhang Feng was different. Zhang Feng's soul was trembling. It was a fear that came from the deepest part of his soul. With just a glance at this young man in white, he could sense the aura of death. He swore that this was the first time in his life that he had ever felt death. He knew very well how strong Li Gai's cultivation base was. An early combat soul warrior couldn't even withstand a single strike from this young man. Zhang Feng sensed that this young man in front of him was only a peak divine core warrior. He hadn't even broken through to the combat soul realm. However, with a peak divine core cultivation base, killing an early combat soul warrior was as easy as killing an ant. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Who are you? Zhang Feng's voice was trembling. Obviously, he didn't have any confidence in his words. The arrogant attitude he had before had completely disappeared. Zhang Feng was sure that he had never seen this young man before, and he had never heard of this man either. However, a genius who could easily kill a combat soul warrior with a peak divine core cultivation base had to be someone famous. Too bad, no matter how hard Zhang Feng tried, he couldn't remember when such a monstrous genius appeared in the southern continent. Haha, old dog, do you still want to kill me? Nangong Wenyan burst into laughter. Let alone these two early combat soul old men, even if there were two mid-combat soul warriors here, Jiang Chen would still kill them. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've made an unforgivable mistake. Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke with an indifferent tone. This young man had indeed made an unforgivable mistake. At least that was what Jiang Chen thought. Jiang Chen would never forgive his enemies, especially those who had tried to kill him and his brothers. Good boy, this old man will remember you. I won't let today's matter rest. Zhang Feng left behind some threatening words. After that, he turned into a trail of light and flew far away. Obviously, he had failed his mission this time. Even Nangong Yunjing didn't expect a young genius to be by Nangong Wentian's side. Facing a situation like this, running away was his first choice. Furthermore, Zhang Feng had a feeling that even if he couldn't defeat this young man, with his early combat soul cultivation base, running away shouldn't be a problem. If a combat soul warrior couldn't escape the pursuit of a divine core warrior, then that would be ridiculous. Unfortunately, such a nonsensical thing happened very quickly. Zhang Feng's luck was really bad because he met Jiang Chen. Stay here. Just when Nangong Wenyang thought that Zhang Feng would be able to escape easily, Jiang Chen let out a light shout. Jiang Qin raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. In the next moment, a 1 zhang-long blood-red dragon claw abruptly descended from the sky. The blood-colored dragon claw wasn't covered in dragon scales, and it was vivid and lifelike. It was as if a real dragon's hand had appeared, and it shook the void to the point that it emitted crackling sounds and dazzling sparks. Bang! The void was trembling. The true dragon palm had transformed into an indestructible cage, and it trapped Zhang Feng, who was running away with all his might. What? Zhang Feng cried out in shock. The frightened expression on his face had reached an indescribable level. Before he could even attack the dragon claw, he could already feel a mountain-like pressure coming from the dragon claw. Bam! The enormous force smashed onto Zhang Feng's body. Even with his early combat soul cultivation base, there was no way he could withstand it. In an instant he was smashed dozens of meters into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack crack. The true dragon palm followed Zhang Feng like a shadow, and it didn't disappear at all. It completely covered Zhang Feng's body, causing his bones to produce cracking sounds, and his face to become twisted. Right at this moment, Zhang Feng finally felt the threat of death. He had never felt death so close to him, and this was the first time he felt the true fear of death. No, don't kill me. Zhang Feng was panic-stricken, and he started begging for mercy. No one wanted to die, especially a combat soul warrior like Zhang Feng. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to his current level. Jiang Qin was a cruel and merciless man. He turned a deaf ear to Zhang Feng's pleas, then he forcefully clenched the true dragon palm. Following a miserable shriek, Zhang Feng's entire body was crushed into a blood mist, and he died on the spot. After killing 2 men in a row, Jiang Qin had returned to his normal state. Or he had been maintaining this state all this time. With one hand placed behind his back, a faint smile could be seen on his face, and the corner of his mouth was slightly curved upward. It was as if killing 2 men was just like killing 2 chickens, and he didn't have any change in his emotions. Little Qinzi, you're getting more and more powerful. Thank you so much for what you did today. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have been dead by now. Nangong Wentian said with a teasing smile. However, the gratefulness in his voice was obvious. Nangong Wenyang, who stood next to Jiang Qin, still hadn't recovered from his shock. 2 combat soul warriors had been killed in such a simple manner, and the dangerous situation had been resolved so easily. This made Nangong Wenyang feel as if he was in a dream. He stared at Jiang Qin, who had a warm smile on his face. It was hard for him to imagine that such a handsome young man could be so ruthless when he attacked. Nangong Wenyang was no idiot. From how Jiang Qin killed the 2 men in such a calm manner, he could tell that this young man in front of him, who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, had long since become numb to killing. Nangong Wenyang took a deep breath, then he strode toward Jiang Qin. He cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin and said, Wenyang failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended Brother Jiang with my words just now. I hope Brother Jiang won't take it to heart. Nangong Wenyang felt really sorry for what Jiang Qin had done. He even had the urge to slap himself in the face. He felt like he was really blind. How could he look down on such an amazing genius? Just thinking about it made his face turn hot. Brother Wenyang, please don't say that, we're on the same side. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wenyang's shoulder. Seeing how straightforward Jiang Qin was, a bright smile emerged on Nangong Wenyang's face. His impression of Jiang Qin had changed dramatically, and he now had a very good impression of Jiang Qin. No matter what, not only had Jiang Qin saved Nangong Wentian's life, he had also saved his own life. If not for Jiang Qin's presence, those 2 men would have killed him after killing Nangong Wentian, and even the White Eagle from the Nangong family wouldn't have been able to escape. However, although Jiang Qin's performance was amazing in Nangong Wenyang's mind, he wasn't strong enough to represent the Nangong family in the 3rd match. After all, a mighty warrior invited by Nangong Yunjing wasn't someone a small fry like Zhang Feng could compare with. Of course, Nangong Wenyang wasn't against the idea either, as he couldn't make the decision regarding the duel, as it was up to the higher-ups of the Nangong family to decide. After clearing the obstacles, the 3 of them once again used their full speed and flew in the direction of the Nangong family. After 1 day and 1 night, they finally returned to the Nangong family. This time, there were no more obstacles on the way. Nangong City. It was a magnificent city with a circumference of over 1,000 miles. Looking from the outside, Nangong City was filled with tall buildings, splendid palaces, and a magnificent atmosphere. It could easily be called the #1 city in the southern continent. This city wasn't called Nangong City before, but it was renamed because of the Nangong family. In this city the Nangong family was the absolute ruler. To put it bluntly, a fart from the Nangong family was enough to shake the entire city for 3 days. There were many different forces in Nangong City, but all of them were under the control of the Nangong family. As long as the Nangong family gave the order, no one would dare to disobey them. Outside the north gate of Nangong City, 3 figures landed silently. The white eagles that had been following them were nowhere to be seen. These 3 figures were none other than Jiang Chen and his crew. Little Qinzi, Nangong City isn't peaceful now. Since my first uncle separated the Nangong family from the Nangong family, half of Nangong City has been separated. The people and forces at the south gate are all under my first uncle's control, while the north gate is still under the control of the Nangong family. However, as it's a sensitive time, it's better for us to keep a low profile. We'll enter the city on foot and return to the Nangong family first. Nangong Wenyan explained. Jiang Chen nodded his head. As they were approaching the city, he could vaguely sense that something wasn't right. This magnificent city was definitely not as peaceful as it seemed to be. There must be something going on behind the scenes. Stop right there, you'll need to pay a fee to enter the city. Outside the north gate, 6 muscular guards stood on both sides. They immediately stopped Jiang Chen and his crew after seeing them. Are your dog eyes blind? Nangong Wenyang walked forward and shouted at the leading guard. Only then did the guard clearly see the appearance of the person who had come, and he was immediately scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground with a putong sound. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Wenyang, my apologies. The guard's back was covered in sweat. He was only a captain of the guards of the Nangong family. He was nothing compared to a genius like Nangong Wenyang. Humph. Nangong Wenyang let out a cold harumph, as he made a welcoming gesture toward Jiang Chen and Nangong Wenyan, and strode into the city. The guards kneeling on the ground did not even dare to raise their heads, nor did they see Nangong Wenyan. Otherwise they would be scared to death on the spot. In Nangong City the young master of the Nangong family could do whatever he wanted. Little Qinzi, these are the guards of the Nangong family. Not only is Nangong City luxurious, it's also very safe due to the protection of the Nangong family. Those who live in Nangong City do not need to pay a fee to enter the city. Those who are not from Nangong City are required to pay a fee to enter the city. Nangong Wenyan explained to Jiang Chen. In Nangong City, the Nangong family was the true emperor, and their words were final. Chapter 394. Your family is pretty rich. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Putting everything else aside, the daily fee they collected to enter the city was already a terrifying figure. Even if they only collected 1 human elixir per person, it was still a terrifying amount. As one of the most luxurious cities in the southern continent, Nangong City was always crowded with people. The cultivators who were able to stay in Nangong City were all people with powerful backgrounds. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to have a place in Nangong City. The existence of the Nangong family had made Jiang Chen a local tyrant. A big family like this would never lack resources as they were powerful, and as the ruler of this area they had the final say. Of course, no one dares to enter the city without paying the fee. Let's go, we'll talk after we get home. Nangong Wenyan increased his speed, and the 3 of them sprinted on the main road of Nangong City like 3 rays of light. Wherever they passed, a strong gust of wind would be generated. Many people could only feel a strong gust of wind, causing them to lose their balance. Vaguely they could see a few figures flashing past, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. The Nangong family was located in the center of Nangong City. It was a huge manor with a circumference of over 100 miles. The Nangong family's manor alone took up 1/10 of the entire Nangong City. Inside the Nangong family, there was a magnificent palace, which gave off a luxurious and noble atmosphere. This was the forbidden area of Nangong City, where ordinary people were not allowed to enter. However, at this moment the atmosphere in the biggest manor in Nangong City was a bit gloomy, as the Nangong family was no longer the same as before. After Nangong Yunjing separated them, not only did the Nangong family's overall power decline, they were also constantly having internal conflicts. The recent internal conflict was related to the life and death of the Nangong family. The news about the duel between Nangong Yunjing and the Nangong family was already known to the public. Currently, everyone in the Nangong family was not in a good mood. They were all waiting for the return of their young master, as he was the most important part of the duel. Sigh. Where did the young master go? It's been so long since he came back. That's right. The duel is coming soon, and if the young master doesn't come back in time, Nangong Yunjing will have a legitimate reason to take over the position of the clan chief. I don't think it's possible even if he comes back. I'm afraid our Nangong family is in real danger this time. Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm, and only if our young family chief breaks through to the combat soul realm will we have a chance of fighting him. Everyone in the Nangong family was talking about their young master, Nangong Wenyan. Many of them still didn't know that the profound river palace was involved in this matter. However, Nangong Yunjing had caused such a huge commotion, and it was obvious that he came prepared. He was determined to win, and this caused many people to worry about the future of the Nangong family. Look, it looks like the young clan head is back. Someone suddenly cried out. Many people raised their heads and looked into the sky above the Nangong family. They saw 3 figures flying across the sky toward the Nangong family's main palace. One of them was Nangong Wenyang, and everyone was familiar with him. The young man standing in the middle wore green clothes, and he looked ferocious and handsome. Although he had left the Nangong family for quite some time, everyone could still recognize him. He was the young master who they had been waiting for. It really is the young clan chief. He came back just in time. Who is that young man in white clothes next to him? Why haven't I seen him before? I'm sure he is a friend of the young clan chief, but it looks like his cultivation is just ordinary. That's right, but it seems like the young clan chief is only at the peak divine core realm. He hasn't broken through to the combat soul realm yet. There are only 14 days left until the duel, and if the young clan chief can't break through to the combat soul realm within this period of time, he won't be a match for Nangong Wenyan. But, breaking through to the combat soul realm in just a dozen days? Sigh, I don't think there's any hope for him to do so. Nangong Wenyan's return had lifted many people's spirits. However, Nangong Wenyan's cultivation and combat strength had made many people feel discouraged. Although they had expected this, they still couldn't help but feel disappointed when they saw it for themselves. Many people had lost all hope for the duel in 14 days. Nangong Wenyan arrived at the Nangong family's main palace without any obstructions. Right now, there were dozens of men gathered in the main palace, and all of them were mighty warriors of the Nangong family. The weakest among them was an early combat soul warrior. Dad, I'm back. After Nangong Wenyan walked into the main palace, he immediately called out to the muscular middle-aged man who was sitting in front of the main palace. This middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s and he was wearing embroidered clothes. His thick hair was messy and his eyes were extremely sharp, just like a pair of blades. His face looked as if it had been carved by a blade, and he gave off a domineering aura. This domineering middle-aged man was none other than the current family chief of the Nangong family, Nangong Yunfan. Wenyan, you're finally back. A happy expression emerged on Nangong Yunfan's face when he saw his son. All the other men felt relieved as well. No matter what, his son was finally back. Wenyan, this is the most important place in the Nangong family. How could you just bring someone here? Right at this moment, an old mid-combat soul warrior said. This old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s and he looked skinny and weak. However, the aura he was unleashing was extremely frightening. His name was Liang Zhui, an old man who had followed Nangong Yunfan to conquer the world. Although his surname wasn't Nangong, he had a very high status in the Nangong family, and even Nangong Yunfan had to give him some face. Dad, all the uncles and elders, let me introduce you. This is a brother I made while I was away. His name is Jiangchen. He came here to help the Nangong family. Nangong Wenyan introduced Jiangchen. Help our Nangong family? Wenyan, are you kidding me? Grandpa too knows that you've always liked to joke around. Another old man said with a teasing tone. He had white hair and a white beard and he looked like a noble as he sat there. His seat was the same as Nangong Yunfan's, and it was obvious that he had a high status in the family. Furthermore, this old man had a very strong cultivation base. He was a late combat soul warrior. His name is Tui and his nickname is the Thousand-Hand Butcher. He is an old man who followed my grandpa to conquer the world, and he has a very important position in the Nangong family. Nangong Wenyan told Jiangchen the old man's identity through his divine sense. Jiangchen nodded his head. Although this man's surname wasn't Nangong, just like what Nangong Wenyan said, he had a very high status in the family. Wenyan, you asked a divine core junior to help you, don't you think it's a little too childish? There are so many people like him in the Nangong family. The old man, Liang Zhui, said with a hint of mockery in his tone. Not only him, the other people on the scene also had a smile on their faces. Obviously they felt that Nangong Wentian's helper was a joke. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had just arrived at the Nangong family, and he had immediately become the center of attention. These old men were really something. Their young master had just returned, so they should at least ask him about how he was doing in the outside world. Why did they have to point their finger at an outsider like him? Family chief, elders, please don't look down on brother Jiang Qin. If not for brother Jiang Qin, brother Wenian and I would be dead by now. Nangong Wenyang quickly said. Jiang Qin had saved his life, so he had to speak up for Jiang Qin. Furthermore, Jiang Qin really did have some abilities, and his reputation wasn't undeserved. What happened? Nangong Yunfan's expression changed, and he looked at Nangong Wenyang. Family chief, I'm sure you remember that there are two men working for eldest uncle. Their names are Zhang Feng and Li Gai. After I picked up brother Wenian, I was on my way back, but I didn't expect to be intercepted by these two men. They were sent by eldest uncle to assassinate brother Wenian in secret. As long as brother Wenian is dead, we can even skip the duel. Nangong Wenyang dared not hide anything, so he told Nangong Wenyang everything he knew. What? At this moment, everyone in the palace cried out in shock. Shameless, this Nangong Yunjing is too shameless. We are all from the Nangong family, but he still resorted to such a despicable method. What a bastard, the duel has already been decided, but he still resorted to such a despicable method. If Wenian is dead, we will have to choose a new young master, and only Nangong Wenyan will have the right to be the next young master. What a vicious scheme. Looks like we were too careless. We should have sent some powerful warriors to find Wenian, but I never expected Nangong Yunjing to resort to such a despicable method. Everyone in the palace were filled with anger. Everyone felt that Nangong Yunjing's actions were shameless. The duel had already been decided, but he still resorted to such a despicable method. What happened after that? Nangong Yunfan continued asking. He threw his glance at Jiang Qin as if he had already figured out what was going on. It was brother Jiang Qin who killed Zhang Feng and Li Gai, and that's how he saved brother Wenian and me. Nangong Wenyang honestly said. You said he killed two early combat soul warriors with just a late divine core cultivation base? Liang Zhui's eyes lit up. Not only him, the way everyone in the palace looked at Jiang Qin had changed. Killing two combat soul warriors with just a divine core cultivation base, this was something he could be proud of no matter where he went. After all, it wasn't defeating them, it was killing them. After breaking through to the combat soul realm, even if one couldn't defeat an opponent, it would be extremely easy for them to escape. However, Zhang Feng and Li Gai didn't even have the chance to escape, and were killed by a divine core junior. This didn't mean that they were weak, it just meant that this young man in front of them was too strong. Nangong Yunfan waved his sleeve, then three spacious chairs immediately appeared and were placed side by side in the palace. Nephew Jiang Qin, please have a seat. Nangong Yunfan extended his hand toward Jiang Qin. Being able to be given a seat by the family chief in the central palace was a great honor in itself. Chapter 395. Nangong Yunfan's attitude toward Jiang Qin suddenly changed, and he even gave Jiang Qin the treatment of a distinguished guest. No one felt anything strange about this, as Nangong Wenian and Nangong Wenyang's words couldn't be wrong. A genius who could kill two combat soul warriors at the divine core realm, just this talent alone made him worthy of being recruited by the Nangong family. More importantly for Nangong Yunfan, Jiang Qin had saved his son's life, and this alone was more than enough to establish Jiang Qin's status in the family. Thank you, Chief Nangong. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Nangong Yunfan. Without any hesitation, he sat down on a chair with Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wenyang. He had a calm expression on his face and a faint smile could be seen on his face. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. Just this calmness alone was enough to make everyone secretly praise him. This was an important place for the Nangong family, and even the geniuses of the family would have to be submissive in front of so many combat soul warriors. However, Jiang Qin was perfectly calm, and he didn't show any signs of discomfort. It was a calmness that came from the bottom of his heart, and it couldn't be faked. Nephew Jiang Qin has saved my son, and that's why I, Nangong Wenian, owe you a debt of gratitude. However, Wenian, I believe Wenyang has told you about the family's current situation. There are only 14 days left until the duel, and with your current cultivation, there is no way you can be a match for Nangong Wenyan. Nangong Yunfan changed the topic and got back to the main topic. Right now, the most important thing for the Nangong family was the duel that was going to take place in 14 days. This duel would determine the survival of the Nangong family. Not only Nangong Yunfan, everyone in the crowd were worried, especially after they saw Nangong Wentian's cultivation level. According to a reliable source, that bastard Nangong Yunjing has already contacted the Profound River Palace, and it's highly possible that he has already told them the secret of our family's treasure. That's why the Profound River Palace is paying attention to this matter. The thousand-hand butcher Tu-yi said with a frown on his face. Nangong Yunjing, in order to get the position of the clan chief, he didn't even hesitate to break the rules set by Big Brother Nangong. What an abomination. Liang Zhue's temper was a little irritable. As someone who had followed old Master Nangong to conquer the world, his feelings for the Nangong family were the same as his own family. He and Tu-yi treated the Nangong family's descendants as their own. Nangong Wentian was someone they had watched grow up. They had invested all their feelings into this family. Now that their big brother had passed away, they had the responsibility to protect the Nangong family. They absolutely did not want to see the empire they had fought for destroyed. The Nangong family has 100 years of history. The glory that my father has left for us must not be lost. Therefore we must win this battle. Nangong Yunfan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. If the Nangong family was destroyed in his hands, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors. Nangong Yunjing has decided to fight 3 battles. Wentian will fight against Wentian and Yunfan will fight against Yunjing. These 2 battles are unavoidable. As for the 3rd battle, I'm sure Nangong Yunjing will invite some powerful warriors from the Profound River Palace to fight him. We can't find any new helpers for now. Someone said. Dad, let little Qinzi fight the 3rd battle on behalf of the Nangong family. Nangong Wentian said. Nonsense. Nangong Yunfan scolded. Wentian, this is a crucial battle that will determine the survival of the Nangong family. Although Jiang Qin is quite strong, he doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the 3rd battle. With Nangong Yunjing's character, I'm sure he will invite a late combat soul warrior. Isn't asking Jiang Qin to participate in the 3rd battle ridiculous? Liang Zhui said. The rest of the men shook their heads as well. They all felt Nangong Wentian's words were too childish. Letting a divine core young man represent the Nangong family in the war was just a joke to their opponents. Just as Nangong Wentian was about to say something, he heard Jiang Qin's voice through his divine sense. Brother Nan, don't say any more. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, although Nangong Wentian still had a dissatisfied expression on his face, he didn't say anything. The current situation was very clear. With Jiang Qin's cultivation level, it was impossible to convince him to participate in the 3rd battle. Besides, Jiang Qin's current plan was to wait and see what would happen. He would only make a decision when the day of the battle arrived. That Nangong Yunjing only invited an outsider. In my opinion, we can ask Elder Tu to fight the 3rd battle. Although Elder Tu is highly respected in the family, he doesn't have the Nangong surname after all. Asking him to fight the 3rd battle shouldn't be considered as breaking the rules. That's right, Elder Tu is a late combat soul warrior and he's very strong. If Elder Tu is willing to fight the 3rd battle, we still have a chance. Someone said as he threw his glance at Tu-yi. I've dedicated my life to the Nangong family. However, since we can think of this, Nangong Yunjing can think of it as well. The Profound River Palace has a lot of mighty warriors, and I'm afraid even I won't be able to deal with the man Nangong Yunjing invited. Tu-yi shook his head. As someone with the title of the Thousand-Hand Butcher, one could tell that he was a ferocious man. However, this battle concerned the life and death of the Nangong family. Even he, Tu-yi, did not dare to be careless. Although Tu-yi was very strong, he was still far from being the strongest warrior below the Combat King realm. Compared to Nangong Yunfan, his overall combat strength was slightly weaker. On the other hand, the Profound River Palace had a lot of mighty warriors, and many of them were strong enough to suppress him. If the Profound River Palace was determined to help Nangong Yunjing, even if Tu-yi was willing to fight the 3rd battle, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Uncle Tu, if it comes down to it, no matter what, I still hope Uncle Tu can help us. Nangong Yunfan cupped his fist toward Tu-yi. Judging from the current situation, Tu-yi was the best candidate for the 3rd battle. At least he would do his best. Don't worry, Yunfan. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll still protect the Nangong family. However, the best-case scenario is still to win the first 2 battles. With that, we can avoid the 3rd battle. Tu-yi said. My cultivation level and elder brothers are about the same, and it won't be easy to determine the winner. But for the sake of our family, I'll do my best. It won't be easy for elder brother to defeat me either, and the key now lies with Wentian. Nangong Yunfan said. At this moment, everyone threw their gazes onto Nangong Wentian. All three battles were crucial, and Nangong Wentian's battle was the most crucial one. It's going to be difficult. Although Wentian is a talented genius, he is still only a peak divine core warrior. He grew up with Nangong Wenyan, and the resources he received from the family are the same, and their talent is the same. Now, Nangong Wenyan has broken through to the combat soul realm. Unless Wentian can break through to the combat soul realm before the date of the battle, he will lose this battle. Liang Zhui said with a sigh. It wasn't that he looked down on Nangong Wentian, but the gap between them was huge. Breaking through to the combat soul realm from the divine core realm in just 14 days was an incredibly difficult task. Even if Nangong Wentian consumed some precious pills, he still wouldn't be able to break through to the combat soul realm. Furthermore, if he relied on external forces to break through to the combat soul realm, it would have a serious impact on Nangong Wentian's foundation. Furthermore, if he relied on external forces to break through to the combat soul realm, it would cause his cultivation base to be unstable, and he would still be no match for Nangong Wenyan. Wentian, how's the progress of your 10,000 everlasting elephants skill? Nangong Yunfan asked. Nangong Wentian had obtained this skill by himself. It wasn't a skill that belonged to the Nangong family. I've reached a bottleneck and I'm going to enter secluded cultivation right away. As long as I can break through this bottleneck, I'll be able to easily break through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Wentian said. Wentian, don't push yourself too hard. The most important thing in the path of cultivation is to take things step by step. Sometimes, the more you want to achieve something, the harder it will be for you to achieve it. Just relax your mind, you can leave now. Nangong Yunfan said with a gentle voice. He was carrying a huge pressure on his shoulders, but he didn't want his son to feel any pressure. He really hoped that Nangong Wentian could break through to the combat soul realm before the date of the battle, but he also knew that when it came to cultivation, one couldn't just rely on pressure. Dad, don't worry, I won't let you down. Nangong Wentian stood up, bowed toward everyone in the palace, then turned around and left. Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Nangong Yunfan, then he followed behind Nangong Wentian. Sighs could be heard coming from the palace. All of them knew that Nangong Wentian could be considered as one of the most outstanding warriors in the younger generation, but too bad it was still far from enough. Nangong Yunfan also knew that the reason why Nangong Wentian couldn't break through to the combat soul realm was because of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill. This skill was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be, and if a cultivator couldn't break through a bottleneck, they would be stuck for a very long time. If Nangong Wentian was only cultivating an ordinary skill from the Nangong family with his talent, he would have long since broken through to the combat soul realm, surpassing Nangong Wenyan. However, both Nangong Wentian and Nangong Yunfan knew that by cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, Nangong Wentian and Jiang Chen's achievements would be unimaginable. With the current situation, Nangong Yunfan could only hope that Nangong Wentian would be able to break through to the combat soul realm within the last couple of days. A quiet courtyard filled with flowers and trees. This was Nangong Wentian's residence. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, the decorations here were still the same. Every day, a servant would come and clean the place. Nangong Wentian stood in the courtyard and let out a heavy sigh. He knew what his problem was. It was extremely difficult to break through a bottleneck. Brother Nan, circulate your 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, let me see where your bottleneck is. Jiang Qin suddenly said. Nangong Wentian's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Only now did he remember that there was an omnipotent guy following him. This guy looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but there was nothing he didn't know. Skills, combat skills, formations, alchemy, combat weapons, there was nothing he didn't know. Chapter 396. All right. Nangong Wentian immediately nodded his head. When it came to Jiang Qin, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to expose all his secrets to Jiang Qin. That was his absolute trust in Jiang Qin. Furthermore, he believed that his 10,000 everlasting elephants skill might not even be able to catch Jiang Qin's eyes, because Jiang Qin's skill was much stronger than his own. After saying that, Nangong Wentian started adjusting his condition. Waves of dense yuan force burst out from his body. Under the influence of the yuan force, his robe fluttered and his hair fluttered in the wind. A layer of faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. Following the appearance of the golden light, Nangong Wentian's entire aura began to undergo an earth-shattering change. At first, the golden light was extremely sharp, but gradually, Nangong Wentian's aura became somewhat heavy as a mountain. As his aura continued to rise, the entire courtyard began to shake. Then an ancient qi overflowed from his body. Jiang Qin stared at Nangong Wentian without blinking his eyes. What a mystical skill. This skill has an ancient qi to it, as if it has been passed down for a very long time. It seems like Anan's luck is not bad. This skill is very powerful. It can continuously improve his innate potential, giving him endless benefits in the future. Jiang Qin praised in his heart. At first, he thought that Nangong Wentian's skill was just an ordinary skill in Saint Origin World. At most, it would be of a higher grade, but now it seemed like it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Anan, display all of your skills, don't hold back, unleash all of your qi. Jiang Qin shouted coldly. His voice was like a thunderclap that entered Nangong Wentian's ears, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. All right. Nangong Wentian didn't dare to hesitate and immediately responded. Little did he know that what was happening right in front of him was the dream of countless people. To be able to receive personal guidance from the greatest saint under the heavens was a blessing that could only be obtained through countless generations of hard work. When Nangong Wentian's qi began to tremble, the golden light that rushed out from his body became thicker and thicker, as if it was made of pure gold. Oh! Finally, Nangong Wentian unleashed his energy to its peak. A muffled roar came from his body, and behind him, a 30-meter-tall golden elephant manifested. The elephant was only an illusion, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, it was extremely mystical. The barbarian elephant had 4 limbs and was covered in golden scales. There were spikes on its long trunk, and its fangs were like 2 world-shaking blades, ancient and sharp. The barbarian elephant's eyes were turbid and solemn, and it exuded the aura of a high and mighty king, as if it was a king of the heavens. That's an desolate ancient elephant, the king of 10,000 elephants. I didn't expect Anan's 10,000 everlasting elephants to be able to manifest the desolate ancient elephant. This is unbelievable. Jiang Qin was quite knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the desolate ancient elephant. It was a true king of beasts, a supreme existence. Unfortunately, Anan has only scratched the surface of the 10,000 everlasting elephants' mysterious art. The desolate ancient mammoth he manifested only has the feeling of being as heavy as a mountain. He hasn't revealed the desolate ancient mammoth's aura of a king of beasts. This is his bottleneck, Jiang Qin thought to himself. He immediately saw through Nangong Wentian's problem. Anan, withdraw your qi, Jiang Qin said. Nangong Wentian's body swayed slightly, and like a deflated balloon, all his qi was withdrawn. Little Qinzi, when I was cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants, I felt like my strength had reached its peak, and it was extremely difficult to increase it any further. I've reached a bottleneck and I can't break through it. Nangong Wentian said with a frown. Anan, your situation is normal, it's because you haven't found the true secret of cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants. Jiang Qin said. The true secret? Nangong Wentian was startled. That's right. Just now, I saw that the wild elephant you conjured was a desolate ancient elephant. This ancient elephant is the king of all elephants, a natural king of beasts. When you were cultivating, you only focused on the power of the elephant, but you didn't think about the elephant's aura. This aura is the aura of a king of beasts. It is the essence of the 10,000 everlasting elephant's skill. Therefore, you cannot focus on the power of the skill, you must feel the essence of the skill, feel the aura of the king of beasts in the desolate ancient elephant. As long as you find that aura, you will be able to completely solidify the desolate ancient elephant's shadow and break through the bottleneck. Once you do this, the skill will also transform, and the benefits you will obtain will be unimaginable. Jiang Qin said. Focus on the qi of the origin. Nangong Wentian was startled. He had been cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill for a long time, but he had always thought it was a skill that focused on physical strength, and he had never thought about the inner side of it. But now, after being reminded by Jiang Qin, he suddenly felt enlightened. Haha, I understand now. It turns out I never understood the true essence of the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill. Little Qinzi, I never expected you to have such sharp eyes, and your words are so accurate. I think I found the way to break through. Nangong Wenyan burst into laughter. His face was filled with excitement. It was rare for a warrior to suddenly gain enlightenment after being stuck in a bottleneck, so he couldn't help but feel excited. I believe you, you can definitely do it. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. Little Qin, we don't have much time left. I need to enter secluded cultivation immediately, and try to break through the bottleneck and break through to the combat soul realm before the day of the duel. During this period of time, you just need to rest in the Nangong family. As the Nangong family's esteemed guest, you can go anywhere you want. Nangong Wentian said. No, staying in the Nangong family won't do me any good, I need to go somewhere else. While you're in secluded cultivation, I need to find a way to break through to the combat soul realm as well. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The southern continent was filled with demon beasts, and it was much more violent than the eastern continent. He could use these few days to train himself and try to break through to the combat soul realm. He didn't come here for a sightseeing trip. Putting aside the matter regarding the Nangong family, he still had to deal with a lot of things in the eastern continent, which urged Jiang Qin to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Alright, I know you're a man who can't stay in one place for long. Besides, with your strength you can go anywhere in the southern continent. Nangong Wentian nodded his head. He wasn't surprised by Jiang Qin's decision. If Jiang Qin really decided to stay in the Nangong family, that would be a surprise. And let's not waste any more time, I'll go now. Let's see who can break through to the combat soul realm first. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. I'm afraid I'll be faster than you. I now know the cultivation method of the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, and it won't take long for me to break through to the combat soul realm. Buddy, you have to break through to the combat soul realm as well. Although Jiang Qin was a formidable man with his late divine core cultivation base, there was no way he could represent the Nangong family in the third match. Only by breaking through to the combat soul realm would he have a chance. After that, Jiang Qin left the Nangong family. He simply chose a direction and flew toward it. Jiang Qin kept flying while admiring the scenery of the southern continent. It was indeed more beautiful than the eastern continent, and before he knew it, half a day had passed. In front of him was a vast mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a mountain range with a circumference of over 10,000 miles. A few tribes could be found in this mountain range. Jiang Qin scanned the area with his divine sense, and he could see the layout and buildings of the nearest tribes. It was a classic style. Something seems to be happening in front of us. With his sensitive senses, Jiang Qin threw his glance toward a tribe not far away from him. With a sway of his body, he flew toward it. Lianyun Castle was the name of this tribe. Right at this moment, outside of the tribe, people were crying and howling. No, we don't want to go to the demon palace. Chief, save us. We don't want to accompany those demon beasts. I'd rather die. 3 teenage girls were crying and wailing. These 3 teenage girls looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, and they had pretty faces. They could be considered as beauties. Right now, these 3 teenage girls were surrounded by a group of men in black robes. 3 of these men were holding them tightly, and no matter how hard they struggled, they just couldn't break free from these men's hands. These men were emitting strong demonic energies. Obviously, they weren't humans but demon beasts that had transformed into human form. At this moment, a group of people from Lianyun Castle were standing in front of the men in black robes. All of them were gnashing their teeth, and their faces were filled with anger. They could only watch their people being taken away by the demon beasts, and they couldn't do anything about it. Demon Palace, don't go too far. In the past 2 years we have given you a lot of resources, and now you want to take our people away? What is this? The leader of the group looked to be in his 50s and he was a little fat. He was the chief of Lianyun Castle, and at this moment his eyes were red, and he was clenching his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. As a chief, he had to watch his people being eaten by the demon beasts. That kind of feeling was hard to imagine. Jia, old man, tomorrow is our 3rd master's birthday. It's their great fortune to have these 3 girls serve him in bed. If they serve him well, our 3rd master might even give you some treasures from Lianyun Castle. It's such a great thing, why are you crying here? The leader of the group said with a sinister smile. No, I don't want to accompany that demon beast. I'd rather die. When one of the teenage girls heard that she was going to serve the 3rd palace master, she immediately burst into tears again. Shut up. The leader of the group slapped the teenage girl's face. Bastard, let go of my sister. Right at this moment, a young man dashed out from the group of Lianyun Castle. he was holding a long sword in his hand, and he was a late heavenly core warrior at such a young age. Chapter 397. Lian Ming come back. Seeing this, family chief Lian Haolong immediately shouted out in shock. Although Lian Ming was a late heavenly core warrior, there were a few divine core warriors in front of him. Lian Ming's actions were no different than courting death. Unfortunately, Lian Ming was completely enraged. He couldn't hear the clan leader's voice at all. Ever since his sister was taken away, he had lost his mind. The third palace master of the demon palace was a notorious sex fiend. If these 3 girls fell into the third palace master's hands, they would definitely be ravaged to death. You're courting death. The leader of the group waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that smashed onto Lian Ming's body like a huge hammer. Bam! Off. Lian Ming, who was charging towards Lian Ming, was hit head-on, and he was immediately knocked back. Along the way he threw up a mouthful of blood, but the family chief quickly caught him. "Family chief, I beg you, please save my sister." Lian Ming didn't care about his own injuries. He grabbed the family chief's arm tightly with both hands. He knew that the strongest warrior in front of him was only a mid-divine core warrior, but his family chief was a late divine core warrior. If the family chief could help, his sister would definitely be saved. "Lian Ming, I want to help as well." Lian Haolong's body was trembling. He wanted to kill these damn demon beasts more than anyone else, but he couldn't do it. As the family chief, he had to think about all the people in Lianyun Castle. If he killed these demon beasts today, it wouldn't take long before Lianyun Castle was attacked by the demon palace. Blood would flow like a river and no one would be spared. "Old fool, control your men. I'm already being merciful by not killing him just now. If anyone from Lianyun Castle dares to go against the demon palace's will, I'll wipe out the entire Lianyun Castle. I'll kill every single one of you," the leading black-robed man said in a gloomy voice. He didn't take these human beings seriously at all. In his eyes, human beings were just prey, and these girls were just playthings for them to vent their anger on. As long as they wanted to, they could destroy all the human tribes in this mountain range at any time. "Let's go." The man in black waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. The 3 girls were crying and throwing a tantrum, their faces were filled with despair. The people from the Lianyun Castle were all trembling. They had seen their clansmen fall into the tiger's mouth with their own eyes, but they couldn't do anything about it. That kind of feeling was worse than death. Ever since the demon palace had taken over this mountain range, they had been like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "Put the 3 girls down." A ghostly voice suddenly sounded from behind. Then a white-robed youth appeared, blocking the path of the black-robed men. The sudden appearance of the young man caused everyone to be stunned. That was because the place where the young man was previously standing was completely empty. In other words, the young man had suddenly appeared like a ghost and no one had seen him. "Kid, who are you?" the leader of the black-robed men shouted. "I'll say it again. Don't worry about the 3 girls." The white-clothed youth's gaze was lowered, and his voice was as indifferent as water. He didn't even raise his head to look at these transformed demonic beasts. It was as if these black-clothed men weren't worthy of his attention. Where did this young man come from? "You're courting death." A heavenly core black-clothed man unleashed his energy, then he stretched out his black claw and grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The black-clothed man who was attacking Jiang Chen suddenly let out a miserable shriek. His body kneeled down on the ground and turned into a pool of blood. What? This turn of events was too frightening. Everyone, including the clansmen of Lianyun Castle, exclaimed in shock. Everyone looked at the white-clothed young man in front of them in a completely different light. They didn't even see how this young man attacked, but with just a cold snort, he had killed a heavenly core demon lord. This was really frightening. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it was real. "Who are you?" the leader of the black-clothed men continued asking. "How dare you kill someone from the demon palace? You're really courageous. Looks like you didn't understand what I said." Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp, and it made the few black-clothed men tremble in fear. Swoosh! The white-clothed young man in front of them disappeared. In the next second, the young man reappeared at the same spot as if he had never left. It was as if what happened just now was just an illusion, but what happened next shocked all the men from Lianyun Castle. Plop, plop, all the black-clothed men fell onto the ground one by one. Blood started gushing out from their wounds and they were all dead, including the few divine core demon lords. Gasp. All the men from Lianyun Castle who witnessed this gasped. They stared at this white-clothed young man who appeared out of nowhere, as if they were looking at a ghost. Oh heavens, how strong was this young man? How did he attack? They didn't even see it from such a close distance. What was even more frightening was that when this young man killed all the black-clothed men, his opponents didn't even have the chance to scream, let alone fight back. They were all killed on the spot. This didn't mean that these brutal demon beasts were weak, it just meant that this young man in front of them was really frightening. The three girls were stunned in place with their mouths wide open. They had already given up all hope and were prepared to die, but they didn't expect that a handsome young man would suddenly appear and kill all the demonic beasts in the blink of an eye, saving them from disaster. "Thank you for saving us, young master." One of the teenage girls was the first to react. She hurriedly kneeled down. "Thank you, young master." The other two teenage girls also kneeled down and kowtowed toward Jiang Chen. In just a split second, this young man who they didn't even know had left an unforgettable impression in their hearts. "Stand up," Jiang Chen said casually. A gentle force emerged from his body and lifted the three teenage girls up. He happened to pass by this place, and when he saw these demon beasts bullying humans, he had to do something about it. "Sister. The people of Lianyun Castle rushed forward and surrounded the three teenage girls. "Thank you, young master, for saving my sister. Please accept my bow." The severely injured Lian Ming immediately kneeled down in front of Jiang Chen. "Stand up. You do have some guts. Take this elixir and heal your wounds." Jiang Chen casually threw a healing elixir to Lian Ming. Lian Ming had good eyesight. Just by looking at the quality of the elixir, he could tell that it was a priceless elixir. "Young master, this elixir is too precious. I can't accept it." Lian Ming couldn't stay calm. "Just accept it." Jiang Chen glared at Lian Ming. This young man was willing to sacrifice his life for his sister. Jiang Chen admired him for his courage. Subsequently, Jiang Chen looked at Lian Haolong and said, "You are the clan leader here." "Yes." Lian Haolong greets the young master. Lian Haolong bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength made him not dare to be careless. Moreover, a person who could take out such a precious elixir was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, Lianyun Castle couldn't afford to offend such a person. "You must be worried that after I killed those demon beasts, the demon palace will come back to take revenge on you, right?" Jiang Chen knew what Lian Haolong was thinking. Of course, it was normal for him to have such thoughts. As the clan leader, he had to think about the whole clan at all times. "Young master, you have killed the people of the demon palace, so they won't let you off easily. However, we are already very grateful that you helped us because of our Lianyun Castle. The demon palace is too powerful, so you should leave as soon as possible." Lian Haolong sighed. He knew that Lianyun Castle's doomsday was coming. Jiang Chen did it to save people, not to harm people. "Don't worry, since I'm involved in this, I will definitely take care of it. Tell me more about the demon palace and I will help you get rid of them," Jiang Chen said. He had come here to train himself, and his first target was powerful demon beasts. Now, the demon palace, which was bullying the human race, was his target. "What?" Many people in Lianyun Castle cried out in surprise. "Getting rid of the demon palace?" Just hearing about it made people's hearts jump. "Young Master Jiang, the demon palace is too powerful. We can't afford to offend them," Lian Haolong said with a frown. "It seems like you don't need my help. Fine, I will leave now. Lianyun Castle can fend for itself." Jiang Chen glared at Lian Haolong, then turned around and was about to leave. "Young master, don't leave." The people from Lianyun Castle immediately stopped Jiang Chen. What a joke. If this young man left, their Lianyun Castle would definitely face destruction. This young man's strength was immeasurable, and he might really be able to deal with the demon palace. At least, he was much stronger than Lianyun Castle. Besides, this young man was their only hope. "Young Master Jiang, the demon palace belongs to the demon race and they are very powerful. They have a total of 3 masters and all of them are at the combat soul realm. They are the Lion King, the Wolf King and the Hawk King. Among them, the Lion King is a mid-combat soul warrior, and he's extremely powerful. The demon palace has been running amok in this area, and all the human tribes in this mountain range have suffered a lot from them. We don't dare say anything about it. Tomorrow is the birthday of the 3rd master, the Hawk King and the Hawk King. The Hawk King loves women the most, and he actually came to our Lianyun Castle to kidnap some girls to sleep with him," Lian Ming said. When talking about the demon palace, he was filled with hatred and fear. 3 combat soul demon lords. Chapter 398. After listening to Lien Tsong's explanation, Jiang Chen had a better understanding of the demon palace. It was a powerful demon clan, and there were 3 palace masters: the Lion King, the Wolf King, and the Eagle King. The existence of the demon palace made Jiang Chen understand more about the demonic beasts in the southern continent. In the eastern continent, although demonic beasts were quite common, there were very few powerful demon clans. It could be said that the entire eastern continent was under the rule of the human race. However, in the southern continent, the demonic beasts were more organized and more terrifying. The battle between the human race and the demon race had reached a point where they were like fire and water. There were definitely more than one demon clan like the demon palace in the southern continent. Do you know the location of the demon palace? Jiang Chen looked at Lien Haolong and asked. Hearing this, everyone from Lianyun Castle was shocked. From the looks of it, Jiang Chen was really going to fight against the demon palace. This made them both worried and happy. If Jiang Chen could really help them get rid of the demon palace, it would be great news for all the human clans in this mountain range. At first, the people from Lianyun Castle thought that Jiang Chen was just joking, but now it seemed like this young man was going to fight for real. After knowing the strength of the 3 palace masters of the demon palace, this young man didn't seem nervous at all. He was just as calm as before, and that kind of indifferent expression couldn't be faked. This could only mean one thing. This young man in front of them indeed had the strength to deal with the demon palace. This could be seen from Jiang Chen's attack just now. Although the people from Lianyun Castle lived in the mountains, they weren't isolated from the outside world. They still knew a little about the outside world. The southern continent was a vast place and there were many geniuses in it. For example, the Nangong family and the Profound River Palace were the top powers in the southern continent, and they all had many geniuses. Even a demon clan like the Demon Palace was nothing in their eyes. In the eyes of the people of Lianyun Castle, this young genius who had appeared out of nowhere was probably a genius from one of the top powers in the southern continent. With such a genius attacking the Demon Palace would definitely be finished. Mr. Jiang, we don't know the exact location of the Demon Palace. We've been bullied all this time. If you had killed one of them, it would have been better. Chief Lien Haolong said while shaking his head. They had been bullied by the Demon Palace for 2 years, but they didn't even know the exact location of the Demon Palace. It was really sad. Don't worry. Lien Tsong, throw the corpses of the people from the Demon Palace to a more conspicuous place in the mountain range. I believe it won't take long before the people from the Demon Palace come here in anger. I'll wait here. Jiang Chen said to Lien Kong, all right. Lien Tsong immediately agreed. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength as well as the fact that Jiang Chen had saved her sister, Jiang Chen was like a lofty mountain in her heart. She could only look up to him. Therefore she would obey every single one of Jiang Chen's orders. Lien Tsong immediately called a few people from Lianyun Castle to carry the corpses of the Demon Palace away. Within Lianyun Castle, Lien Haolong had prepared a very quiet place for Jiang Chen to rest. Jiang Chen casually pulled a chair and sat in the courtyard with his legs crossed, looking very relaxed. Compared to Jiang Chen's leisurely and relaxed demeanor, the people of Lianyun Castle couldn't remain calm. Including Patriarch Lien Haolong, all of them were restless, and their hearts were beating like a drum. They knew exactly what was going to happen to Lianyun Castle. Going against the Demon Palace was something they had never even dreamed of, and in their minds doing something like this was insane. Even though they knew that a terrifying genius had come to their Dao clan, they still couldn't calm down. After all, for the past 2 years, the Demon Palace had left a huge shadow in their hearts, and it was impossible for them to get rid of it in just a short period of time. 1 hour later. A dense black smoke could be seen in the distant sky. It looked like a dark cloud and it was getting closer and closer to Lianyun Castle. Thunderous sounds could be heard wherever it went. They sure are fast. Jiang Chen raised his head and casually glanced at the black smoke. Sensing the intense demonic energy coming from it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. The Demon Palace had arrived in just an hour, much faster than he had expected. Look, the people from the Demon Palace are here. Heavens, what a powerful aura. Is that the pressure of a combat soul warrior? Don't tell me the master of the Demon Palace is here? This is terrifying. Where is that genius Jiang Chen? Only he can stop the people from the Demon Palace. The people of Lianyun Castle immediately fell into an unprecedented panic. Everyone stared at the black smoke that was getting closer and closer to them with fear, and they couldn't even breathe properly. The gap between their cultivation levels was just too huge, and coupled with the brutality of these demon beasts, The people of Lianyun Castle who had been bullied for 2 years had no way to fight back. They didn't even have the thought of fighting back. Bang. Finally, along with a deafening thunderous sound, the black smoke appeared above Lianyun Castle. After that, it exploded, and over 100 muscular men in black clothes appeared like ghosts. All of these men in black clothes were in human form, which meant, the weakest among these demon beasts was at least at the heavenly core realm. Over 100 transformed demon beasts, the weakest among them was at the heavenly core realm, and there were quite a few divine core realm as well. The man in the lead had an aquiline nose and he was skinny. He had a pair of eagle eyes that were extremely sharp, cruel, and merciless. Sometimes an obscene light could be seen flickering in his eyes. Just by standing there, he made it hard for everyone to breathe, and the beast pressure he was unleashing was terrifying. The man with the aquiline nose looked like he was in his 30s, and he was none other than the third master of the demon palace, the Hawk King. The Hawk King's eyes were extremely cold. He glanced at everyone from Lianyun Castle, then he said with Lung Lung, "Lianyun Castle, how dare you kill the people of the demon palace? Looks like you're tired of living. Since you're tired of living, there's no need for you to live any longer. Today I'll personally kill all of you and not even leave a single soul alive." Haha, kill all these humans and keep the women. They'll be great for the third master's birthday celebration tomorrow. A man standing next to the Hawk King burst into laughter and flattered the Hawk King. "You animals, how dare you trample on the human race's homeland? You deserve to die." Right at this moment, a strange voice came from within the Lianyun Castle. Soon after, an elegant young man dressed in white appeared in the sky, standing opposite to the Hawk King. "Who are you? Did you kill the people of the demon palace?" When the Hawk King saw Jiang Chen, he was stunned for a moment, then he asked. With his experience, he could tell that this young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he knew the Lianyun Castle too well. With the way the Lianyun Castle operated, they wouldn't dare to kill the people of the demon palace. It seemed like this young man in white was the one who did it. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I killed all the demonic beasts of the demon palace. If you come here, you'll be killed by me just like them. Jiang Chen said casually. Hearing such arrogant words, the people of the demon palace were stunned for a moment, but soon after, they burst into laughter. "Haha, this is so funny. Where did this young man come from? He hasn't even grown his pubic hair yet, but he actually dares to say that he will kill all the people of the demon palace? He's courting death. Young man, you must be out of your mind. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some talent. Our third palace master is an early combat soul warrior, he can easily kill you with just one hand. Third palace master, don't waste your breath with him. This young man killed our people, that's a capital offense. Let's kill him first, then slaughter the entire Lianyun Castle and take all the women away." All the demonic beasts of the demon palace were roaring loudly. They didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. "Young man, if you kneel down and kowtow to me, then crawl under my crotch, I'll consider letting you die a quick death." The Hawk King pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said with a prideful expression, "Is that so? Well, let's see if your crotch is strong enough." A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Without anyone seeing what he did, Jiang Chen disappeared from where he was standing, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of the Hawk King. Not good. The Hawk King's expression changed dramatically. He knew that this was not good, but it was too late. The Hawk King could only feel a strong wind blowing past his crotch. Bam! Jiang Chen's kick landed right on the Hawk King's crotch along with a golden shockwave. It was Jiang Chen's kick and it contained a tremendous force. Could even shatter a mountain. Thus, the Eagle King's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying hundreds of feet away. The Eagle King's body was bent over, its hands clutching at its crotch as it let out a blood-curdling scream that made one's hair stand on end. Gasp! The scene caused everyone to gasp. Many of them felt their crotch tighten, and a cold sensation swept across their body. "It's over." Lian Tsong shook her head. She was afraid that this lecherous bastard would never have the chance to be lecherous again in the future. Damn it, that kick was so ruthless. Many people were worried for the Hawk King. No matter if it was a human or a demonic beast, that part of the body was the weakest. Even the powerful Hawk King wouldn't be able to withstand such a heavy kick. Bastard! The Hawk King let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a black hawk that was tens of meters long. With a flap of his wings, he charged towards Jiang Chen with an endless amount of energy. Jiang Chen stood there without moving. When the Eagle King's attack was about to reach him, he suddenly struck out with the true dragon palm. Boom! Chapter 399. This was an extremely shocking scene. An early combat soul demon lord, the third palace master of the demon palace, was killed by an unknown young man with just a single strike. Heavens, what did I just see? Dead. The third palace master was really killed? This is too frightening. How strong is he? That was a combat soul demon lord, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He killed it with just a single strike. This is too shocking. I feel like I'm dreaming. Everyone in Lianyun Castle felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't accept this reality. The third palace master who had been bullying them all this time was killed just like that. Right at this moment, no matter if it was the people from Lianyun Castle or the demon palace, all of them were looking at this handsome young man in white with fear in their eyes. You killed our third palace master? A man in black roared at Jiang Qin. However, his voice was trembling and he didn't seem to be very confident. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to these men in black. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden demon soul from the Hawk King's exploded body. An early combat soul demon soul should be able to help me form 100 new dragon marks. If I can kill all 3 palace masters of the demon palace, I might be able to break through to the combat soul realm. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He unleashed the true dragon flame from his palm onto the fist-sized golden demon soul. Under the scorching heat of the true dragon flame, the demon soul started melting bit by bit. In just a few breaths' time, the demon soul was completely absorbed by Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, this demon soul had helped him form 100 new dragon marks. Right now, Jiang Chen had a total of 4,700 dragon marks in his body, and he was only 300 away from reaching 5,000. His next target was clear: the other 2 palace masters of the demon palace. Jiang Chen liked doing things like this as it would benefit both himself and the others. Not only could it satisfy his own needs, it could also help the people get rid of a threat. Boss, the third palace master was killed. What should we do now? One of the demonic beasts whispered to the leader of the group. Let's go. Let's go back and report this to the Grand Palace Master. The Grand Palace Master will definitely grind this brat's bones to dust. The leader of the black-clothed men gnashed his teeth and said. Then, the hundreds of men in black leaped into the air, once again transforming into a cloud of black smoke, and flew into the distance. Beasts were violent and cruel creatures, but they were not idiots. This young man who appeared out of nowhere from the Lianyun Castle had even killed the Eagle King. Why would they fight against him? Only death awaited them. Since you've come, then don't leave. All of you stay. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh and unleashed the true dragon palm. All these brutal beasts deserved to die, and since he had decided to attack, he would definitely kill them all. He would completely destroy the demon palace and clear the path of this mountain range. Rumble, a crimson dragon claw descended from the sky like the vault of heaven and shrouded the black smoke. A shrill screams rose and fell from the black smoke. Blood mist filled the sky and severed limbs fluttered in the air. In just an instant, the void had turned into an azure battlefield, bloody to the extreme. To Jiang Chen, these demonic beasts were too weak. They were pitifully weak. Originally, there were more than 100 of them, but with a single attack from Jiang Chen, more than 70 of them had been killed, and the rest were all injured. All of you must die. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He waved his hand and unleashed a wave of golden light. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, interweaving into a huge golden net that shot forward. Pucci, The remaining demonic beasts didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. They were all pierced through and died on the spot. In front of them, Jiang Chen was like a gigantic elephant, and they were like tiny ants. If a gigantic elephant wanted to trample ants to death, no matter how many ants there were, it would all be useless. This was the difference in strength. Come here. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the leader of the black-clothed men, then he pulled him to the front. This was the only survivor. Right now, his face was pale and it was extremely unpleasant to look at. The leader's face was filled with fear. There was no way he wouldn't be terrified. This scene was too terrifying. The demon palace had dominated this region, and they had never suffered such a heavy blow before. This young man in front of him was not a human, but a devil. The demon palace was so huge, but in less than a minute, he had destroyed all of them and he was the only survivor. Spare my life. The leader begged for mercy. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's aura, this was the first time he felt so tiny. Take me to the demon palace. Jiang Chen grabbed the black-clothed man's neck with one hand and disappeared in a flash. Only after Jiang Chen had left for a long time did the people of Lianyun Castle recover from the shock. Thinking back to what happened just now, they felt like they were in a dream. If it wasn't for the pile of broken limbs in front of them, they wouldn't have believed it was real. What a terrifying young man. He must be a peerless genius from some superpower. He must be a genius from the profound river palace, and he came out to gain experience. Our Lianyun Castle is really lucky. The profound river palace and the Demon King Palace have always been enemies, and the Demon King Palace is a superpower of the demon race. I'm afraid this young man is really from the profound river palace. No matter which superpower he is from, he's not someone we can imagine. I hope he can eradicate the demon palace and get rid of the biggest threat for us. The people of Lianyun Castle couldn't calm down for a long time. To them, everything that had happened today was too surreal, and they didn't even dare to dream about it. The man in black was under Jiang Chen's control, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately brought Jiang Chen and headed towards the demon palace. The demon palace was located in a valley in the deepest part of the mountain range. The valley was shrouded in mist all day long, and the demonic aura filled the air. The valley was dangerous, but the scenery was beautiful, and it was filled with rich natural energy. It was a perfect place for cultivation. Mister, this is the demon palace. The man in black pointed at the valley in front of him and said in a low voice. He was afraid that if he spoke too loudly, he would anger Jiang Chen and kill him with a slap. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded his head with a satisfied expression on his face. Seeing that Jiang Chen was satisfied, the man in black immediately showed an ecstatic expression and said, "If that's the case, mister, can you spare my life? I'll let you die a quick death." Jiang Chen squeezed his hand and broke the man's neck, then he threw the dead body away. Clang. With a shake of his arm, the heavenly saint sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face and he stretched his body. Today he was going to start a massacre. Swoosh. The heavenly saint sword was raised high by Jiang Chen, and it turned into a gigantic sword that was tens of meters long. As Yuan energy was infused into it, the heavenly saint sword let out a melodious sword cry. Then Jiang Chen slashed down with all his might, and a dazzling gigantic sword light pierced through the mist in the valley. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion broke the tranquility of the valley, and a destructive energy spread out in all directions, engulfing the entire valley. Terrifying black smoke filled the air, and row after row of buildings collapsed. Under the attack of Jiang Chen's sword, all of them were turned into dust. Screams could be heard coming from inside the valley. Obviously, someone was unlucky enough to be killed by Jiang Chen's sword. Who is it? Who dares to trespass into the demon palace? Damn it, the demon palace has been severely damaged. All of a sudden the entire demon palace became restless. One after another, powerful figures flew out from the valley. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the demon palace was densely packed with people. There were powerful beasts in human form, and there were also powerful demonic beasts flying in the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. When the people of the demon palace came out, they immediately saw Jiang Chen. This uninvited guest in front of them, this young man dressed in white who was holding a long sword in his hand, was obviously the one who destroyed the demon palace. Who are you? How dare you? A late divine core demon lord shouted at Jiang Chen. Swoosh. What welcomed him was a sword that couldn't be dodged. That great demon only saw a flash of light before he lost consciousness. His head was directly tossed into the air. He didn't even have the chance to react before he died tragically. Today I'm going to wipe out this place, leave no survivors. Jiang Chen carried a mighty force and he didn't show any mercy. With a sway of his body, he dashed into the demon palace's camp and swung the heavenly saint sword back and forth. Every time he swung the sword, blood would scatter in all directions. Large numbers of demon beasts were killed without any chance to fight back. Jiang Chen was going to uproot this powerful demon clan all by himself, and leave no survivors. This was what he was going to do today. Arg! Someone is killing in the demon palace, hurry up and call the two masters. The demon palace was instantly thrown into chaos. For them, the arrival of Jiang Chen was their doomsday. Bang! The sky above the valley was filled with sword beams and blood could be seen everywhere. Rows of dead bodies were falling down from the sky, and the smell of blood had completely covered the entire valley. The sword beams were like death scythes from hell, mercilessly harvesting all lives in this place. Presumptuous. Right at this moment, a furious roar shook the heavens and earth. It sounded like a thunderclap coming from the valley. After that, two bright beams of light shot up into the sky and landed in front of Jiangchen in the blink of an eye. The two beams of light transformed into two muscular middle-aged men. One of them was wearing a golden armor, and he had a head full of thick golden hair, making him look like a lion. The other man was wearing a black robe, and his eyes were filled with the ferocity of a wolf. Chapter 400. Colorful lights filled the sky, and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. There was also a pungent smell of blood that lingered in the air. The misty white mist had been completely dispersed, and the entire valley had turned into a living hell. Broken limbs could be seen everywhere, and the broken buildings were stained with blood. This place had turned into a hellish battlefield. Looking at this scene, all the demon beasts in the demon palace had ugly expressions on their faces. When they thought about what happened just now, they couldn't help but feel terrified. The Lion King and Wolf King were both trembling with anger. Both of them stared at Jiangchen like a pair of venomous scorpions. This uninvited guest who appeared out of nowhere had nearly destroyed the demon palace, and killed countless demon beasts. This was a huge provocation to the demon palace. No, this was no longer a provocation, it was contempt. As the palace masters of the demon palace, the Lion King and Wolf King felt that they had to tear this young man in white into pieces. Only then would they be able to vent their anger. Did you do all this? The Lion King's voice was like a giant bell, and his voice turned into waves of sound that resonated throughout the valley. It was obvious how angry he was right now. He knew everything was done by this young man, but he still couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know what this young man was thinking, and why did he have the guts to come to the demon palace and cause trouble? What else could it be? Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders. With his experience, he had already figured out the Lion King and Wolf King's strength. The Wolf King was only an early combat soul warrior just like the Eagle King. For the current Jiangchen, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. As for the Lion King, he was a mid-combat soul warrior, but Jiangchen had killed many mid-combat soul warriors. Furthermore, after absorbing the dimensional purple sand crystal and the Eagle King's demon soul, Jiangchen's combat strength had once again increased to the peak divine core realm. Even without the heavenly saint sword, he was confident he could kill the Lion King. Today, the demon palace would be completely destroyed by his hands. Who are you? How dare you attack the demon palace? The Wolf King said with a loud voice. The demon palace belongs to the demon clan. Originally, we could have lived in harmony with the human clan. However, you've bullied the human clan and you're cruel and brutal. Naturally, you'll be killed. The third palace master, the Eagle King, has already been killed by me. Now it's your turn. Jiangchen was calm and composed. All that could be seen on his face was indifference and indifference. What? You killed third brother? Hearing this, the Wolf King cried out in alarm. There were 3 palace lords in the demon palace, and from this, it wasn't hard to tell that the 3 of them had a good relationship with each other. Now that they heard that their third brother had died, they were naturally furious. Don't worry, you two are the same. Jiangchen slowly raised the heavenly saint sword, pointing it at the Lion King and Hawk King. The tip of the sword was constantly emitting a brilliant light. It was extremely beautiful, but under this kind of beauty, it represented a boundless hell. To Jiangchen's enemies, the heavenly saint sword itself was a sword of hell. It represented destruction. You human geniuses are really arrogant. You think that you can ignore everything just because you're talented? I don't care which power you're from, but since you've dared to break into my demon palace, only death awaits you. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll torture you to death and I'll avenge my third brother. The Lion King coldly snorted. His aura fluctuated, and layers of light rippled out from his golden armor. In the next moment, the Lion King made his move. He abruptly stretched out his palm, and a tens of meters long golden lion claw appeared out of thin air. Then he attacked Jiangchen. Facing the Lion King's attack, Jiangchen remained calm. He casually waved his arm, and a beam of sword light shot out from the heavenly saint sword. The sword light was extremely bright, and its aura was so strong that it could even cut the space apart. Puchi. The Lion King's claw was completely powerless against the heavenly saint sword's sword light. It was instantly cut into 2 halves, and then it turned into specks of golden light and disappeared. What? The Lion King's face turned pale with fright. The way he looked at Jiangchen had completely changed. This young man in front of him who was only at the divine core realm was much more frightening than he had imagined. His full-force attack with his mid-combat soul cultivation base had been shattered by a simple sword strike from Jianghu. This was simply unimaginable. If this is all you've got, the demon palace is finished today, Jianghu said with an indifferent tone. Second brother, this guy is strong. Transform into your true form and attack together. The Lion King roared at the Wolf King and made a prompt decision. In an instant, he transformed into a male lion covered in golden scales. The size of the male lion was over 100 feet in circumference. It had a majestic demonic aura, and its demonic aura towered into the sky. Oh! On the other side, the Wolf King had transformed into a pitch-black battle wolf. He raised his head and let out a furious howl, and with just a single howl, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away. Boom! The Lion King opened his mouth and spat out a fireball toward Jianghu. After the fireball left his mouth, it became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jianghu. Jianghu coldly harumphed. He abruptly punched out with his bright fist and smashed onto the fireball. In an instant, the fireball was shattered into pieces. Swoosh! The Wolf King moved with incredible speed. Its sharp claws pierced through the air and grabbed toward Jianghu's face. Too weak. Jianghu shook his head. When the Wolf King's attack was about to reach him, he suddenly stretched out his palm and gripped the Wolf King's sharp claws tightly like a pair of steel pincers. Jianghu's body was as firm as a mountain, and the Wolf King's attack didn't even make him move. Only when the Wolf King was fighting with Jianghu did he realize how strong this young man was. But too bad, since he was grabbed by Jianghu, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Crack! Jianghu squeezed his palm and crushed the Wolf King's steel-like hard claws. Oh! The Wolf King let out a blood-curdling howl. Yuan energy surged out from its body, but this kind of attack was of no use to Jianghu. With an indifferent expression, Jianghu casually thrust the heavenly saint sword in his other hand upwards. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through the Wolf King's throat, piercing through the top of its skull. The giant Wolf King's corpse writhed a few times before it completely lost all signs of life. A sharp sword energy shot out from the heavenly saint sword and shattered the Wolf King's corpse. Blood splashed everywhere, but none of it landed on Jianghu's body. A golden demon soul fell from the sky and landed right on Jianghu's palm. Second brother. After witnessing the Wolf King's tragic death, the Lion King immediately let out a furious roar. All the demon beasts in the demon palace were shocked. None of them had expected this young man to be so formidable. Even the Lion King didn't expect the early combat soul Wolf King to be killed so easily, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was too frightening. Indeed, it was frightening. The Lion King's heart started pounding, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Jianghu. Even though he was a mid-combat soul warrior, he still felt fear in his heart. Perhaps the Lion King didn't know much about Jianghu, but he knew the Wolf King's strength very well. Even he couldn't kill the Wolf King so easily, but this young man in front of him had done it. In other words, this young man's combat strength was greater than his own. It's your turn. Jianghu unleashed his energy, then he turned into a trail of light and dashed toward the Lion King. He didn't want to waste too much time in the demon palace, he wanted to finish this battle as soon as possible. Swoosh! Fast as a ghost. The Lion King could only see a bright spot flickering in the air, and in the next second, a deadly sword had arrived in front of him. Facing such a fast and violent attack, the Lion King had no time to defend himself. The only thing he could do was defend himself. As a demon beast, his body was extremely strong, and his defense was also the strongest. Furthermore, he had already formed a Yuan energy barrier around his body, making it very difficult for ordinary people to break it. Too bad, this kind of amazing defense was only effective against ordinary people, it was useless against Jianghu. The heavenly saint's sword was invincible. It pierced through the Lion King's Yuan energy barrier without any resistance. No. The Lion King had a bad feeling. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura, and he didn't expect his opponent's sword to be so powerful. Furthermore, his opponent's movement was too fast, and there was no time for him to do anything. Poochie. Without any surprise, the Lion King followed in the Wolf King's footsteps, and was pierced through by the heavenly saint's sword, killing him instantly. Jianghu coldly harumphed. Then he forcefully slashed the Lion King's body in half with the heavenly saint's sword. After that, he grabbed the Lion King's demon soul in his hand. Since then, the 3 palace masters of the demon palace had all died tragically, and the famous demon palace had been annihilated. With the death of 2 combat soul masters, none of the remaining demon beasts had the will to fight anymore. They were now staring at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Die. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man. He had no intention of letting these cruel demon beasts go. The heavenly saint sword turned into an arc as it swung back and forth. Every time it swung, it would be accompanied by a blood-red light. A few minutes later, the entire valley was engulfed in raging flames. In just a few minutes, Jiang Chen had burned the entire demon palace to the ground. In just a few minutes, he had killed most of the demon beasts in the demon palace, and only a few of them managed to escape with their lives. Only when the raging flames had burned down every last inch of the demon palace did Jiang Chen turn around and leave. The demon palace could be considered as one of the strongest demon clans, and it was quite famous in this area. But now, it had been completely wiped out in just a single day, and not even a strand of hair was left behind. This news would soon spread out, and it wasn't hard to imagine how shocking it would be. Half an hour after Jiang Chen left, many figures started appearing from different directions, and they all arrived outside the demon palace. These people were all from the human tribes in this mountain range. They didn't know the exact location of the demon palace before this, but because the battle today had caused such a huge commotion, it was impossible for them not to know about it. When they saw the scene in front of them, all of them were extremely shocked. The demon palace has been destroyed. It's really destroyed. Ah. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.